Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, one and all. We are doing a little bit of a community night tonight. Gonna be hanging out, gonna be vibing. Just whoever wants to come out. I'm trying to sign into chat right now. I think this is it. And let's enter the password. I think I did it. Hope you're doing all. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'll be posting the Discord link momentarily. If you have something positive, something negative, really anything, I'm down. I'm down for whatever. I'm down like a clown. We've been talking about doing this for a long time, where every other Friday, or excuse me, every other weekend, I have the weekend technically to myself. I did do a healthy chunk of post-recorded content today. Just editing, scripting, outlining, setting up, etc., etc. So I figured, fuck it, we might as well do the real shit. Marshall says, oorah. Jonah Boy says, yo, yo, yo. Shapingro says, what hoozle? Did you watch the debate yesterday? Which one, Martian Jazz? Is today Saturday? Was yesterday Friday? If you're talking about the debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens, we did. It's over on Valor Media Network. So we did take a look at that debate. Apparently, Andrew fumbled towards the end with knowing the 7 separate charges that whatever, Tyler Robinson had been charged with. But I think if you come away with anything besides Candace Owens had a fistful of nothing and Andrew Wilson was kindly but gently pushing her and she was falling apart like wet tissue paper, then I don't really know what to do for you. I don't know how you're walking away from that same conversation with a different read. Candace Owens literally did not have anything, in my opinion, in order to back up any of her opinions. Now, Fellrunner for 1667 says, the theme song, oh, don't we have to play the machine or something? The flesh is weak for nameless henchman or something? I forget what's going on. This is a... This classic. And then TTK sent a corgi for 1,000 jewels. Thank you, kings and queens. Aww. I just got a nice text message. Oh, yeah? Cool beans. All right. It sounds ominous and base. True. Not tired of this, are we? No, no, Patriarch. And if you're not part of the community, then I don't want to hear you complaining. Like, what? Dude, if you wanted me to be doing dry-ass geopole, we could have done that. But we were doing dry-ass geopole and you dipped out. So what do you want me to do? You know? What do you want? I don't even know, like, truly, Patriarch, I don't know why you would bother to come back to complain. We literally, that's what I was talking about on Thursday and Friday. I was saying, I try to make Patriarch happy with Tuesday and Thursday's Geopole. I told him to show up on Tuesday and Thursday Geopole. And then I try to make Christian Valeris happy by not covering the drama for 2 weeks after we had gone through the drama cycle, and it wasn't enough for you guys. So why should I give a shit about your fucking opinion? Please. Please, tell me. So anyways, here we go. Here's a link. If anybody... Sorry that you're in a war zone, though. Sorry that... I truly am sorry, Patriarch. Like, all community antagonisms aside, I am sorry that you're in a war zone. I hope the Ukrainians are doing well. I hope that the drone war is going well. I hope that the Russians apparently released a anti-drone trophy system for their tanks that were able to take out like 20 FPV drones before going down, so the Ukrainians were still able to destroy the tanks after spamming drones at the tanks. So, I truly do hope that the Ukrainians continue their recent successes in the drone warfare campaign. I am proud of the Ukrainian people. So, anyways, I did post the Discord link. If anybody wants to call in, friend, family, foe, I don't care who it is, but if you got 5 to 10 minutes worth of bullshit that you want to address with me, then go ahead and hit it. I could just do random content. If you guys want to literally just do random content, we could do random content. I don't care. Yeah. Then who is this? Tyler the Confused says, dude, she had a dream, duh. Yeah, well that's one of the things, Tyler, is that's like the meme shit, but even when we got away from the meme shit, even when they got the Ryan Evans still using Destiny's name for views. Well, if you're complaining about that, if that's one of your complaints, you're more than welcome onto the stream. I just posted the Discord link. I'll go ahead and I'll jump in the lobby real quick. And since you care so much about using other people's views, you can argue why it's not okay for me to use Destiny's name for views, but he can burn non-existent bridges with Pisco and Josiah for views. Feel free. Here's the link, you fucking pussy. And if you want to go tell me why it's good for him but not good for me, then you can go ahead and explain the difference. I appreciate it. So, who is this? Sauce of something. Just donated 10 gifted. What a king. All right, well, we already got a few super chats. Fellrunner, thank you for the 1667. Thank you for the 1,000 jewels, whoever donated the 1,000 jewels. And Sauce of Awesome, thank you for the 10. I don't know where's the 10. Here we go. But please come on in. It's for you. You up for some discussion debate again? I want to talk some libs. Yeah. Join the Discord. Yes. We're running a community night, but when the momentum is dead, I'm going to kick you. But if you want to yap for a bit, here is the link. There we go. All right. Looks like we might have a little nibble. Like we might have a little bite. So let's see if somebody comes in. Been a minute. Cool. Hey, Terrified Triceratops. Good to see you. Kaijutopia. Yeah, long time no see. How's it going, Connor? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing relatively well. The difference is the bridge has already been burned. Well, that's true in both cases, don't you think? That Josiah and Pisco didn't have anything to do with Steven, and then I didn't have anything to do with Steven either, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Don't you think? Oh, Fellrunner. Looks like somebody had to put in an application. Can you go ahead and just stop whatever thing holds back people from joining, Fell? If you could. I got Mrs. Deck. I'm going to bring Mrs. Deck on. Hi, Miss Deck. How are you?
Just I've been out a minute. We had a discussion like some months ago when I was a bit more interested in kind of poking in for some political discussions. Then I kind of got burned on it because it kind of just became sludge. It just became I don't know. But I kind of wanted to talk to you, get your perspective on there seems to be a thing going around where all these like liberals and stuff, like they seem so upset and mad at like the populism stuff. And I get that. There's some aspects of it that's dumb. I think there's like a lot that leftists in particular they're saying, like the DSA platform of anti-prison, all that stuff is just stupid. But what bothers me about these people, your destiny types, so to speak, is that they'll get upset at these people, but then they don't offer a good contrast. Like they'll complain about DSA candidates, but then they'll put up Haley Stevens and they'll try to. I was watching this one guy. I think he's called Hutch, and he was saying like Kamala Harris is going to be a great candidate for 28. I'm just like, how do you not realize that these people are like poison?
Well, let me ask you a question real quick. What is your political persuasion before we Can you introduce yourself to the chat a little bit? Can you tell them what you're all about? Can you tell them what your political persuasion is?
No, I've been in here before. We had some discussion some months ago. I think it was like an hour or two long. But no, I am politically, I would say, very progressive. I disagree with a lot of like more lefty types though. But I also get mad at liberals too, so I'm kind of like in the fence between there. I think the abolish prison stuff is stupid. I'm pretty punitive justice pilled compared to most like progressives.
Well, can I hit you with a response though, real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So I think that there's, I definitely identify as like a center right guy. There's an aversion to allowing socialism to dominate the discourse because we saw the horrors of the 20th century. And I feel like I understand like 19th century socialism, Marxism specifically, Marxist Leninism pretty specifically. I feel like I understand all the terms. I still don't want it. And I'm happy that there are liberals who are standing up and saying, hey, we don't like the left wing yank to the Democratic Party right now, where, according to CNN, there was a poll where 30% of Democrats now identify as Democratic Socialists. However, I think exactly what you just said is the problem where voting for a it's kind of like the trans drone pilot meme, right? Where liberal progressivism isn't changing the military industrial complex. It isn't changing the way the United States does war overseas. It's not changing the structure of the economy or the conditions for the working class. It's just making sure that more black, brown, and trans people can, pilot drones while blowing shit up overseas. Like that is the perception of Lockheed liberals. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that, and I think that I think the main thing that liberals are failing on now is that they fail to realize just how alienating offering the status quo is to a lot of people. Just saying, "Oh, we need to go back to Obama. We need to go back to Hillary. We need to try to run Kamala again." When you pitch that to like a person who is struggling, who can't hardly pay their bills or buy groceries, when you tell them that we just need to like go back. Like people kind of know intuitively that it's not going to go back. That it's just going to be like more of a
So
stalemate of just nothing happening. Another
so
lame
let's
duck, so
say
to
let's
speak.
say Hutch or Destiny or one of these like liberal centrist creator or Wick was in the room right now and they were saying no, the socialists are going too far, the leftists are going too far, they're sweeping for terrorism, they're sweeping for Hamas and Hezbollah, and decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production is cringe and it's going to turn off all the moderates and we're going to lose. So if you were going to suggest to the Lockheed liberals and or these anti-leftist liberals what their platform should be to attract progressives or leftists without necessarily biting on every leftist bullet, what would you tell them?
I think that if you honestly, I think for a lot of people, just if you could hammer on healthcare alone and try to ignore some of the more fringe, like broader stuff, like total like decom commodification of housing, which again there's merits to those ideas, but it's ridiculous. The As I mentioned before, the abolish prison thing is absurd. God, I just don't know. Like, it's the thing is that like as I'm telling you, progressives, for better or worse, are offering a message right now. And I think there are some extremes, like that one Hong person that had like, oh, we should get rid of Thanksgiving. Like that was like nutty. Like I completely disagree with that. But a lot of the
Sorry, I muted myself. The freak out. She lost her primary already, right? So
yeah,
Wick
no, I
Wick,
don't.
Wick can calm his tits.
Yeah, no, I don't think the appetite is for these crazy DSA socialist types, but there is a desire for progressivism, which I'm gonna be honest, isn't currently really on the table from the establishment Dems. Like a lot of them are just trying to run with the same stock standard, like, oh, I'm anti-Trump message, or they'll give hollow things about affordability, and that's just not reaching people. And another thing that kind of hurts these people too is that a lot of them just don't have any charisma. Like I don't like Trump, but he's got charisma coming out of his ass. Like that guy is very entertaining to watch. And unfortunately now politics is kind of a game where you have to both be charismatic and you have to have good policy, and sometimes the charisma matters more. And I don't think these more stuck in their way types really get the moment we're in.
What is your prediction if the Democrats run? So my prescription, because like I said, I'm kind of like a center right guy, is my genuine preference would be running these old school, frustrating liberal Dem types like a Newsom, straight white male Christian, boring. And I have a feeling that the right wing has been so crazy over the past few years that a substantive amount of moderates would vote for a center left boring white straight Christian male. But it's what do you think is going to happen if they run? For instance, you mentioned Hutch wanting to run Kamala. What do you think is going to happen if they run a center lefty? And what do you think is going to happen specifically if they run a center lefty woman of color versus a white straight male? What's your
I think
analysis?
I think as much as I think it's an unfortunate spot where we're in America, I think that they can't run anyone who's of color. I think a woman's a risk. I think I've seen some people say Pete Buttigieg. I want to fucking laugh because like fucking black Americans fucking hate that fucking guy. No, there's a lot of political angles that I think both liberals kind of don't acknowledge and a lot of progressives don't. And I think that I think the problem is though is that we're kind of in a train about ready to go off the cliff scenario, because I think what's going to happen if we just kind of get that sort of like lame, uninspiring like Gavin Newsom, so to speak, in 2028, and he fails to sort of address the mess that Trump has made of the government. I think that we might see an open Nazi in 2032, and that's been my express fear that I've tried to make a point of whenever I've gone
It,
on
it
and talked to
is it is
people.
kind of funny. One of the things that I said back in like 15 or 16 is that I wasn't worried about Trump per se because I was worried about a competent version of Trump after Trump. And weirdly enough, I think JD Vance is too chameleonic to really fulfill that prophecy. But I do wonder what will happen in 32 if the right wing is able to rally a little bit and maybe like cohere their philosophy, and if they're able to make it as extreme as Trump. I'm still praying for a pull to the moderate center, but it doesn't seem like anybody's really interested in it. It seems like I'm the only person who is.
No, yeah, it's frustrating now, because God, part of me doesn't like talking politics because my brain, with like everything in my life, but I tend to get this way about politics, is it's very fragmentalized. So I'll probably want like something more progressive here, something very progressive here, and then oh, I'm kind of in the center or conservative on this issue, and it's just kind of hard
Yeah, you're
to like
heterodox.
say say overall what my opinions are when a lot of them are. I try to be motivated by the good for most people possible, and I just that ends up being frustrating at
Yeah.
times.
Well, what I would say is I'm trying to do a community call-in night, so I wanted to keep these to 10 minutes. So if you wanted to do a longer one-on-one, we could schedule it. But is there anything else that you wanted to tell me or tell the audience as we're coming up on approximately 10 minutes?
Uh, uh, just I don't know. Tell liberals they're lame and to not run Kamala again, because they're going to kill themselves by doing that.
You hear
All
that,
right, have a
liberals?
good one.
You hear that, liberals in my chat? Don't run Kamala. All right. Appreciate
Don't
you,
run
Miss Tech.
Kamala. Yeah, have
DM
a
me.
good
Bye now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who's stepping up? We had like two or three brave DGG souls. Somebody already oiled, they donated. So where are my brave DGG souls stepping into the gauntlet, willing to call me a hypocrite or a liar or a grifter or anything like that? We had two or three of them in here a second ago. It's weird. It's weird to me that they're willing to say it in chat and yet they're not willing to jump into the Discord. Discord's open. Here's the invite. And Alishness. I would make some extra time for you, Alishness. because I think I get frustrated with what you have to say, but I feel like you say a lot of interesting things. Just as an example, in response to Andrew Wilson chastising Candace Owens, stating that she had no evidence, you responded, you had no evidence either, though. But I find that a weird retort considering that he basically defaulted to the state's evidence. So if you wanted to talk about that, or if you wanted to talk about the snarkers in the community, whatever you want to talk about, I'm happy to talk about. But here's the Discord invite for anybody who wants to jump in. All right, we got two. We got two. Now I am going to pull in Alishness first, just because I was just talking to her. But Omega, since you had the stones to jump in, I'll go ahead and try to keep Alishness to like less than 15 minutes. Okay. So time on deck is 9:21. I'll try to keep it under 9:26, so we're not hurting anybody by talking to people for too long. Alishness, hi.
Hello. How's it
How
going?
are you today?
Fantastic, you know.
Okay, cool. Well, we can talk about whatever you wanted to talk about. The thing that I saw on Twitter, though, that had me curious was that you were saying that Andrew Wilson didn't have any evidence in reference to his debate with Candace Owens. Did you want to talk about that, or did you want to talk about snarkers or Twitch and YouTube politics? What do you want to talk about?
So I don't know if you watched the conversation I had with Pisco last night,
I
but I
didn't.
talked
Maybe I should add it to the docket, but if you want to summarize it for me, that'd be great.
okay, so basically it's summarized we summarize it up as Andrew Wilson, his evidence was not necessarily as good as the court's evidence or as the state's evidence, because the state's evidence was called into question during the preliminary evidentiary hearing. Sorry, the evidentiary hearing.
Okay.
So he was, for example, he was using the evidence of, well, his shoes matched as circumstantial to put Tyler Robinson at the scene. I think that that's a horrible argument. And even though the state presented that, that doesn't necessarily mean it's good evidence, right? Like they can literally say anything is good evidence.
But if we add up the totality of circumstances, maybe Andrew didn't argue this well within the debate. But when you add up like Tyler Robinson's vehicle being on UVU campus 3 times, him, walking or up somebody that looks very much like him walking with a limp up to the roof, him taking the shot, Grandpa's rifle being found in the forest next door, his DNA being on the rifle, even if it was quote unquote the most degraded, or his fingerprints were the most degraded or something like that. The roommate saying that they borrowed their Dremel, I guess, in order to, scratch things into the side of the bullets. And then also the roommate, who I think was a former boyfriend, girlfriend of the shooter, stating like, oh yeah, that looks like my ex-boyfriend. Like, doesn't the totality of circumstances point to Tyler Robinson being the shooter almost overwhelmingly so?
So it can point to him being the shooter, but it doesn't necessarily point to him being guilty because we have equally amount of evidence in totality, circumstantial evidence in totality that would indicate that like what Candace was arguing could be true. Number one being that Lance Twiggs, otherwise known as Luna Twiggs, either she detransitioned as soon as the crime occurred, or that was never true to begin with. The narrative that they had that she was a furry, um, that never came. There was nothing ever done about that. That never came up again.
But we
There
don't
was
have
the
any video of Lance Twiggs's car being on scene. We don't have any CCTV camerage of somebody looking like Lance Twiggs walking up to the roof. Why would we assume that it was Lance Twiggs when we literally have CCTV camera footage of somebody who looks like Tyler Robinson walking up to the roof?
Wait, was it up to the roof or just in a stairwell?
Well, it's a stairwell leading to the roof, and then they have the camera that's on the opposite side of the campus pointed at the roof where that stairwell leads to.
So you're saying that by the way, somebody can drive someone else's car. That's not entirely out of the question.
Sure, but if you have CCTV camera footage, it's Tyler Robinson's car. It looks like Tyler Robinson walking up. It's Tyler Robinson's grandpa's gun found at the scene of the crime. And then you're saying, okay, well, maybe it's Lance Twiggs, but we have video of Tyler Robinson. We don't have video of Lance Twiggs. Why would we assume that it was Lance Twiggs at all?
Well, I'm not assuming that it's Lance Twiggs. I'm assuming that all of the evidence in totality doesn't equal, because let's take, for example, the degradation of the DNA. It was pointed out during the evidentiary hearing that they used the wrong process to actually identify the DNA. They used the wrong sequencing process, so that they were attempting to get the that thrown out. I don't really know if that actually came to anything, but they were using the wrong sequencing, which basically would only prove that the DNA was part of a familial line and not necessarily Tyler Robinson's DNA altogether, right? Does that
Yeah,
make
but if it's
sense?
part of the familial line, I think they already admitted that the other partial fingerprints that they found was the dad's and the grandpa's. And it's the
Right.
grandpa who gave it to the dad, and it's the dad who gave it to Tyler Robinson. And I don't think the grandpa, who I don't even know if he's alive, or the dad are suspects in the homicide. So why wouldn't we just use our rationality to presume that it's Tyler Robinson?
Why would we also not use our rationality to figure out that he would know that there would be fingerprints and DNA on the gun and then would leave it in the forest at the scene?
Because putting myself in Tyler Robinson's shoes, he doesn't want to be running back to his car with a rifle in his hand and or a rifle shoved down his pants. He wants to ditch the rifle and get away from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible so he's not detained and arrested. Matter of fact, his like Discord messages, text messages, and his like handheld note all operated under the presumption that he was going to be incarcerated or killed. Then he also confessed it to his roommate slash ex-girlfriend, and he allegedly confessed it to his parents. So at that point, what threshold of evidence, this is what's kind of driving me
Mhm.
crazy about this, Alishness, is what threshold of evidence do you need to believe that Tyler Robinson did it, assuming that everything that I just said was true?
So that's it right there, assuming everything you said was true, because it may very well not be true. They said that they had Discord messages that were claiming to be Tyler Robinson. That I don't think that that was ever ostensibly proven to be his messages, because f- I saw some of the messages back when they first were released. The account that was used, being that Tyler Robinson was a prolific gamer along with Lance Twigs and some other people, his other friends that he played, I think it was Overwatch with. You would think that he would have a Discord account that would have like something to do with his handle, which I can't quite remember at this moment, but it would have something to do with his handle and not like the weird conglomeration of words that's usually issued to you when you sign up for a default Xbox account and join VC. So the messages themselves seem very suspicious. Apparently, Discord did say that they came from a Discord account. They can't
But you
say which Discord account.
so what I want to do though, just because I feel like we could dig into this for an extremely long time, do you care if I boot you, bring Omega in for 10 minutes, and then bring you back if nobody else is in queue so we can continue?
Sure, no problem.
Okay, cool. Then I just want to be fair to Omega because I'm pretty sure we could talk about this for another 45 minutes easily.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go for it. No
All right,
problem.
cool. Then I'll drag you out real quick and then I'll drag Omega in and I'll see you in about 12 minutes if you're still available.
Okay, cool.
All right. Sorry, I'm a boomer, so I'm trying to move.
I can just disconnect.
Yeah, can you? And I'll drag Omega in. There we go. Omega! Omega, you're on the air.
Hey, long time listener, first time caller. How you doing?
Sorry, you're very low. Could you say that again?
Long time listener, first time caller. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, Omega. How are you?
I'm well. So I have a question for you. Um, I have a few weeks ago I decided to disable JavaScript on X.com on my phone, and I've been working a lot recently. I used to be unemployed, so the internet things are kind of happening. I see you had a bit of a falling out with Destiny, and instead of watching the video, I want to ask you, in your own words, what happened, and how do you judge Destiny's characters and his behaviors politically now based off of what appears to be some type of rift in the relationship?
So weirdly enough, I think the political analysis is relatively the same. I still think he's like a center left shitlib who fights leftists, which weirdly enough are the people who I want to, I don't mind collaborating with. However, the personal rift is emanating, in my opinion, from his sexual degeneracy just being too much. I was talking about this with somebody actually literally today, before the show, and Dan Saltman stated in February of 2025, I'm going to trust that Destiny is like a cat who has touched a stove and burned itself, and he's not going to touch the stove again. In my opinion, I found out that he touched the stove again in November, and then I found out that he touched the stove again in May, and that's why I got pissed off and yelled at him.
But touch the stove, do you mean like somehow finding incredibly unstable women on the internet, or like pedophilia?
Sorry, you're on the phone, so it's just a little bit muffled, and I'm a little bit deaf. Can you say that again, please?
By touch the phone, or by touch, not the phone, by touch the stove, do you mean he's interacting with unstable internet women, or he's doing things that are pedophile-ish?
In my opinion, yes and yes. So from the unstable women standpoint, I think that we all kind of knew that Steven was going to continue to be promiscuous. That's not necessarily my criticism, even if it doesn't match my personal morals. I think that the level of degeneracy alleged by this unstable woman is so crazy that, like, I can't believe that you would do something like this while being sued for sexual misconduct.
All right, and there comes the rift. That's the breaking of ties.
In my opinion, yeah. Like, they truly, people have criticized his personal behavior, talked about his extremity with his tweets and the way that he posts and the way that he talks about Corey Comparatori and the girls from Texas and all that kind of shit. And I was kind of ready for all of that because I knew that Steven was kind of like an asshole, like that. I was ready for all of that. What I wasn't ready for is, in my opinion, the reckless disregard for his own well-being, but also for the well-being of the people around him. In my opinion, he lost the show with Pisco in New York. He lost bridges with Kyla. He lost a substantial amount of his friends. He lost a substantial amount of his orbiters. And so, in my opinion, at that point, it's like, why wouldn't you learn your lesson? And it just doesn't seem like he's learned his lesson at all.
Fascinating. On a completely unrelated note, I see that I have friends, and they're more normal people. They can touch grass, and they're really concerned about the Trump administration, the things that are happening right now, reasonably, very reasonably. But a thing that I see a lot of people not talking about, and this is maybe related to touching grass on Twitter, is the rise of socialist adjacent thinking really going towards some real hard left stuff in the United States. And I've listened to you before, and I think you agree with that, but I feel like I sound, when I try to talk to people about this, that I just left the mental hospital and I'm still free associating. How,
Sorry, keep going.
No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You're like, there's this conspiracy, they're all after me, and all they're taking over the institutions to the inside. I'm like Joseph McCarthy. I'm really trying to find, these pinkos in fucking Hollywood, all right? And they're fucking shit up, and we need Ronald Reagan again. Like, that's the level that I think I sound like. How do I communicate this to... Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll try to do so briefly, and I do find this wildly interesting. So, I've been hanging out and debating with lefties for a long time, so you're just going to have to trust me when I say the following. Socialism, there's pre-Marxian socialism, and I'm going to hit you with a ton of information really quickly. Pre-Marxian socialism is trying to emancipate humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. So regardless of whether or not it's Marxist or not, that's what socialism has been trying to do. That's why they say that, like, oh, we're so honorable, we're so cool. Now, Marxist, when you talk about socialism, the definition for that is going to be decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. So food, water, and shelter is free. And then people, whenever you work at an economic institution, you own a part of the stake of said economic institution. And most people go, oh, okay, that actually sounds nice, really. What they don't realize, and then communism is the end state of humanity that socialists predict, where we will end up in a moneyless, stateless, classless society. Now, when normies hear food, water, and shelter free, and also you own an economic stake in the institution that you work inside, they don't think of Pol Pot massacring 20% of Cambodia, or Mao killing 45 million people in the Great Leap Forward, or Joseph Stalin doing politicides that kill like 2 million Ukrainians through starvation. They don't think about that shit. And I don't think they think about a state that would be big enough to enforce said dynamic would necessarily be capable of controlling every aspect of your life. And I think that while it's like very academic, that's what I try to point out to people is like, socialists and communists probably believe they're good people, but if you just look at the 20th century and you look at the size of the state that would be required in order to implement their worldview, you're talking about some of the worst regimes in world history. Sorry for the 4-minute rant, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. The thing is, though, right? At least in my perspective, and I may be wrong here, but it seems like between the Democratic Party and the DSA on the rise, the Hassan Pikers, and also, at least in my experience in university, a lot of hard left ideas and activism being performed through the guise of academic departments. That this is a real, like, long-term, I don't say cancer, it sounds a little rough, but like, this is on net going to really harm society unless we get our shit straight. And like the Yuri Rezhnikov type way of like, this is like an internal rot of Western society as perpetuated by communists and like a long-term scheme to destroy the United States. Like, I don't know if maybe that's a step too far.
No, in my opinion, it's not. I often think that like DEI, CRT, all that kind of stuff, if you look at what Gramsci argued, then you look at what Marcuse argued, then you look at what their intellectual grandchildren argued, it's almost inevitable that a substantial amount of the social sciences have taken a left-wing worldview and applied it to like anthropology, and they're trying to make socialism or at least more left-wing economics and left-wing thought more palatable to the average person. What I would say, though, is, number one, we need to fight them in the marketplace of ideas. Number two, food shops, you can jump into the call like anybody else. So what I would say is, number one, sorry, she distracted me. Number one, we need to fight it out in the marketplace of ideas, and our ideas need to be better. Number two, we also need to be prepared for a model more similar to the United Kingdom or Australia, where the Labour Party has socialists inside it, but they are a part of an electoral coalition. And so they advocate for lefty social policy, but they're not able to have like a Marxist revolution within the country. And if 30% of Democrats are already identifying as democratic socialists, I think that's the future of the country, is that we're going to be more like the UK and Australia in that regard.
Okay. But, I mean, maybe this is already the case, at least more in the UK, but like, this is like a very caustic thing in society. How do you at least describe to other people that are normies that like this line of reasoning or that this level of social science infiltration is a thing that one should be aware of? And for me, the average Joe, how do I combat this? Or how do I choose politics in a way that is not stamping out of intellectual freedom, but identifying this as a critical issue?
I hate to say this, but when you're talking about like you sound like a smart guy. When you're talking about your intellectual peers, I would say you could go into everything that I just talked about. If you're talking about normies, I hate to say this, but gathering up, because Hassan Piker really is the most popular leftist political commentator, I would say that just gather up his worst clips, simping for Hezbollah, simping for Hamas, saying that IDF and Hamas are equally morally equivalent, saying that he supports the Red Sea crisis 10 toes down, that America deserted 9/11, maybe a little bit of shocking his dog or something like that. Maybe the landlords, the streets needs to run red with the blood in the river. Now, of course, what's going to happen is like half of them are going to say, oh, this is clear hyperbole and humor, but I still think that you need to point out to them when you're showing them the series of bad clips that like the underlying sentiment is still there, even if he's hiding it in hyperbole.
Gotcha. But then that's like he's only one man, right? At least like in society, right? Like what is it? The two side like the two-faced nature of like Zoran Mamdani, right? Like good social policy. But then he starts to say some things about mutual aid, and then you start to look at the people he supports with this Chevalier lady and whatnot, and it's like there's like a structural issue. I don't know how, but I don't know how the common person or it can be communicated to the common person that this is a structural weakness to have for these people to have political power in the United States of America. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm with you there, but then that's kind of where I LARP about being like a Starship Trooper Republican, I guess. Oh,
I can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Professional streamer, by the way. So that's where I LARP about being a Starship Trooper Republican or whatever, where it's like, you know, service guarantees citizenship or whatever. But the what I would say is that you basically are going to need to fight it within the marketplace of ideas. So let's say that Zoran Mamdani proposes a specific policy. You're going to have to fight on why that specific policy is bad. If you're going to say that this is like a nefarious potential takeover of the United States, you're going to have to be familiar with the history of like, you know, Gramsci, Marcuse, DEI, CRT. If you're going to be, and you're also, not only can you point out that effectively leftists in academia are completing what Gramsci prescribed a century ago, you're not only going to have to establish that narratively and historically, you're also going to have to fight on the ground that these ideas are bad. Because you can't just do the genetic fallacy, like, oh, Hitler drank water, therefore don't drink water. You're also going to have to establish why some of the things that Hitler said were bad. But yeah, but I would actually be happy to talk about this a lot more, but I do want to be fair to the other people in the queue. Do you have, we could talk at a later time as well. Do you have anything else that you want to tell me, tell the chat, or another question that you want quickly addressed?
Yeah. So, for those currently serving in uniform under the Trump administration, what would you say to those who believe in liberal democracy and upholding the Constitution to go both between adhering to the duly elected commander-in-chief of the United States and to maintain against moral injury and uphold the principles of the Constitution for someone who believes in national service?
Yeah, so number one, follow the lawful orders that you are given that you know are lawful. Number two, if you are given an unlawful order or pressured into carrying out an unlawful order, then feel free to contact your JAG office. There's I forget what the JAG stands for, Justice Advocate General, I think, but there are still longtime people who have been in the military, people who have been in the State Department, in the Department of War, all that kind of stuff, and they will take interest. You will and you will be a martyr, by the way. I need to make this clear. If you step out of the chain of command, you go to the JAG and you say, hey, I think I'm getting unlawful orders and being forced to commit crimes that are extra constitutional. What do you think? Expect to be punished by your chain of command. But at the end of the day, there's this scene from Kingdom of Heaven that I really, 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 really like, where it basically the king of Jerusalem is telling a knight, like, I can tell you what to do. You can claim that God is telling you what to do, but ultimately at the end of the day, your soul is in your own keeping. And that's what I would remind people in service is basically don't violate the Constitution. And if you think you are, then contact the JAG, and you are going to catch shit, but do the right thing and keep your own soul.
Excellent. How can we talk further in the future? I don't know if there's a means.
DM me. Literally right
Excellent.
click on my profile, DM me, and if you want to do a one-on-one for an extended period of time, I'd be happy to.
Wonderful. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you. See you, bud. Then Politics JK was next. Food Shop won some time. Just to give you a heads up, Food Shops, I'm not going to be nice. If we're talking about an actual topic, I'll talk about an actual topic. But if you start memeing, I'm going to start bringing up the accusations and allegations against you. I probably will still bring them up just to give you a heads up. So, I mean, if you're down for that, feel free to hang out. I'm going to bring in Politics JK next. We're going to talk for 10 to 15 minutes. Then I'll bring in Food Shops and then Alishness after that if there's no other callers. All right, Politics JK, how are you now? Politics JK, you're on the air, bud.
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute.
No problem.
So my thing is, you say that 30% of people are identifying as democratic socialists, but do you think they're more sees the means of production or the Nordic model, which you've already
They're
kind of said
they're
would be
90% Scandinavian. They do not know what the word socialist means. They're probably, unfortunately, this is probably the right wing causing it too, where the right wing said that if you have the government do anything, that's socialism. Unfortunately, what that has caused is people saying like, oh, well, I like cops, firefighters, and teachers. Therefore, I like socialism. Therefore, I'm a democratic socialist. Like, I swear to God, that's like 90% of them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Now, so my thing is, that's why I'm not as scared of those 30% identifying as it. I still think it needs to be, again, fought in the marketplace of ideas. But I mean, honestly, you say you'd vote for JD Vance over AOC, which I understand from your perspective, but I have
Well,
JD Vance.
let's
Is out
amend
here
that
talking
statement
about
real
some.
quick.
Okay,
Let, let,
all right.
let's amend that statement real quick. That was in a conversation with Pisco. I don't feel like a lot of people were paying attention to what I was saying. I did say if JD Vance had a road to Damascus style moment where he became a 2016 never Trump Republican. That hasn't happened. So I'm not going to, and if anything, JD Vance has gotten substantively worse. So my calculation to explain it a little bit more is center-left Democrat versus a magoid, I'm voting center-left Democrat. Far-left Democrat versus center-right Republican, I'm voting center-right Republican. And then if it's running a far-left and far-right candidate, then I guess I either have to do a harm reduction calculus or I'm not voting. That's where I'm at.
Well, here's my thing because I'm in Michigan, so from what Saeed says, I like him. I think he's a little left of me, but I don't think he's a socialist. He's the means of production guy. I don't like the campaigning with Hassan. Obviously, that gives me a bad taste in my mouth. But to me, I look at him compared to JD Vance, who's out there saying stuff like, I don't know if we need to be the world's reserve currency anymore. And that's just way out of left field bonkers to me. And I would much rather have a single payer healthcare system than not be the Federal Reserve currency.
Sorry, and who said that we don't need to be the International Federal Reserve Currency or International Reserve Currency?
JD Vance, he was talking
Yeah,
about
I want to
gives
hang
us
him
benefits.
for saying that. I want to hang him by his toes in public square. That is an insane take. $70 trillion of the world economy is reliant upon the American military industrial complex, world police hegemon machine. It generates insane amounts of wealth. And I'm not just, when I say wealth, I know people think like, oh, Connor just cares about the money or whatever. No, wealth means like food in people's bellies. It means economic production. It means more access to better goods and services. So the fact that JD Vance said that is wildly stupid and probably some dissident right-wing fucking philosophy bullshit.
Yeah, but think about what you just said. You sound more like, now I'm not saying you're on the left, but you clearly that sounds more like a liberal, center left liberal than it does anything resembling what is the Republican Party today.
I think so. We can, I hope we can agree on this. The Republican means like a representative, somebody who believes in representative democracy and rule of law, right? If we divorce it from the American context real quick.
Agreed. I'm with. I mean, you're
But
gonna
I
get
also
a lot
want
of
to point
agreement from
out
me.
that there were great Republicans. Like, I think that we would say Lincoln was a great Republican. I think Teddy Roosevelt was a great Republican. I think Nixon, as much as he might have been a piece of shit in various regards, he did do good things like start the EPA. You know, and even Reagan, as much as he might have taken a hatchet to the welfare state, he was still a Cold Warrior and rabid anti-communist. So, and even Bush, I would probably defend to some degree, especially compared to Trump. So for me, like, Republican has almost become a slur associated with this like fringe psycho right-wing movement that is 1/6 of the country right now. But I don't want that word to be synonymous with Trump.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, in 2016, I thought Marco Rubio was the truth. I voted for Romney in my first election I ever voted. So,
Right.
as I grew, I saw that there's some things that the Republicans, I don't really agree with what they did, and I probably center left now. But my thing is, what I see there isn't Republican, but it's the Republican Party. unfortunately, and it's ran so deep, and then the lower the rank, I only see it getting worse, because in these group chats with these kids, those are the ones that are the Nick Fuentes, the Groypers, and all those, and those are the guys that are going to be coming up next. You already see James Fishback getting way too much love from the young kids in Florida.
I
And I
agree.
just
Although I will say I'm down in Florida. James Fishback is pulling at 5%, and Byron Daniels is going to stomp.
yeah,
So
no, I agree. I grew
yeah,
up
so
right where you are.
it's not totally far gone, and I agree with you that like the danger is that, in my opinion, Tucker Carlson is a more mature version of Nick Fuentes, and he has Christian nationalist shit, but he doesn't interpersonally hate Jews, but he does have some like weird, cringe, isolationist paleocon perspectives. I think Tucker Carlson is going to be. To be honest, I think Trump is going to be a power broker. I think Tucker Carlson is going to be a power broker. I think Nick Fuentes is going to be a power broker amongst the young. But between all of them, I'm really hoping that like Marco Rubio, if you saw his Munich speech, I'm clinging to this thing like a life raft. I feel like he synthesized old school Republican values with whatever the Trump movement is. And I'm hoping that there's some smart neocons that can use crafty rhetoric to reform the Republican Party into something that isn't total dog shit.
Would you agree that they have to take an L in 2028 for that to happen?
90% yes. But
Okay.
What I will say is that just principally, the same way that a left-wing person, if they were in my shoes, they might not be able to vote for a Democratic fascist in order to, you know, I don't know, do some utilitarian calculus to improve the country. I don't think I'm going to be able to check my name next to a Democratic socialist. I don't think it's possible for me constitutionally.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to go out and vote for Zoran for president with that.
Right. I would not vote for Zoran, but if JD Vance was on the other side of the ticket, I probably wouldn't click JD Vance either.
But I think AOC has done enough to show she's not out to completely change the whole world like a Zoran is probably doing. She wants to move it further left, maybe further left than you would like, but I think where JD Vance and Trump will take this is a much worse place, and I think even you would have to concede that.
Probably. What's interesting, I always joke about this with the chat. I'm half joking, I'm half not. If she dyed her hair blonde and started talking about demographic replacement and put in blue eye contacts, I think she would sweep. So, just if AOC does run for the president, then just, get her in contact with me. I'll tell her how to make the Aryan AOC meme real. And then I think she's going to sweep the entire country.
Yeah, and then I just got one last thing because I think we're more in agreement than I thought. It was not as much of a fight as I thought it was going to be, but I personally think you would do better both in numbers, and there needs to be somebody out there saying it from your perspective, that the center right perspective, that's not the bulwark, because they've given up on something like the Second Amendment, some things, to actually address the Trump administration, what they're doing. Because I look for right-wing creators that are criticizing them, because I want to see the arguments from the right wing too. Because like I said, I grew up in the middle. I still think Mitt Romney would be a great president. I just wish we would see you attack him.
You should hold me accountable for this. I'm going to try to move this camera down about 6 inches. I have to move some stuff right here. And then I'm going to try to spend the second half of my streams covering 3 news stories of the day in 10 to 15 minute researched segments, similar to Pondering Politics. And I'm going to try to spend my afternoons putting out that style of content. So
yeah, because I think at this point, like, you're vindicated. You were right about Trump. You were, doing everything you did, trying to help was it PV you worked with?
Yeah, I'm trying to do whatever I could in my minimal way for Kamala. Yeah.
Yeah, go take your victory lap a little bit. Talk a little shit to him.
It's a brutal and painful victory lap.
We're going through it. We took the L and we're still going through it. So yeah, I get it, but I think there needs to be more of that out there too, and I think that will actually keep the Overton window in the middle as opposed to farther left or farther right.
Cool. Well, I appreciate the call. I do have a few more folks that I want to get to. Might be some memes in there, but if you want to hit me up for a one-on-one, or if you want to do this in a couple of weeks, let me know and we'll run it back.
Yeah. Actually, I've been trying to start a channel. I want to have conversations kind of like Joe Rogan, but amongst men about men that aren't Andrew Tate and Joe Rogan talking about men. So I'd like to have that conversation with you too.
All right. Dude, sounds great. Hit me up.
Yeah. Have a good one.
All right. Bye, buddy. All right. The next one, brace for impact. I'm just telling you guys, If Foodshop starts memeing, I'm gonna meme right back, and she's only gonna be on for 10 minutes, and I will kick her. So Foodshops, if you're hearing that, just know you got memes. I'll have memes too. Foodshops.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me adjust the stream. Okay. How are you doing, buddy? How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I don't think we've actually ever properly talked before.
Maybe
Ever,
not.
actually, like in the last 3 years.
I
Um,
think there might have been some meme conversations back in the day, but truth be told, I don't remember them.
I see. Okay, well, I mean, you have been busy recently, it seems, making these streams and talking about Steven and me, I guess. What exactly is your contention with me? What's your big PDF contention? What is it?
So,
What's going on?
I think that back when you first started as a content creator, you said that you were an active and avid lolicon consumer. Since
Mhm.
then, I think I've asked you a couple of times whether or not you considered continue to consume lolly. I think you've said,
Mm.
yes, it's a part of my personality. I do it, fuck you. And if you don't like it on my channel, fuck off. And then also, I would say that the interaction between the person that allegedly lied about their age to you also skeeves me the fuck out.
Okay, sure. So these are all very valid concerns. I'm not going to blame anybody for finding a lot of this stuff like weird, bizarre, and you need to look more into it, right? But then I guess why defend Doobie?
To my knowledge, I don't think Doobie has ever said that they masturbate to child sex abuse material. They said that they reported it to law
Mhm.
enforcement. Also, I
Okay,
don't
well,
spend a substantial amount of time defending Doobie's honor. Doobie's a big boy. He can defend himself.
Well, no, right? Because remember, there was an entire night where you held where people were essentially calling in to criticize Doobie, right?
Yeah, that was I think it was
But
my chief mod, Fell Runner, who still doesn't like Doobie.
yeah, I mean for good reason, right? I mean Doobie is downloading CSAM, right?
Ostensibly to report it to law enforcement, but sure.
I wait. You said yourself, I remember at some point that you aren't supposed to do that. Okay, so let's just say that you're
You're
doing it.
not
You came
supposed to do
across
that. So
CSAM.
to be clear,
Yeah. Okay. Tell me the process. Yeah.
well, I haven't worked with the FBI. So I've worked 2 child sex abuse cases, but well, actually probably 3. 2 of them were physical. There was no digital
Mhm.
materials. And then one of them I served the warrant on. I didn't go through the warrants process. So if you actually want to know how to handle like sensitive, potentially illegal material, you probably need to call a lawyer or call law enforcement. However, on the day that Doobie was being accused of handling child sex abuse materials incorrectly, we went to the FBI website, and what the FBI website said is, don't download it, send the hyperlink to our reporting division here, and then basically we'll handle the material from there. Don't screenshot or download the material yourself.
Okay. So how are you going to pardon Doobie for that? And oh yeah, he can fight his own battles, and you kind of defend him, right? You can at least admit that, right? Like you defend Doobie.
I can admit that I will say his defense out loud,
Mm-hmm.
and I will say that I have not disassociated and I continue to take money from him. So the same. So
Okay.
if you want to accuse me of being associated with Doobie to the same way that I accuse Steven of being associated with you,
Okay, so
I think that's
so
a
the problem,
fair
so the
equivalence.
problem, no, it's not equivalent, and let me explain why. So I understand, but to me, at the very least, a paper drawing, no matter how grotesque the drawing is not comparable to actually downloading CP. And I think that
Are
his
you
explanation
accusing
when it comes
Doobie
to the
of
FBI stuff,
masturbating to CP?
more than that, I think that I don't know what he's doing with it, but at some point he said in the call with North, I believe, the private one that is recorded in the voice chat, I think he said that he spreads that stuff among his mod team. So it is more than just simply like, even if you were to say that Doobie is not masturbating to it, how do you know that he isn't just like distributing it, selling it, or doing anything with it, right? There's a reason why the FBI or the police, I'm assuming, right, would not want you to download shit because it puts people at risk. Like it's a risk of propagating it further, right?
Sure.
Like if the link is still there, then the link is still there. But it just
Then
seems to
what I would
me
say
if
is
you download, yeah.
whatever evidence you in North
Mhm.
have that Doobie consumes child pornography, then go ahead and submit it to law enforcement. And if it's found out at any point that he has actually consumed child pornography, then obviously I would disassociate. Now,
Mhm.
I'm going to go back to my problem with you, though. And my problem with you, though, is that not only did you admit to basically engaging with cartoon drawings of children and then masturbating to said drawings of children. By the way, something I think that you still say that you do routinely, which I find vile. But then there's also other things, like, for instance, out of morbid curiosity, you went and looked at child sex abuse material. Then,
When?
not just
Wait,
that,
when? Wait,
there
when?
was
Hold on,
some
when?
girl
What?
whose homemade porn leaked and she was under the age of 18, and out of morbid curiosity in the Discord, you posted that you went and looked at that. I got screenshots
No.
of that if you want it.
No.
Then,
No.
well,
Do you
I'll
have
post it to
screenshots? Can you
Twitter
show
if you
me? Can you
want.
show me proof of that? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, then how about this one? That there was somebody who claimed to be above the age of 18.
No, not how about
And
this one?
then
No, not
they
how
were
about this
actually
one.
17 or
Show me the
16.
proof. Show me a proof for that claim. That claim is an extreme claim, and I want evidence of that. Understand?
Okay. Then give
Yeah.
me 1 second. I might literally have it.
And in it, okay, while you're trying to look for it, I just want to say I just don't think you're in a position to criticize because I think downloading
Why am I okay?
CCM
Number one, I've
Okay,
never
so-
hold on. How am I
so
not in a
Doobie-
position to
okay,
criticize
okay.
if I haven't done what Doobie
You're
has
not
done
in
and
a-
if I've never done what
You just
you've
let me
done?
explain. Hold on. I let you finish. Can I just explain at the very least?
Sure, go
Okay.
ahead.
So it seems kind of hypocritical that you would go after someone who may or may not have done things and you have paper or whatever the fuck, right? And I actually worry about children. That's the big difference between me and Doobie, okay? Doobie will actually set up his Discord in such a manner where he is labeling minors, okay? And he is trying to induce these situations on purpose for the minors to be preyed on by adults. So then he is able to ask for their account information. This is all things he admitted himself, by the way. Account information, distribute it among his mod team, and download everything from their account. Now, to be fair, he does say beforehand to the minor, okay, I want you to delete all the CSAM. Now, here's the deal. He says that there are times in which he has logged into an account and they have missed a few pictures and that CSAM is there, in which then he screenshots it and then he saves it to his computer and then he distributes that account information as well to his moderator. I don't know what comes first, what comes afterwards, but he says that. And then he says that he reported it to law enforcement, to the FBI, but I have not seen evidence of that either. So there's nothing to confirm outside of the things that he's been saying. This in every way to me is far more suspicious than me looking at hentai. Like, this is ridiculous, right? You agree
Okay,
with
well,
that, right?
you asked me for some evidence, so I sent it to your DM. September 1st, 2024 at 4:58 a.m. Your profile said, dude, yuck. Apparently some underage victim at the time of a large YouTuber posted a video exposing the YouTuber, but she put actual photos and pics of herself getting sexted or sexed by him, but poorly censored. Think she may have posted CP of herself. When I heard about it, I was so morbidly curious that, yep, I looked it up at the video myself. Now I feel guilty. So, so if Doobie is guilty of obtaining CSAM for the purposes of reporting it to law enforcement, is that not you saying that you went out and sought CSAM yourself?
No, it is by far not the same case. I'll explain why. So in this case, right? I don't exactly know, like, I don't remember what this specific situation was. But the thing is that when it comes to Doobie, he is purposefully setting up these situations in order to have these situations occur on purpose, where he puts minors at risk. And not only that, he will go out of his way in order to try to acquire account information and then distribute that information to his mods. Before or after, I do not know, but that is a way higher of complicity, even if you were to take the worst possible interpretation of my situation. So it's not even remotely the same. The fact that you're trying to equivocate this, are you shaking your leg? I can see your chair shaking. Anyway, the fact that you're trying to equivocate these two is bad faith to me, in my opinion. But yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, I mean, it's 10:05. Doobie's here. He wants to talk to you. So you
Oh.
guys got until 10:30, and then I'll probably kick both of you. So go ahead.
Sure. So, where do we start? I'm curious. So to be clear,
We
you're
can
saying that
start with
one
evidence
second.
of the
You're
FBI
saying that you're
report.
looking this up. You're saying you're looking up CSAM. What you knew was CSAM out of morbid curiosity as an admitted pedophile. You don't think that's suspicious at all? That's something nobody should care about. It's not a big deal.
Isn't that kind of better than you not admitting that you're a fucking predator, but you're doing way more predatory
Wait,
behavior
hold on.
with
So
thousands of
you agree with
minors?
me then that
Wait,
you're a
hold on.
pedophile and you looked up
Just to be
CSAM,
very
but you
clear,
CSAM
just
to
to
like
be
watch
very
it.
clear, okay?
You just
I
say
am
yes or no.
saying that you're doing
It's
something
very
far
straightforward.
worse. You're doing something
I
far
understand what you're
worse.
saying. I understand what you're saying, but I just want to be clear about this
No,
point
I'm
before
gonna
we move
say
on to
no.
that.
I'm gonna say
Then I'll
no.
talk about.
I'm gonna say
Wait,
no.
hold on. You
I'm gonna
just
say
agreed
no.
with it. You just agreed
Well,
that you're a
no.
pedophile. You admit to
Who
being a
agreed?
pedophile,
No, I
and
never
Guys,
you
agreed to
looked
that.
up
When did I
what
agree
you
to
knew
that?
was
When did I
CSAM
agree
out of
to that?
morbid
When did I
curiosity
hold
agree
because
on,
of
to
that.
that? When did I agree to that?
just
When did I
so
agree to
if
that?
we're gonna do
Yeah?
this, I don't want the next 25 minutes to be unlistenable. So if we have beef, and we all have beef, I would like it if we took turns with the talking stick. So can Doobie outline his worldview for about a minute, and then you can respond, and vice versa, et cetera, et
More than
cetera?
happy to. More than
Okay.
happy
All
to.
right.
Go
Doobie
ahead, dude.
can let and Doobie, by the way, I'm gonna try to be fair. So if Foodshops is talking over you, I might interrupt and say, hey, Foodshops, can you chill out? But same thing, I try to be fair. If you're interrupting Foodshops, I'm gonna do the same thing. Is that okay?
But actually, I need like a minute.
Yeah,
Really
please,
quickly.
please.
So
Like,
actually, I'll still be listening though.
talk.
So,
He
so,
needs
so
to
we can actually, we
Foodshops,
can
if
actually
you're
go
okay,
first.
I would
Take
like to view this
Adderall.
kind of like an intro. So Doobie's going to do an intro. Then if you want to do a response or intro, then go ahead.
Bro, it's just
So
a call-in, bro.
Doobie
It's
first.
fine.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry, my wife needed something. So yeah, I guess what I'd like to clarify before we get into, and I'll answer any questions you want about all the other stuff. I have nothing to hide. I'm not ashamed of any of it. I would do it 1,000 times again. But what I'm curious about, like genuinely, is you knew that was CSAM that you were looking up. You went and sought it out, watched it apparently, said ew, so apparently it was gross to you despite you being a pedophile. Okay, right, but you don't think that that is like problematic whatsoever? That you as a pedophile sought out what you knew was CSAM to watch it?
Yeah, but I don't think it's comparable to what you're doing at all.
But you admit you
Period.
did that, right? So you're a pedophile. You sought out what you knew was CSAM to watch it.
No, I'm not a pedophile.
Okay. Okay, but you did seek out
So
CSAM
one
to
of your
watch it,
claims
yes?
is already wrong. One of your claims is already wrong. So
I
it's
don't believe you're
like,
not a
you
pedophile.
might
I
as
don't
well
think you
do.
believe that you're not a pedophile. Everyone knows you're a pedophile. It's fine. But what I'm curious about is you agree that you sought out CSAM to watch it.
Then what can I say to convince you at this point
It's
that
a
I'm not a
question, yes or
pedophile?
no? Did you seek out CSAM to watch it?
No.
Then why'd you seek it out?
To my recollection memory, I've never sought out CSAM. I don't know what I was thinking when I said that, but no,
You just
I'm
made it
not
up
gonna
for no
stand on
reason. You
that.
just posted that this weird story about you looking up like child porn for no reason.
I don't know why you're bringing that up when you're literally victimizing
Because I'm
minors
fucking
in your
curious.
fucking
It's a weird
Discord.
thing to do. Like it's a weird thing to say. It's a weird thing to
You
do.
accuse me.
Now you
In
expect
addition
us
to
to believe
victimizing,
that you
okay,
just
in
made
addition
it
to
up for some reason.
victimizing,
You just made
in
up
it,
that you were looking up
Let's
CSAM.
also, by the way, can I just say something like this? Okay, do you think morbid curiosity is the same as like fucking predatory behavior, like you are?
I don't buy that it was morbid
Is
curiosity,
it the same?
honestly.
Yes or no?
I
Yes
think
or
you're a
no?
pedophile. Maybe if you weren't like an admitted pedophile who wants to like
Yes
wrap
or
a
no?
12-year-old on yourself.
Well,
Maybe
I'm
I'd
not
agree.
admitted pedophile. I'm not
Maybe I'd
one.
agree. Well, you
I'm
are.
not one. I'm not
Yes, you
one.
are.
Okay, but
Yes,
go
you
ahead.
are.
I'm not one. I'm not one.
Okay.
Good one. Okay,
I mean,
you are. You're
do you know
projecting.
many
Good one.
non-pedophiles who say they want to
Yeah.
wrap themselves like around a 12-year-old?
Why the fuck would any pedophile say that out loud? That's a fucking retarded fucking thing
You
to
said
say,
it out
right?
loud. You're
Also, not only that,
hold on.
you are the
Most
one who admitted that
pedophiles
you
wouldn't say that they watch Lolly.
screenshotted
Hold on.
CSAM.
Most
You
pedophiles wouldn't say that
screenshot
they watch Lolly
CSAM,
too on a public
download
platform.
it,
People know they're
and you
fucking pedophile.
distribute the account details to your moderators, right? Here's the
You're
thing. I answered
entirely
your
misrepresenting the
question.
situation.
I
When you were
answered
gonna
your
do this for the
question.
okay, no,
Are
you
you going
didn't
to answer
though.
my
No, you
question?
didn't
Are you going
though.
to answer my question?
Hold on, but you
Because I'm
didn't
not going
though.
to answer any more of your questions unless you
let's
answer my question.
Doobie, just for the
Okay,
sake of
understand?
flow.
Fine.
Hold on.
Yeah, get your
Because
dog
it is my
checked,
show and I
okay?
can technically kick both of y'all. Okay, so Doobie, I would say if this was like a court case, it's asked and answered, right?
Sure.
So she's not going to respond in a different way to you pressing her about the same topic. So we don't get stuck on the same topic for the next 20 minutes. Can we move to a different point of contention? And Foodshops, you can
Of
lead
course.
the way since you were talking last.
Yeah, sure. So here's the thing, is that even if you were to take like the worst possible interpretation, I don't think either of you, sorry, not to attack the moderator, of course, but I'm just saying not either of you is in a position to point that out or criticize me, considering how Doobie is a person who has a 100,000 member population server, and he has over 2,000 people who are labeled as minor in like a pink text font, whatever the fuck. All right. Essentially, just labeling them as like fresh prey for pedophiles to go out and fucking get their grooming in. So then he is able to try to then solicit account details from the minor in order to capture the fucking CP. Yeah, no, I don't buy that you're reporting any of this to the FBI, because I remember asking Aiden this question, and Aiden still has not provided me any proof or evidence of any of this. So I call bullshit.
Can I?
Understand?
I want to interject something before Doobie answers. Doobie, was Foodshops underage X in your politics server, and was she labeled a minor in your server?
Yes. Yeah. And this is why the minor tag is useful, because so people know who the minors are and not to be inappropriate with them. If
I
you had
wasn't
that
in your
role in your
server.
server, if you had the
I
role in
wasn't
your
in your
server, maybe
server.
it wouldn't have
I wasn't in
happened.
your server.
I
I wasn't in your
understand. But if
server.
you had that role in your
I don't
server,
know
maybe it would have
why.
happened.
I don't know why Connor brings up the whole like
Well, I was gonna
fucking.
bring it up
Oh
anyway.
yeah, this person was labeled a
Because
minor in your
also
Discord
hold on.
server.
Here's
was
a follow up
not in
question,
your
Foodshops.
Discord server. How
I'll
would
break
I
the
know?
moderator
It's so
rule
stupid.
and I'll ask a contentious question.
I know you're gonna break it, but go ahead.
So the person that you believed was of age but was young but ended up being underage, they allege that you role played with them being a child. So what was the age of the child that you role played sex acts with a minor?
You are not entitled to my like whatever fuck like revenge porn sexual details.
Well,
Because
I'm just gonna say
I consider that person to be a revenge porn leaker.
okay.
And you're trying to fish for information that can be used against me and my career, so I'm good. I'm not gonna do that. No.
Okay. Fair enough. Then
That's
y'all continue the conversation.
Okay. So I guess I'll respond to the minor tag thing, and then we can get to the other stuff. So the minor tag, I've laid out extensively the reasoning for the minor tag on the server. It isn't just a decision that I've made, though. Just to be clear, I do support it. I think it's a good policy. We've had it for I think almost a
Wait,
decade
hold on, real
now.
quick, dude. Hold on,
Okay.
Doobie.
Sure, go ahead.
Connor, do you want to know because you want to masturbate to it? Yes or no?
Oh, please don't
No.
do this. It's so silly. I just
Thank
like
you.
to address the
That's
minor
all I
tag
want to
thing.
ask. Okay, go ahead, Doobie. Sorry.
Strange
Turn
thing.
back to your thing, Doobie. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So I've laid it out extensively. I'm sure it's still in the chat somewhere in this server. You can read it if you like. TLDR, we found over the years that it's very difficult, obviously, to police 100,000 people. At the time I think we did this, there was like 15,000 people on the server. And it's gotten more and more difficult to police all the I think we have 120,000 people on the server right now. It's very, very difficult to watch all these interactions all the time, right?
And how much
And
minors? Can you tell me how many
I
people
think
have been
there are
labeled?
like 2,500 or so. So given that this is Discord,
2,500. Okay.
yeah, given that this is Discord, there are going to be minors on the platform. There have always been minors on the server. There will continue to be minors on the server. I really don't. It's not an NSFW server. People aren't allowed to post porn. People do post NSFW should they get punished or banned. And the reason we have the tag is so that the community itself can watch out for these people and make sure that nobody's being inappropriate with them. They're not saying anything sus. They're not getting on camera. They're not posting any selfies of themselves. All these things, right? So the community itself is policing their interactions with other people and their interactions with, on the server, what they're posting, what they're saying, etc. So that's why it exists. So I can understand why. I guess I don't want to be an asshole. Okay. I was going to say I can understand why like a
Be an
pedo
asshole. That's fine.
No, I was going to no. It's silly. Okay, I'm just going to say.
I mean, we're
I
pedojacking
can
each other.
understand.
Like that's already asshole behavior. So go ahead.
Yeah, but I feel like it's a waste of time.
Why
I can understand why people would
pretend to
think,
be
please,
polite? Yeah.
please, I can understand why people would say that given all the other stuff, And given that there have been pedophiles on the server before that we ban when we find, that there's been grooming, that I have interacted with CSAM through the course of running the server and even before the server, like the situation with the 12-year-old. That was before this. That was before I owned the server. That was not even related to the server. So I can totally understand why people would hear all this and having not interact with this world, this part of Discord, or the fucking evil that happens on this platform, and think, oh shit, maybe he's marketing these minors because he wants them as like food or something for the pedos so that he can see their CSAM. I get it if you're like being extremely uncharitable why you would think that. It's just really silly, right? And to be clear, we've had multiple votes about the minor tag over the years. We just had one recently where the admin team gets together, we discuss it, we have a big vote, and they chose to keep it. Right? And to be clear, I agree with that. I think it's a good policy. But this is not just me saying, "Oh, I want to mark all the minors because I'm like an evil mastermind pedophile." It's not that. It really is. We
Okay,
just do think that it's the
I
best
have a
policy
very
for the
simple
Yeah,
community.
question.
can we take turns?
You've been talking for a while. Okay. I have a very simple question. Why not then just ban all minors from your server? You avoid the problem entirely.
I think that's naive. So I don't think that it's possible to ban all the minors. I think there are plenty of people who are on Discord, even on my server where we have the minor tag, who just don't say that they're minors, right?
Okay,
They're
hold on.
minors
I
anyway.
have
interact
an
with
answer
kids.
to that. I have an answer to that. Okay, let's move point by point. Okay, I have an answer to that. So then my question then believes, isn't it not that possible then for pedophiles to be targeting minors if they are no longer labeled? Let's just say that minors were actually pretending to be adults, okay? How the fuck would the pedophiles figure out who exactly the minors are?
All they need to do is not
And
say
all
no.
minors. Because you
All the,
label them fairly and cleanly, okay? And nothing is stopping anybody from DMing them. You don't know what the fuck is going on, right? How do you how is that? That is way worse,
okay.
right? Just to
Uh,
be
I
very clear.
I totally disagree. And the reason I disagree is for the reason I said earlier, right? So the minor tag allows us to have the community itself police their interactions. My beliefs are going to be on the server anyway, given that Discord is a platform basically for minors, full of minors. And I don't think it's fair, secondly, even if there was a way to keep them off entirely, like I could have like a fucking minor wall around the server that just keeps them out entirely, I would want to do it because I don't think it's fair to keep them from a platform where they can learn about politics, learn about history, have interesting discussions with people from all over the planet because they're creeps on the internet. I don't think that's fair. I think when I was a kid, like in my early teens, right, I was really interested in Republican politics because my father was a fucking Republican who listened to Rush Limbaugh 24/7. I wanted to talk about this shit. I thought I was a genius. I was a fucking idiot, but I thought I wanted to talk about the stuff I wanted to learn. So I think there are plenty of kids like that out there. We've met many of them over the years. Nooble, one of the founders on the server, started out as a 15-year-old on the server, and now she's like 23, 24, and like out of college. And she's an extremely intelligent person. She was an extremely intelligent kid, and she learned a lot in the community. I've learned a lot in the community over the years. So I really don't think
Do
there's any good reason to
Doobie,
punish
I
these
have
kids by keeping them from a space where they could learn, interact with people, get different perspectives they wouldn't otherwise be able to have access to.
Doobie, I have a question, and maybe Foodshops will have some evidence to the contrary. So, if you're reporting CSAM to law enforcement, do you collect, retain, inventory, and masturbate to said inventoried CSAM?
No, and typically we wouldn't, right? In
Connor,
situations
that's
where I've
such
done
a
that.
stupid question to ask, and you know it.
Well, this is what you're
Of
saying.
course
Well,
he's
well,
gonna say
here's
no,
my follow-up
right?
question. Food
This was
Shops, I'll,
silly.
I'll copy Andrew Wilson. Do you have any positive evidence that Doobie is a pedophile and/or jerks off to CSAM that he's collected from minors in the politics Discord?
I think that based on Doobie's history and his actions, I think that he is lying and he is 100% trying to collect CSAM for himself.
So,
What
so do you
history do
have
I
any
have that would
evidence of
make me
that?
think I'm a pedophile?
Hmm?
Do
What
you
history
have
do I
any
have that
evidence
make me
of
think I'm
that, or are you
attracted
just
to kids?
inferring it?
The evidence is Doobie himself, right? The
Okay,
way that
so
he
no
is
evidence.
talking
What
Got it.
about
evidence
it,
are you
the
saying I'm
things that
attracted
he
to
already
children?
confessed to, no? Okay, were you listening when I was trying to give my opening statement?
Yeah,
Did you
what
listen
evidence
to
do
a
you have that I'm
single word of
attracted to
that?
children? Yes. Why do you think I'm
The
attracted to
evidence are your
children?
own words. You
What
said
words?
yourself that you download CSAM, you've been doing this for years, and that you claim to upload it onto FEI websites when, again, I have not seen any proof of that. So it's easy to infer that, yeah, you're just a CSAM hoarder, right? Or some shit. Whatever you want to call yourself, CSAM
Hold on,
Batman,
that's
I
so
don't know.
silly. Right, so if I were a
Why is that
CSAM
silly? Why is
hoarder,
that
well, I
silly?
can explain.
Why is that
If I were
silly?
a
This is
CSAM
like
hoarder,
common sense. I'm using common
is
sense.
no, I don't think you have that. So if I were a CSAM hoarder, Why would the fuck would I make that public if this were a thing that I were doing so that I could hoard the CSAM for myself? Why would I say that publicly to thousands of people repeatedly?
Well, you don't. You're lying. You're not saying that you're hoarding CSAM. You're saying you're
Listen,
reporting it.
why
That's the
why would I
point. Is that you're
say
lying.
that I've had to download it before and to report it? That there are situations like where we stumbled upon a Telegram group. It's linked to one of these groups, extorting kids on Discord, sextorting them on Discord, and getting them to cut themselves and shit. Stumbled upon one of these telegrams through these people coming to us for help typically, and in those situations, because the Telegram purges, I don't feel like it's like the evidence is going to be saved. I don't feel confident that when I report it, anything's going to fucking happen. So yeah, I've taken screenshots in those instances, and
But
I
you're still
understand
not supposed to
I
save the
understand you're not
CSAM.
supposed to. I understand you're not supposed to. I understand this. I understand when I've done this, I put myself at risk 100%. When I've
No, but
reported
you
this,
should.
please stop. When I've reported this, right, I've had to talk to analysts who gave me like secure links to upload the shit. They tell me how to do it. There's one time I had to go in and talk to somebody. Typically, it's a phone call, or like it's not. And I understand every one of these situations that I've been involved with, and to be clear, there haven't been a lot where I felt like the need to like download this stuff or take screenshots or anything like this. It's been pretty rare that this has happened over the years. But in situations where that has happened, I understand that I'm putting myself at risk. What I'm asking you is, if it were true that everything I just said is a lie, and I'm just doing it because I want CSAM, why the fuck would I make that public? Why would I say this?
Because you're also retarded enough to brag about it.
Okay.
Like, are you not bragging about it when you're saying that you're
No, I'm
saving
not.
these children from predators and
I'm
that you
telling you
want to
people that I
guide
interact
them
with on
and
the
you
internet.
want
They
to
post a lot of
you
crazy
want to
shit
you
on
want
here.
hold on, you talked for a lot, okay? I
Go
would
for it.
like a very clean moment to speak. Okay, so to me at the very least, it is completely plausible that somebody would be willing to brag about something but also skew parts of what you have done in order to make it seem like you're some kind of big hero, okay? Even though what you're actually doing is that you want your cake and you want to eat it too. You want to download CSAM, but you also want a participation medal for it. That's what it seems like to me. You download CSAM so that you can brag about how you have caught these predators, how you're like telling the FBI about it, even though there's no proof, like once again, okay? And you have done this for several years at this point, in which people have grew up in your server from minors to adults. To me, this is a very clean case of you're putting minors at risk this entire time. And this is just very obvious common sense. And the evidence is from you. This is all stuff that you admit. Okay.
You remember?
And yeah, like I think you're just full of shit.
You remember the context of me bringing this up and saying that this has happened?
I do not remember, but tell me.
Okay, I can tell you. So Destiny has made for a long time made the claim that the reason he held on to Rose's CSAM, and I'm not saying that he knew it was CSAM at the time he got it. I don't think he was very responsible in verifying her age before getting news from her and shit. But whatever, shit happens, right? But after he found out that it was CSAM that he'd been receiving from this person, whether it's the extorter or the girl herself, he held on to it for like a year, right? And he said so in the DMs with Willie Mack. He made excuses for it. He gave a reason for like I think like 2 or 3 reasons that he was doing this. And then when he was asked if he'd like reported to the FBI, turned it in, he said no, he had not done that. So the reason I brought this up, and the reason, okay, and also he said that he hadn't done it because he might get in trouble, he might go to prison, yada yada. Right? He needed for his case. Total bullshit. You don't hold on to CSAM for a fucking court case. Nobody's ever going to tell you to fucking do that. It's fucking ridiculous. So the reason I brought it up was say, actually, no, if you do find this stuff, if you find that you have this shit in your possession, you should turn it over. The police aren't fucking idiots. They're gonna look at the context of the situation, figure out what you're saying, what you're reporting, and they're not gonna fucking arrest you if you're saying, hey, I've been receiving news from this person. I just found out it's fucking minor. Here are the news. Here's what's going on. This kid might be sex trafficked from another country, whatever the fuck. Like all that stuff is ridiculous. Right? So that's why I brought it up.
Can I answer?
Now,
Can I
hold on,
answer
to
to
be clear,
that? Okay.
this wasn't me bragging. This was me pointing out a
Okay.
fucking lie that Destiny was telling for a fucking year.
Okay, good for you. Okay. So here's the thing, okay? I think 1 year of questionable activity in which he, from his perspective, that okay, this is something I have to do to archive this shit in case it was needed later for a civil or criminal or whatever the fuck court case. I think that is a very fundamental difference from one minor that was exploited in a situation in which Solo specifically was the biggest perpetrator of the situation comparatively to you being the main primary perpetrator of the server in which there are a lot more victims than just one person. And you have saved CSAM from many more people than just one person, Rose, right? If Steven has one Rose, and like I'm more than happy to concede like to that specific point, if you're also willing to concede that you have 1,000 times that
No,
or
I don't think
100
it's
times
comparable
that at
whatsoever.
least.
Okay, hold on,
I don't think
guys.
it's comparable
I'm
whatsoever.
gonna
Okay.
pause real quick. I'm gonna pause real quick. Owlishness feels like this is unfair, and it's a 2 versus 1.
Oh,
So she wants in. So I'm gonna allow
I
her
don't
in.
think
I told
Ellis
her
is anything to add.
10:25.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
What do you have to add, miss?
I wasn't listening to what you were talking about, but basically, I don't understand why Foodshops. I feel like Foodshops has adequately defended herself, right?
May I ask a question to Foodshops with you present so we can
Yeah.
establish why Foodshops
Yeah,
and
of
I
course
don't get
she's
along?
present. Are you blind? Yeah, of course she's here. You dragged her in. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he
No,
was.
but no, while you're present.
Okay,
While you're present.
go ahead.
So you used to consume lolicon and identified it as depictions of underage people engaged in sex acts, which you used for sexual gratification. Do you still engage in that behavior?
No, I jerk off to men now. Okay, big brawny men, Connor.
Okay.
Okay. The more
I think you're
yaoi hands
joking.
they have, the more I can picture their yaoi hands pushing into my tiny little pussy. Okay, go
Gross.
ahead. Yeah.
What do you mean gross? Okay, there's no way that you're saying that that's gross, Connor. I mean,
No. But what I'm saying is gross is vivid descriptions of pussy. And to my knowledge, we don't need to get into gender
My
specifics.
tiny little girl pussy. Okay.
Right. Okay. So the point is, Alishness, that Foodshops,
Or
even though
cunny,
she's
as they
not
call it.
doing so
Yeah.
right now, has been unrepentant about her lolicon consumption. And I think that if you masturbate to the idea of having sex acts with children, you're a pedophile. And so this is why I don't like Foodshops. This is why I don't like associating with Foodshops. This is why I haven't wanted to be actively debating Foodshops. This is why I'm kind of skeeved out that she's a part of the orbit.
Well, what changed then? What changed then, Connor? You're
What
here talking
changed?
with me right now. You getting desperate?
No, I was doing a call-in show, and this is the community night, and you
Well,
wanted on.
then I must not be a pedophile then, because you don't want to
No,
talk
I
to
still think
pedophiles.
you're a
That's a part of your
pedophile. I still think you
principle.
jack off to kids.
I don't.
Okay, so you
Connor,
changed your principle. You changed your principle then, right?
No, I'm still not going to be engaging with you routinely.
Okay, if you say that you haven't changed your principle, what are you talking? Because I think that this is the first time we talked. It's not like we talked beforehand, established some kind of like enemy relationship kind of thing. This is the first time something has
Right.
changed.
I
right?
don't make it a habit to talk to people who jack off to kids. You're right.
Oh, okay. Before it wasn't just a habit. You were like, I never, ever, 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 ever want to talk to Foodshops.
Do you want me to, you're pointing out that I'm breaking a principle of not talking to people who jack off to kids right now in order to talk to you. So do you want me to kick you from the call?
No. I love being here. This is my safe.
Then if you want to continue to be here, then I suggest that we be productive. So Alishness,
okay, I'm just pointing out something.
That is my case for why I don't like Foodshops, don't like associating with Foodshops, et cetera, et cetera. So now that you're here, are you cool with people jacking off to cartoon drawings of kids?
I generally am not, because I'm asexual and I don't find anything sexually appealing. So, but I mean, in general, no, I don't. Sorry, Foodshops, I don't generally agree with that. But I mean, again, I'm not gonna, tell somebody or not talk to somebody because they're doing something that is kind of generally victimless, right? I mean, I've had this discussion with Foodshops before, right? Foodshops.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had
in
this
private
discussion.
and in public. No,
Mhm.
I think.
Okay. Well, what
Yeah,
what
in
else?
private and public. We have had this conversation. I don't necessarily think that lolly the way it's described to me is because it's a drawing, and I think I established that there is a direct line between what is attractive to her. Because I would assume that if it was a real child, you would not be attracted to it, right? Foodshops, it was a real 13 or
No,
14-year-old.
I'm not attracted to real children whatsoever. This is why all the people I have ever dated or interacted with, I have believed to be an adult. And outside of that one honey potter, like everybody that I have dated is like fucking 25. Okay. So
Yeah, but
people
you could
like
understand
Doobie
how it
going
would
around
still.
equivocating him and me is crazy, considering how I don't know what the average age of the woman that Doobie dates. That's number one, but
I
you
think he's
guys know
married.
apparently. But number two is Doobie is a predator that victimizes
A predator.
children on his server with an overwhelming amount of
Can you name a
men.
child I victimized?
Hold on, I do want to point this out though, because
You
this is a
literally
frustration
did
of
this, though.
mine. Is
You
that
confess.
so?
I
Hold
have
on.
no need to do
I would like
that.
the talking stick momentarily. I'm also going to kick you guys off in about 10 minutes, so I can talk to North. But uh, Steven obviously fucked up, in my opinion, by being reckless to the point that he started interacting with Rose, who was a 17-year-old. You mimicked that behavior, and then you also age played with said minor in roles that were younger than her actual age. And so
Okay,
do you
then
understand
I'll
why
ask you a
I would
question.
be fucking skeeved out
Mhm.
if somebody says
Okay, wait,
that they
I'll ask you a
jack off to
I'll ask you a
kids
question.
and they interacted with
Okay, hold
somebody
on.
under the age of 18 and they role played somebody who was probably substantially younger than that? Do you understand how that might skeeve me the fuck out?
And also looked up CSAM herself, by the way.
Can I ask you a question? Hold on. Can I ask you a question, Connor?
Sure, go for it.
Thank you for answering my question. I'm kidding, joking. No, like, but the question I'm gonna ask is, well, do you think that Steven is a predator then?
No,
In
Yeah.
that situation?
not in the.
Not a
don't think
pedophile
Steven.
predator.
I don't think Steven is a predator in the
Okay,
way that
you disagree with
people want
Doobie.
me to
Why
use
did
it.
have you and Doobie ever hashed this out on whether or not Steven is a predator or not?
The snarkers can have their beliefs and I can have mine. It's not that big of a deal.
I think he and I would actually agree if we got into it. I'm not saying it's like a seeking
Oh,
out
really?
children.
You're
or
saying that
victim-
Connor is wrong. Okay,
No,
got
I'm
it.
saying that
Okay,
we're
so well,
we're probably
Connor.
using
So
probably picking the
Connor,
wording correctly right now.
Doobie,
Okay,
shut
hold
the
on,
fuck
hold
up.
on.
I'm talking to Connor right now. Doobie,
I've
you're
said
such
this
a yappy.
before.
Are you my grandma? Okay,
I
I'm
would
talking
like
to
the
Connor right
talking
now,
stick
okay?
just
Be
real
nice.
quick. I think that people have. I feel like I've actually taken a lot of punishment for trying to be nuanced in this conversation. When Lav, Mr. Girl, and the Snarkers try to call Steven a predator, what they want to depict him as is a guy sneaking around in the fucking bushes looking for minors to fucking forcibly rape. That's the kind of like threat that they're trying to portray. I think
don't think
Steven is reckless, stupid, fucked up, hurts people. There's 10,000 other adjectives that
How
I
did he
would
hurt
use to
you?
describe Steven's behavior, but I would not be trying to paint that picture
Okay, wait.
of a
Wait,
predatory,
how did he
forcible
hurt
rapist.
you?
Thank you. That's the answer I want to hear. Okay, so Connor, if you say that Steven is super reckless, would you also say that I'm super reckless and not predatory?
Okay. If you were
Yeah?
to isolate the variables
Connor.
of this event, sure, but there's an additional level of what skeeves me out, which is the fact that it was a minor and you role played a sex scenario of an even younger minor. That grosses me the fuck out.
Didn't you do
Okay.
that, Connor? Or no?
What's
Was
that?
that like a
Okay, yeah,
fake, was that a
didn't you
false
say
accusation?
you were into age play? Didn't you also
I'm
say
sorry,
Yeah.
you were into
Alish, what's the
recently, by the
question?
way?
Oh, I thought I saw something, and I'm gonna take the I'm gonna take your word for it. Did you also do that, or was that a false
No,
accusation
I
that I
have.
saw?
Okay, this is where Foodshops, I think, is being bad faith, gross, and cringe. When I was in college, I was 22. My girlfriend was
Wait, what does that have to do
19.
with?
Hold on, I'm explaining the story. I dressed in a business suit and glasses, and she dressed in a like high socks, black lacquer shoes, and a fucking like a white crop top and glasses. And we had sex, but we were both adults, and we weren't talking about being children
Wait,
or
Connor,
being
Connor.
Wait, you have the
teenagers. That
but it
never
seems like that
fucking
this is
happened.
Wait, hold
so
on,
this
Connor,
is a proclivity for you, right? Though, like
Connor.
A
this is
proclivity,
obviously
something that
within.
no. See, this isn't a proclivity for me. No, I'd like to answer that question real quick. Foodshops, I'd like to answer that question. It is currently 2026. When I did
Yeah.
this was 2011.
I was 11.
Gross.
Why is it gross that someone is 11? Weirdo.
I don't know. You're bringing up you're bringing up the fact that you were underage at the time while I'm describing a
Are
sex
you
act.
marking that I was 11 then, you fucking weirdo?
I'm talking about sex. I don't know why you're talking about you being a minor. Alishness.
So your
11-year-old is not
fetishes
guilty of
have
jack
changed
shit.
then?
What?
So your fetishes have changed then?
It wasn't even a fetish.
You just did that
kind
for
of
fun?
is.
That kind of is, yeah.
That is a thing I see all the
Are
time.
we pretending like it's not? I mean,
Are
it's
we
okay. You can
pretending that
admit it's
my
a fetish.
adult girlfriend and I, dressing up as a teacher and a student, is the same as Foodshops over here, sexually interacting with a 16-year-old and then masturbating to the idea of her being an infant? Are we seriously pretending that?
Okay, wait, hold on.
Did that actually happen for
I never said I masturbate to infants. I don't know why the fuck you say infants specifically. Number one, the problem
because your ex-girlfriend said that you like to pretend that you were her little baby and you would be splayed out with gross fluids all over the fucking bed. It's your ex-girlfriend that said that.
I gave you time to speak.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those games have been leaked. So I mean, we can just look at it and see how old the sex was.
Okay, no one's asking. Okay, who asked? Okay,
and we can just look it up and verify.
Well, I mean, we're literally in a conversation about this topic, so I think we all asked. But go ahead.
You can go and fucking do your little gay shit. Okay. Anyway, Connor, my feminine friend. Okay, don't you think that when it comes to you age playing, that there is a power dynamic there that you're essentially role playing or playing out, right? So when it comes to the problems with age disparities, it is also the power imbalance, right? In both cases, it is power imbalance played out in an innocent situation. So what excludes me out of that, okay, especially when there's no direct victim at all, okay, but you get to get away with it considering how your fetishes have not changed.
Because
I mean,
well, number one, fetishes. Okay, fetishes
me.
is going to assume Alishness. I'd appreciate an opportunity to speak. Number one, a fetish would like say that I had some specific like sexual proclivity to this behavior that I wanted to repeat because I had some level of obsession with it. I don't. Number two, the fact that you're trying to conflate your minor ex-girlfriend talking about age playing, where she basically said that it was like under the age of 10 with two adults dressing up in costumes and having sex while having no conversations about the age is like the difference between these things in my mind is a gulf. And the fact that you think that they're the same is another reason why I get skeeved out by you.
They are both power dynamics that have no victim, Connor.
I think normalizing lolly shit is like that does have a victim. You're normalizing sexual attraction.
Not only that, Connor, you actually do have a victim because the person that you're role playing with is the victim, can be a possible victim, but at least when it comes to drawings, it's a one-party consent, right? But when you are having sex, role playing, Doobie, who the fuck asked? Okay, when it comes to Connor and the person,
we're normalizing sexual attraction to children.
Listen, either be mean or
I think that's what you're doing right now, which is another reason why I don't like talking to you. But
say victim is fucking ridiculous.
2-minute warning.
Jimmy, the adults are talking. Okay, the point is that it seems as though that not only is it exactly the same, but when you have sex with a woman, you're potentially putting at risk of her being your victim. Would you not? Like even in an age play power dynamic situation, and you acknowledge that as age play because you were talking about age play, and this is something that you have brought up yourself, so you have already associated that.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Connor, you did say that you were doing age play, and even if it's not a sexual proclivity,
closest thing I had ever done to blankety blankety blank. You can find me an exact quote if you want, but are you trying to say that let's go ahead and talk about power dynamics for a second. Are you saying 17 and 19 and 27 and 3 are the same thing? Or 27 and 5 or whatever the fuck you were doing?
No, but let me answer the Foodshops. Let me answer real quick. But the thing is, though, is that like even if anyway, even if you didn't have a proclivity for this type of behavior, the thing that you're criticizing Steven of doing, even though he has not shown a proclivity for that behavior as well, you're giving him. No, he. From what we know, we saw
way before the last shit. Like that's been a thing with him for fucking years. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, and we know this for sure, Doobie. We have all of
Yes.
this evidence that we've just
Yes.
laid out.
He's admitted in his
Doobie, I
GGG
don't
chat.
admit.
It is a fetish he has. Yes.
Doobie, I don't believe anything you have to say because you just
And look it up, you stupid bitch. You can just look it up. This has been a thing that's been about it for years. Hold on.
You
Hello,
just
You can never
incessantly
come up
lie
here.
about
Like,
it,
he's admitted
Doobie.
for
You just
fucking
make
years.
shit up.
He's
You just
admitted
make
this for
shit.
fucking years. I don't know why you need to lie.
You're
Okay, we can have a discussion
Doobie, I
without
don't
fucking lying.
do you think that
Okay.
do you think that
If
I would
y'all
have
want to
any
do this,
reason
hold up.
to believe you?
I'm
Look it up.
gonna throw a wrench in things. I know I'm cucking the content or whatever, but I am trying to keep it. If y'all want to run this back, literally in 2 weeks, I have my kids every other weekend, so we could have the Owlishness Food Shops Doobie pedo debate 2 weeks from now.
Hold on. Okay, weirdo. You just mentioned
You
kids.
got 10 seconds. What?
You mentioned
So,
kids. They got
so
a little worked up.
you have a
Shut up,
proclivity.
Canada.
Yeah. So
Okay. All right. I would weirdly enough, as much as North and I are not on friendly terms right now, I would literally rather talk to North right now. So let's do that. Holy shit balls. North, you're on the air.
Check.
I can hear you.
Oh boy. It's been a long day, Connor. I just got done with talking with Pisco, so excuse me if my energy is a little bit low after that shit show.
Yeah, is it good content? Should I watch it next week?
If you want to talk about bullshit definitions of anti-Semitism and Hassan Piker, then
Oh, that's my
be my
fucking
guest.
jam. All right. Anyways, sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay. I'm here. I'm going to express some opinions about what some of the people who are moving away from the community are thinking. I'm not an official representative. No one has told me to come up here and say these things, but this is just what I see as what my own feelings are and feelings of other people. The actions that you have committed in terms of like the representation of evidence and the leaking of the private information and the baseless speculation has been too much for too many people in the community. And we're not going to be here I'm not here to litigate that anymore. I don't think you will be convinced. And I think that's kind of the issue, is that nothing we can say can convince you that you are wrong. And you believe in your heart of hearts that you have done nothing wrong. So even if you were to do something like ban Doobie or ban Officer McNasty from the community, or to go back to the old content that you were making before, the mere fact that you don't realize what you did was wrong makes it so that you are prone to recreating that situation happening again. And I don't think I or other people in this community can necessarily tolerate that. We do not want to be here watching you do this again, and especially have ourselves like tied to you when you do this again. You can say your piece now, but that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
No, that's fine. If you don't want to relitigate the evidence and that's the way that you feel about it, weirdly enough, that is something that I've been bouncing around in my own brain for the past like 48 hours. So if I could just to say this back to you, because I think we'll be in alignment. If I could somehow still have, maybe I could have done it a little bit better, but I still feel like Steven did something vile in November that I found out about. I felt like he did it again in May, or I found out about it again in May. And so I still feel like I have a duty to make that known so that people like you, who are spending time in the Destiny community or Orbit or whatever, you're going in with both eyes open of what potentially will happen. Now, if I could snap my fingers and I could bring back the old COG from 6 months ago, I would. But like you said, I don't think that's how it works. What I've said has been said. What you and some others have said has been said. If we can't reconcile our differences, it is what it is. And I think we just have to press forward as it is.
and that is your decision. I think the path
Well,
that you are
what's
going
my other
down is
option?
one towards self. Well, ideally, the other option would be self-reflection, asking like, okay, what did I do wrong? Was the things that I did actually correct? And I would argue that you probably should not be listening to anyone in your community, and you should, or even anyone online, you should take like 2 months off the internet to do that self-reflection.
Well,
And
let
then
me.
after that, you can come to whatever conclusion you need to. But
Well, you're
if
here
you
now,
want to
so let me
continue
ask you a
down,
question that
if
bugs
you
me.
want to, hold on, if you want to continue down this path that you said of quote unquote warning people about destiny so that when they get involved with him, they're coming in with both eyes open, you can do that, but just note that will be a path of just pure hatred, and you will be abandoning any sort of like political project that you ever attempted to want to do before. And you'll be spending the rest of your online career, however little that will be, just talking about someone else and just warning other people about behavior you think happened.
I don't think that is reflected. I don't think what you said is reflected in my content at all. Anyways, so let me ask you a question. So I saw your Gibbs debate, and you're still saying that you feel like you're a like you still have real Republican values. Am I wrong?
I would still consider myself a conservative, yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, how do you square what has been alleged, where Stephen was sexually communicating with a married woman, and not just that, the husband was aware of it and wanted to commit homicide against Stephen, and not just that, but the wife herself said that Stephen and her masturbated to the idea of molesting each other's children. How do you square that with your conservative values?
Again, the evidence, we've relitigated this again. You even misrepresented my argument the other day by saying that I thought it was morally neutral. I don't think it's morally neutral. It is more so that I think the evidence provided for this claim is insufficient, if not non-existent. I would argue leaning on the side of
Okay,
non-existent.
so
All the accusations for this all come from Britt. The husband's accusations are hearsay from Britt. The ex-girlfriend allegations of stooping around the computer that only came to light after the Britt allegations came out conveniently. And this woman was also a part of like the logistical community and had massive incentives in order to lie about this. Like everything pointed towards the quote unquote evidence for this is hearsay and retracted statements.
But
I
see,
thought we were not gonna,
already
I
I
thought we were gonna
feel
litigate this. Like if there was sufficient evidence for this, like maybe we could be having a different conversation. The problem is that there just isn't. And if you look at the timeline, as I reviewed with Wick about how this all blew up, it was Doobie was Destiny was floating the idea of banning or not associating with streamers who had Doobie or other like Starkers in their community. And stemming from that one event, you have blown up this entire thing. And
I didn't. Oh, hold on. Then, in my opinion, you're saying that like I've been subsumed hook, line, and sinker by other people's narratives. I
100%.
don't think you've ever listened to my narrative.
have
I didn't
listened to
know
your
about
narrative.
Brit. Hold on.
When this was all coming
I
out,
did
I
not
was listening to
know.
every
Hold
single live
on.
stream day after
You
day.
talked for an extended period of time. I would like an opportunity to speak an extended period of time. Okay. I did not know about Brit on Friday when Steven and I fought about Doobie. We exclusively fought about whether or not he should be throwing his fucking weight around in the space.
That's
on
true.
Saturday,
And
I found out about Brit.
Saturday,
I'm not done yet. Thank you. You talked for like 5 minutes. I would like an opportunity to speak. So on Friday night, Brit contacts me and tells me that they're still in communication. And I am so flabbergasted by Steven's self-destructive behavior that I can't fucking believe it. So I throw that in his face on Saturday night when he comes at me hard, inviting me onto a panel. And then I don't find out about what Britt said to Mr. Girl until I think Sunday, at which point I feel like it's incumbent upon me to bring that fact to light because it's so mind-numbingly repulsive. So
yeah,
if you
who
think
showed
that,
you
like,
that Mr. Girl
if you think that, hold on, what you said, or at least what I'm inferring from what you said, is that because Doobie was in the community, I decided that I was going to go both barrels at Steven on Friday night. That's not what happened.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Well, that feels like what you were implying.
You perceived a, I guess you would call it like an attack or a slight from Steven, and all blowing up from that contention, you have gone down the Stucker pedophile accusations. You have bought their narratives, which they have fed to you. Who gave you the Brit email?
I think it was Queeman.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't it kind of weird that Queeman was the one that sent you that immediately after you blew up your thing with?
I don't think
Destiny?
he found it until Saturday or Sunday.
Is that what he said?
Well, and then on top of that, aren't you like kind of committing like a logical fallacy here where you're basically saying because information emanates from a bad place, you should dismiss it out of hand?
Well, to be clear,
like, isn't that literally the genetic fallacy?
The email does not prove anything.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't prove anything. But hold on. I want to know for a fact. I want to know for a fact that you know the difference between evidence and proof. Can you articulate the difference between evidence and proof for me real quick?
I guess evidence would be a little bit meaningless. I guess proof would be something.
Evidence is meaningless? Do you want to take another stab at that?
Hold on. Evidence is, I guess, something that you can, I guess, facts of the matter, I guess, is a way to call it. And then like proof is like evidence that you would use to like support like a claim. That would be like what I would take off like the top of my head.
Okay. So what I would say, I think you're scratching at it, is that evidence points to something being true, whereas proof would prove that something was true. Right?
Sure.
Okay. So do you want to say in reference to this topic, there's no evidence, or do you want to say there's weak evidence that is unconvincing to you?
You could call it evidence, but it doesn't prove anything.
Sure. I don't think, and by the way, this is where I think you and I got into fights in DMs, where you were conflating proof and evidence. You were conflating proof and evidence, and you were saying, oh, so you have no, hold on, I would like to finish, thank you. You said you have no evidence, and I said, no, I have evidence. And you said, well, your evidence doesn't prove what you're claiming. That's not what evidence is, obviously, right? Since we've made that differentiation.
Hold on. Well, like, you can have evidence, but if the evidence doesn't support your claim, then just saying that you have evidence doesn't mean anything. You understand?
Okay, so hold on. You're saying it doesn't support your claim, so I feel like you're being pedantic. So since you're being pedantic,
I'm not being pedantic.
Let's go ahead.
Like, hold on. Like,
let's go ahead and watch this evidence together. Let's see if it points to a claim.
Hold on, Connor. If there was like a murder and as part of the murder, like let's say some of the evidence was like the jacket was green, but it doesn't like contribute to like figuring out like who the murderer is or anything like that. It's just like a piece of evidence. Like, would we call that evidence or would we call that proof?
If it's the jacket is green, but it's totally unrelated to the murder or proving the murder, I wouldn't even call that evidence.
I would argue that like what you are providing as quote unquote proof is not
not quote unquote proof, quote unquote evidence. Try again.
Anything.
Okay, hold on. I want to make sure that I heard that sentence. I want to make sure that I heard that sentence. You said the evidence that I provided is not pointing towards anything.
It is insufficient to point towards anything definitive. Yes, especially to the degree that you claim.
Let's do this for the sake. Hold on. Let's do this for the sake of the audience. Let's see if they agree with you. Okay. So this is
your
Brit.
Audience is become sorry. Most of your audience, besides the people who have already left, are like mostly brain broken. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, there's 133 people in chat. I'm only streaming to 50 normally, so there's 80 new people in chat. So let's see if the 80 new people are also brain broken. Okay, so this is Brit, the person that Steven was sexually interacting with, writing an email to Mr. Girl in which she believed she was anonymous. So let's see what Brit has to say about her and Steven's relationship real quick.
Does she stand by that statement?
Let's just take a look at it real quick.
Does she stand by that statement?
We can get into that after we watch it.
Hold on. I just want you to answer. Does she stand by that statement?
Here we go. Okay.
I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with?
Okay, I'll unmute you now. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay.
Did you retract that statement?
Okay, so let's talk about the nature of retractions real quick. Can
Hold on,
people
did you
be...
retract that statement? I just want you to answer.
I don't want to answer yes or no. I want you as an above average intelligent
I think
man
the fact that you, I
to
think the
discuss
fact that you
this.
can't answer this is telling.
No, I
Did you
can,
retract that
North.
statement? Yes or
I
no?
want you to explore this topic with me real quick. So,
I
do you think
again,
that,
I'm gonna ask the same thing.
I would
Did
like to
you
ask you a
retract that
question.
statement?
I would like to ask you a question. Do you think that people during different times of their life, based off of their levels of anonymity, they might be more likely or less likely to say something truthful? Divorce it from the
say something
situation.
truthful?
Do you think people are more likely or less likely to be truthful during anonymous situations? Or can there be a variance?
Probably a variance. Like, I would argue that, like, if you're an anonymous individual, one might be more comfortable with telling the truth, but then one also be more willing to lie
Excellent.
or
We
embellish the
agree.
facts because there's no
Excellent.
tie
We
to their
agree.
identity.
Now, excellent. We agree. Now, can we agree
And then,
that
hold on, I answered
sometimes
your question. Did
people,
you retract that statement, Connor?
can we agree
Did you
that
retract that statement, Connor?
sometimes, can we agree that sometimes,
And did you
let's even
retract that
divorce it from the
statement?
situation, that sometimes when
Did you
people
retract that
like
statement,
people,
Connor?
I'm going to ask you a question. When people like people, they might be willing to do lies of omission or commission in order to cover for the people that they like or don't like.
Why can't you answer my question? Did you retract that
I
statement?
can. She retracted it, but I'm pointing to something that I think is explanatory of the situation, and I think you're ignoring it intensely.
Well, hold on. What you're not explaining the situation. What you're doing is double speculation. You're saying, okay, assuming that we're gonna take one premise of like, okay, maybe she might be more likely to be telling the truth, and maybe she might be more likely to like lie. That's speculation number one, and then speculation number two is, okay, if she's like more likely to lie, is she like more likely to lie because she's like protecting someone, or like is she retracting her statement? Like, I don't know how you can necessarily
Well,
make
hey,
that
North,
claim
here's a
definitively
question.
if
You like
have no
asking me
evidence-
questions. Here's a question.
you have
Has
no
Stephen
evidence- you
H.
have no
played in the
evidence-
past?
As yeah, I think there was like the email of him talking about like H playing in the past. But what you're talking about is
so why am
different.
I not allowed to
Hold
include
on,
that in my calculus of probability?
Because the claim that you're going is like well beyond. Like if someone let's say
My
someone
claim
like
is
stole
that
like
he
a sticker,
likely
like let's say
age
someone
played with
let's
Brit.
say someone stole like let's say someone like stole a sticker bar when they were like 13, right? Does that mean that like this can be used as proof that someone like robbed a bank like in and of itself? No, it cannot be used as proof.
What if he steals a Snicker bar in summer of 2022, steals a Snicker bar in November of 24, and then steals a Snicker bar in November of 25, and then steals a Snicker bar in November of 26 or May of 26?
Well,
what if he steals a Snicker bar four times?
You're misrepresenting my analogy for one. The
I don't
difference
think I'm
between stealing a Snicker
misrepresenting
bar and a bank
shit.
robbery is infinitely it is a massive escalation between the two. Like you understand that, right?
What's the massive escalation here? It's age play in both scenarios. What is the massive escalation? I'm not accusing him of forcible rape.
Like kind of weird, which is kind of weird, but arguably like on a than them like conspiring or like imagining the idea of like taking their children and like molesting them and then like trading like nudes of them in order to like fantasize further about like the idea of like molesting them. Like you've taken like something that is, yeah, that's kind of weird, and then using that speculatorily with no evidence to say that it's something like completely beyond the pale.
What if I add in his association with both Mr. Girl and Foodshops? People who believe that you can fantasize about whatever you want to sexually, and as long as you don't actually hurt any human beings, that's perfectly a morally neutral action. What if I've heard Steven say that himself in the past, that fantasies, as long as they don't harm other people, are morally neutral? Why wouldn't I infer that this is the likely action?
Because even if that is true, that he like infer, if he said that claim in the past, that doesn't necessarily mean you can definitively prove or even speculate to any sort of like reliable degree of like what actually happened. Like, what if instead of doing that, they were fantasizing about like molesting their dogs or something like that? Like, you can take this to like any.
Well, that's not what Britt said, is it? Britt said that they fantasized about molesting each other's kids.
Well, in a statement that she retracted.
Oh, okay. So the sky's blue, but I retract that the sky's blue. So the sky's no longer blue, right?
Yes, but you,
because I retracted
in this scenario, you're in a box, unable. You've never seen what the color of sky is. That's the difference. There are zero logs.
North,
showing
why was Graham Plattner? Hold on, in my opinion, you are accusing me of being brain broken. I feel like you are so brain broken. If there is only one victim witness in the Graham Plattner scenario, why did Graham Plattner drop out?
Well, there wasn't one victim. There were multiple women that came out against him.
Yeah, but I mean, all of their stories were
like
super. It was like a Snickers. It was like stealing a Snickers, stealing a Snickers, and then it was a murder.
It was like three women that like came out against him, wasn't it?
But I mean, like each scenario was like stealing a Snickers. So like why are we assuming the totality of circumstances based off of a bunch of low-level behavior when realistically like 3 or 4 of those weren't even that big of a deal?
Hold on, do you think that the Graham Plattner accusations weren't that big of a deal?
No, North, I'm trying to point out to you that you can add the totality of circumstances of what you believe about a person. And in this case, I feel like I've calculated the totality of circumstances quite accurately. And I feel like you have been obtuse.
No, what you have done is that you have taken arguably could be considered somewhat questionable actions of the past. And you have
arguably somewhat questionable actions in the past. Would you care to elaborate?
Degree. I'm talking about the age play thing. Like, I think this is like kind of weird.
What about the pixie thing? What do you think about the pixie thing? Is that very does that align with your conservative values?
Is that the nude sharing thing, right? That's I think
extremely sexting an underage sex worker. Yeah, sexting an underage sex worker and sending her.
He was not sexting an underage sex worker.
Yes, he was.
He was in
communication. He was sexting with a 26-year-old man who was exploiting a 17-year-old sex worker. And he sent him all of the homemade pornography that he had made with all of his friends.
Has he ever been in direct communication with this girl?
Sorry, what?
Was he ever in direct communication with this girl?
No, he was communicating with a 26-year-old man that was pimping out a 17-year-old girl.
Was he ever under the impression that she was under the age of 18?
Yeah. In the opening interactions, he says, "Hey, can I get an ID?" And she says, "No." And he's like, "Wow, that's kind of weird. Your profile was created recently and you look super young, but fuck it. I guess we can be friends now. I'll send you all of my homemade pornography in the next couple of months."
He assumed that the person was over the age of 18 by the fact that she was a sex worker on Twitter, or at least the person was impersonating her as a sex worker
anyways,
on Twitter.
North, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be Destiny's lawyer, and it's fine. We don't have to be friends anymore.
Wait, hold on.
I would say. I
think this is like. Wait, hold on. Do you think that like Doobie's a pedophile? Just out of curiosity.
Do I think Steven has a primary or exclusive sexual attraction to children?
Do I think Doobie's a pedophile?
No.
Do you understand that?
Do you have evidence that he so he's been accused of hoarding CSAM? Number one, do you have evidence that he's hoarded CSAM and or that he engages with it sexually?
I know that Doobie does not do ID verification from the nudes that he collects from women in his community, and he keeps a massive folder about it on his computer.
Okay, well,
yes.
since you guys want to fight Doobie, here's Doobie. So go ahead.
Do you verify the ID of every single girl you get a nude from, Doobie?
Wait, what?
When you get nudes from girls, do you verify their ID?
Not always, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm typically talking to people in their like late 20s, early 30s. So like,
okay,
whatever.
So you
hold on, actually, Connor, I'm curious.
Wait, let's say on your computer.
Yeah, if that's happened, bring up somebody that's happened with, please. So
I need some
Connor,
water. I'll be right back. You guys have fun.
You don't check IDs.
So North, I think Connor's idea is to be right back.
Wait, hold on.
No, wait. I need to ask you.
I'm not here to engage with you.
I need to ask you a question.
We can engage with each other.
I need to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Just one question. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
No, answer whatever the fuck you want. So have you seen the DMs between Connor and Destiny, where Destiny says that Britt started being weird about her kids, and he said this is the reason he stopped talking to her for a while. She was being weird about her kids.
Sure.
Okay, then why would you say it was like potentially about the dogs? Like he said himself it was about the kids.
It was about the wait, hold on. Say that one time.
About Destiny said himself, and I think Connor, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the DMs were with you. He said that one of the reasons he stopped talking to her for a while was she started being weird about
stuff
her kids.
with the kids.
Yeah, baited stuff with the kids. That was a word. Right, so why would you say, oh, maybe it was about the dog? Like he himself said it was about the kids.
Did
we don't need to rely on Britt. Like he said it himself.
Did he ever? Has there been any proof that he is engaged in this behavior, like direct logs?
Well, yeah. Well, hold on. Actually, here's a question.
No. Answer my question. Has there been any logs showing him engaging in this behavior?
Is that what you're
in him jacking off to pretending that people were underage, or jacking off to actual underage kids?
How is it that we've gotten logs of like literally every single thing like imaginable, except for like the actual logs that would like prove like whether he actually engaged in this behavior or not?
Because those are only accessible to the federal government and Britt. And Britt's in love with him.
Why didn't Britt share them with you or
in love with him,
Mr. Girl?
Because she's in love with him.
You guys were talking to each other.
She's an insane person who's in love with him.
Yeah, was she in love with him when she was talking to you?
Yes.
Is that why she revealed all of those things?
She still thinks we're getting married somehow.
She reveals that to everybody, North. I wasn't special. Literally all of the DMs that I have where she's like, yeah, my husband's a homicidal maniac and wanted to murder Steven. And, yeah, we did some racy age play shit and blah, blah, fucking blah. She was telling that to dozens of people. I'm not the only one.
Why did she reveal this information then if she was in love with Destiny?
Because she's crazy, North.
Why didn't she release the DMs?
Because she doesn't want Steven to get in trouble because she loves him, North. We've asked and answered.
Rational actor or is she an irrational actor? I'm confused.
She's an irrational actor.
Okay. This came out to her husband while they're going through their divorce because he found out about this. Like it's not like she just came out and said it to everybody. Like the husband found out and then he told people and then she was asked about it.
Yes, and there is still, again, no logs proving that this happened. It is just secondhand speculation that happened almost a year after the fact.
No, it's her testimony.
And a year after the fact. And
it's not even after the fact, it's during the fact.
What do you mean is during the, what is the during the fact?
She's literally writing into Mr. Girl in November. Steven communicated with her from February of 2025 through May of 2026. So North, it doesn't matter. We don't need to litigate it. It's fine.
No,
we don't need to litigate it.
This time
I don't want to litigate it. There's other people who want to call in, and frankly, I'd rather talk to them. So what I'm going to say is, we don't have to litigate it. We don't have to be friends. It's fine. My prediction between you and me, though, what's going to happen is if you maintain your DGG orbit, you'll be the token Republican. They'll give you head pats. They'll pat you on the back. They'll invite you to the events. They'll do all that kind of crap. But a year or two from now, Steven will be revealed to have done something sexually reckless, similar to what was exposed this year and in 2025. And I'm going to say that I told you so. So
you want to make a bet?
That's what's going to happen.
I offered to make a bet before, and you turned me down.
Which bet?
A lot of money if you accepted. Well, the bet before was like I would offer you, I think it was like $1,000 if
A lot of
like
DoorDash.
Destiny careers imploded within like a year. Or
I
even
think
like
if
2
Steve, and I think
years.
I told you at the
And
time, I don't think
and then
Steven's career. Hold on, I'm going to answer the
and then
exact same
you would
answer that I
pay
answered back then,
you
North.
would
I would
pay me
appreciate you if I allowed you to
100.
answer. I'm going to mute you. I told you Steven's career is not going anywhere unless he is actually incarcerated. He will
EDT still has their career, by the way.
maintain a level of successful digital media career unless he is incarcerated. I guarantee you I said it back then. I'm saying it now.
Okay. Do you think that's going to happen?
No.
Okay. Do you think there's well, okay, so you claim that there's going to be another big sexual blow up, correct?
That he will
In like
have
2
sex
years?
with some crazy bitch and she will come out with crazy, weird, freakazoid allegations and it will damage his
Do you think
online
do you think
reputation.
it'll be equivalent to the Brit thing?
Yeah.
Okay, let's make a bet. $1,000 if that happens within the next 2 years. But
I'll
then let's
do
see,
what
what
I'll
should
do
be the
$100. I'll do $100.
let's do you want to do 1,000?
No.
That's a lot of DoorDash. I think he's being merciful to you.
It is
That's
a lot of
also
DoorDash. It's like
Doobie and
10 days
Grassroots
worth of
Hegemon's
DoorDash.
money. So no, I'm not betting $1,000 of somebody else's money. I'll bet you
Are they gonna
100.
be okay? $100 if he
Yes,
has
$100. Steven
equivalent
will
things
have
within the next
some kind of
2 years.
crazy sex drama in the next 2 years that damages his public reputation. Yes.
Well, okay. So what should be the counter to that is, or is it just like within 2 years from now, you'll just
Yeah, sure. It's
pay me like $100?
you could even run it back to May if you wanted to. May of 2026. So May of 2028, there will be some crazy public sex drama with Steven. Yes.
Wait, can I make a bet too?
Sure.
What?
What's up?
We have a $10,000 bet, North. That I will be
$10,000? That's I
that
don't
I'll be-
have. I don't know if I can
Ah,
physically
fuck.
pay a $10,000 bet.
$1,000 bet.
I'm
Okay.
surprised you can do
Let's do it.
1,000.
I will be revealed, with no dispute, to be a pedophile, preying on kids, keeping CSAM in the next year, 2
Who?
years. No, actually, next year. I don't want to wait too long. Me.
Oh,
Next
yeah, there you
2
go.
years.
But I've been sexting with a kid or
Yeah,
something.
no, you wanted an extreme bet for an
next year.
extreme dollar amount. Bet Doobie $1,000 that he's a pedophile.
I don't know if I would specifically take that bet, mainly because you're very,
Why?
very
Weird.
close with that.
Oh, no, you
All
think-
right,
you think
I got other
you
folks I
think
want to
you wanna
call.
hide it?
What else do you have for the audience?
Are you gonna be able to pay me if your like audience and channel don't exist in 2 years?
Yeah. I've been working
Okay.
since I'm 15. I've been working since I was 15, North. I've found between $5,000 and $7,000 every single month since.
I'm gonna feel bad if I'm
2020?
like stealing your social welfare check and you don't have like any.
I'm not
YouTube
talking
money
about
left, so-
social welfare, buddy. Thanks. Very funny. Very cute.
North, you can't say this when you never had a real job. Like, you can't say shit like that.
Yeah.
I've never had a real job, sure, bud.
Okay.
I probably had more real
Anyways.
jobs than you.
See ya. Have
Okay.
fun. Jesus Christ. All right,
See you
dupes. I'm bringing in somebody else. All right. Jeb Cush, you're on the line. How you doing?
I am good, dude. I am just here to be kind of a palate cleanser for the chat.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
No, outside of everything else, I'm just here to talk about Andor right now, honestly.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. Let's do 5 to 10 minutes on Andor. I don't want to lose the entire audience, but I could do 5 to 10 minutes on Andor. What's up with Andor? I have just gotten done with the Gorman genocide and Mon Mothma being escorted by Cassian Andor, to the safe house, but arguably back to Yavin. I love almost every single minute of the TV show. Continue.
Oh yeah, it's been pretty great. I've been trying to get a lot of my coworkers Andor pilled and try to get them on watching it. Unfortunately, a few of them haven't seen season 2 yet, so I'm just like, fuck, I want to talk about season 2, but no one's seen it yet.
Dude, you got to link in some Counterpoint Star Wars breakdowns, you know?
Yeah, I've tried that. I actually got my my dad to watch some of the Expanse videos. He's seen it like 5 times.
Sick, let's go. Nice.
But yeah, I think overall, I think I guess for the viewers that haven't seen the Star Wars content yet, I guess you can talk a bit about some of the stuff in kind of the Aldani heist.
Sure. So I don't want to bore everybody to death, but what I would say, just in case there are any Star Wars fans out there who haven't seen Andor because they're like OGs and or they don't like Star Wars, but they do like action war films. What's cool about Andor is it's in my opinion, it's like a heist, spy, action, war genre all mixed together. The primary character is an anti-hero. He's literally like a murderer, criminal, terrorist, robber, but he's like compellingly so. And then his surrounding cast of characters who end up becoming rebels, while they all do like violent and horrid shit, they all have pretty good reasons for being rebels.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think one of the parts that I found really interesting. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to mute myself on the OBS, but not here, so the chat doesn't get an echo.
Ah. I think one of the cool things, especially at the Aldani heist, is kind of how you get this perspective that, yeah, a fucking TIE fighter, when you're just a dude on the ground, is absolutely going to be something that you're worried about compared to how we traditionally see them. It's like, oh yeah, it's just, your typical cannon fodder, send an X-Wing, send an A-Wing, take care of that issue. Then we see it from the ground of, oh shit, yeah, they're going to see our shit. We got to get our shit together to not look suspicious, because if this gets fucking noted somewhere, then yeah, we're screwed already.
Two things on that. One, the TIE fighters during the Gorman massacre, they were doing shows of force over the crowd. They kept buzzing the crowd. And that's something that the American military did during the War on Terror, was instead of like dropping ordnance that might kill civilians, what they did instead is they buzzed streets in order to intimidate like Taliban fighters in Afghanistan to, fuck off. And then the other cool thing about it too is learning the lore is that the TIE fighter, the twin ion engine fighter, effectively what it is a really scaled down, cheapified, but still good fighter jet. So it's a ball with, the twin engines inside it. They have the ion, I guess, power directed through the wings. The wings also absorb solar energy in order to power the ship, but it's primarily powered through two reactors in the bottom of the fighter. But basically, they don't have deflector shields and they have limited armor, not because, like the Empire are just dumb. It's because they specifically wanted to have swarm formations that intimidated rebels out of even starting a fight in the first place.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially, you don't have plot armor. There's like 5 TIE fighters per one fighter. You just per sheer scale of force are kind of screwed in that situation. So it's definitely something that we don't really get to see as much in the movie. I think there's like an edit of New Hope. I think it's like Adawan's edit. And he changed like the Battle of Yavin. So instead of it being like a handful of TIE fighters, it's just a massive swarm. And you're like, oh yeah, that makes so much more sense.
The cool thing too is there is a TIE fighter animation on YouTube. I think it's got to be a decade old now, but some fan did about 5 to 10 minutes effectively showing a online battle from a Imperial squadron's perspective. So you can literally type in like TIE fighter animation, fan animation into YouTube, and it's amazing. And I did get not flashbacked, but I would say I got like flashbanged by this idea of like, I was talking to a friend about the boot camp experience in the military, and I was thinking to myself, like, how great would it be to have a full metal jacket slash jarhead slash I'm trying to think of another like excellent war film that starts in boot camp but goes to a conflict. But viewing that from a stormtrooper's perspective, I think would be phenomenal content.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think if/when you ever cover some of the Clone Wars animated, they kind of have a little bit of that with Domino Squad. They kind of follow the squad from their training days to their first few fights in the Clone Wars and all the shit that they go through.
Yeah,
so
what's the pilot's
smaller
name? What's the pilot's name that sounds like kind of unlucky? And he was in the Battle of Coruscant as well.
I'm gonna have
If you don't know his name, it's totally fine. But there is a guy who apparently is in the Clone Wars. He's flying the original fighter Then he gets transferred to like their version of Gold Squadron where they're flying Y-Wings. Then he gets transferred to the Battle of Coruscant where he's flying that, I forget what it's called now, but basically that like 3-person X-Wing fighter. And
yeah,
then,
Arc 170.
Yeah. So he's flying an Arc 170 in that battle. And apparently he survives too. But he had some specific name. I forget what it is.
I'm trying to remember if I can think of any of the pilots. I think it might have been like
somebody is saying Silo, but I don't know if it's Silo. The Ghost of Kiev.
Yeah, I think so. I'm thinking Hard Case, but I think Hard Case died.
Yeah. Well,
Spoiler
Jeb,
for like a 10-year-old Cartoon Network show.
I would be happy to talk to you for another hour about Star Wars, but I don't, I want the palate cleanser, but I also don't want to lose the majority of the audience. Is there anything else that you want to talk about before I drag in the next person?
Oh yeah, I guess one thing. On the 10K step pilled. How long is that lap around the lake when you walk?
I think it's actually a mile. It takes me 20 to 25 minutes to finish, and I think I have about a 3-mile pace. And so
Okay,
I do finish it in about 20 to 30 minutes. So I think it's actually very close to a mile.
That's around like, I think at your size, because you're like 6'3", I think that's around like 2K steps probably.
Yeah, like 5,280 feet, divide by 2 or 3 feet, then that's only going to be 2 or 3,000 feet or 2 or 3,000 steps. But I am doing it like almost every day. So I am substantially more, or getting substantially more cardio than I used to.
Yeah, that's a nice part. I think also just if you're at the Y and they have the treadmills doing a slight angle, it does a lot for that as well without necessarily
that being said, though, the YMCA, there are cute people who do go to the YMCA, but I would say there's substantially more cute people walking around the lake. So there is a social component of people watching, of cute girls in gym wear walking around the lake.
That's fair. But yeah, that's kind of the last thing for me. You can push
all
me
right,
back
I appreciate you, King.
I hope everyone enjoyed the palate cleanser.
I'm trying to keep this tonight a little bit more of a shit show, but obviously if we do this in 2 weeks and there's not as much of a drama component, then, let's run it back and let's talk more about Star Wars shit.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
All right, appreciate you, King. Have a good night. Rifleman. You're on the air.
Oh yeah, you just interrupted a debate I was getting into with Doobie. Anyways, so
are you calling him a pedophile too?
I have not called him a pedophile.
Okay.
Actually, there was a video where he was saying where he was defending allowing pedophiles and children onto the same server. I mean, I didn't get to that. We were arguing about the DSA.
Gotcha.
And I was, yeah. So, what has the subject moved on to?
Well, Jeb Cush came in and did a little bit of a Star Wars cleanser. I think we did a little bit of a pedo crossfire between Doobie, myself, Foodshops, and Owlish. I would say we also did talk about the evidence for the Charlie Kirk shooting earlier with Owlish, and I'm trying to think of what else, but it was also about like lefties taking over the party. And how does the center left and center right make sure that socialists don't take over the United States of America? I would say those were most of the topics tonight.
So, as for the DSA taking over, so, I think of socialists of the past. I think of Lenin, Stalin, Mao. As horrible as those people were, they were, real men. You could see them, taking over a country. You could see them pulling off a coup. Actually, Stalin was a bank robber before he had a government position. But I have a hard again, the Democrats should disassociate from these DSA type because they're cancer and all that stuff. But as of right now, I'm having a hard time seeing them take over the Democrat Party, unless you have a reason to think they do, and if you can explain that.
No. So what I would say is as critical as I am of Steven this past week, my criticism of Steven is actually not that he's trying to push lefties out of the Overton window. That I actually like seeing liberals trying to push leftists out. I just think that it's a losing fight And I think that it's a little silly. What I think is more likely to happen than Hassan Piker becoming the face of the Democratic Party and all of the Democrats becoming a Marxist-Leninist is that 30% of the Democratic Party is going to identify as Democratic Socialists, but realistically 90% of them are going to be Scandinavian. They're going to want like Norway or Sweden. They're not going to want like Cambodia or China. And so I also think it's infinitely more likely that what will happen is something akin to Australia or the United Kingdom, where the Labour Party will basically have an American Labour Party that will be infinitely more left-wing than the center-left party, but they're going to have to be in a coalition for power. They're not going to have like unilateral dictatorial power inside the United States.
That's still a problem because they can hang up legislation. They could push for really wacky stuff like disentanglement from Israel, but I do not think would help the Palestinians at all because we've kind of been like the ones like keeping the Israelis in check. So like. But like you can't. Well, no, it's true. I mean, like you look through presidential history, and you'll see like basically every president, including a bit of Trump term one, you see them all saying to Israel, "Hey, cut it off! Like you've gone too far." And like we seem to be I think we should do more for sure because those West Bank settlements are crazy, and I've seen some like absolutely insane videos. But also problem is with the Palestinians is they don't got any real leadership. They just keep getting fucking crazy, psychotic, religious nut jobs for their leadership. So I mean,
sorry, keep going.
Oh, I was gonna say I think Destiny is kind of correct when he says that ultimately it's going to have to be Israel doing most of the legwork for the peace talk because they're the only ones with a coherent leadership that is
they're not
eager
going to
get their.
And this is,
I know.
This is where I think that what you said, where the United States is actually like holding Israel back a little bit. What is funny to me is even if the leftists got what they quote unquote wanted, let's say we totally defunded Israel. Let's say that we totally defunded Egypt and Jordan, which you could consider that like we're paying them billions of dollars for bases and this, that, the other. But we're also trying to have strong enough diplomatic ties that we make sure that Israel, Jordan, and Egypt don't go to war. If we cut all that shit off and then there was like another regional war between a nuclear armed Israel, Jordan, and Egypt, that's going to be fucked up again. So I think that like while the plight of the Palestinians, obviously I would prefer a two-state solution. What I think that you're going to find, and I think you might agree with me this descriptively, is that the Israelis are going to want to negotiate to the next ceasefire, but then ultimately their goal is to annex the West Bank and Gaza. Like by the year 2100, I would be surprised if Israel wasn't composed of Lebanon, south of Litani, the West Bank and Gaza were all under Israeli control.
Well, I mean, that also depends a lot on how the Arab nations change over time. Like, I've heard of some evidence that the Arab world is on the verge of a mass apostasy movement from Islam. And actually, I mean, I hate to be all Sam Harris cringe, but like an important part of this subject is the religious aspect of it. Like Islam and nut job Jews and nut job Christians who, like these three crazy groups who unironically want to fulfill the prophecy of their different holy books. And
and they're all descended from Abraham. So what's weird is that they're all different iterations of arguably the same faith.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like they're different enough for them to want to kill each other.
Right,
and
but what I'm trying to point out is the reason why we want to kill each other is because we all have different. So Abraham, goes up to, or the Jews go from Abraham up to before Jesus. Then Christians add in Jesus and the apostles and the disciples in the formation of the church under Paul. And then the Muslims add in Muhammad. So, and then weirdly enough, the Mormons add in Joseph Smith. So they're all considered like Abrahamic faiths. But what's so interesting about that to me is that the reason why we all prioritize Jerusalem or Israel or whatever is because of the Old Testament. That's why they're holy sites to all three religions, is because we're all descended from Abraham.
Oh yeah, and like I agree with that. Where like the Abrahamic faiths, like pretty much is the faith of the world, is Abraham, peace be upon him, I guess.
It's 4 out of 7 billion people are some level of Abrahamic.
Yeah, and like Israel is right in the epicenter of there. It's like the most holy religious Christian site, and the second most holy site of Jews, and the third most holy site of Islam. So
yeah,
like I mean, I don't see how all that gets fixed without like a massive secular movement across the Middle East, because like just we need people to stop acting crazy and stop making maximalist demands all the damn time.
My intuition is a little bit different, because I just think that I read the Quran a while ago, and the Quran, the second half is pretty brutal. First half is a little bit more chill, but there is a surah, a scripture in the first half that says like, you can't ignore the entirety of the book. But I would say that modern Christianity is largely new pacifistic or whatever through buffet Christianity. Like we emphasize Jesus saying turning the other cheek, and we de-emphasize the conquest of the state of Israel in the Old Testament and the massacre of the Amalekites or whatever. So whereas in the medieval times, they were emphasizing the slaughtering of the Amalekites, and they were de-emphasizing Jesus saying turn the other cheek. So what I would say I think needs to happen in Islam is, especially in the first half of the Quran, Muhammad says, in order to be a Muslim, you just have to believe in God, the last day, do good works, and believe that Muhammad is a messenger. And I think that if you make that the emphasis of Islam, then that's a lot easier. That, number one, that's a substantially lower bar of behavior. Number two, it also is substantially more chill than the second half of the Quran.
Yeah, I can see that working, but
yeah, buffet Islam is my suggestion.
Yeah, buffet. Well, I mean, just Islam is full of it's a much shorter book, and granted, I haven't read it, but like it's full of pretty violent and horrific stuff in there, like more so than the Christianity and Judaism, and also the Islamic terrorists. And there's a reason there's more Islamic terrorists than Jewish and Christian terrorists. They keep citing texts like ISIS when they were doing their fuckshittery. They would quote a Quran verse right after at the end of one of their videos to offer a Quranic justification for their brutal execution of some random civilian.
Yeah, I'm partially with Sam Harris with this. I think we all defer to, in the Twitch and YouTube political space, because we debated lefties for so long, we defer to the material conditions. Like, so for instance, like I don't think Kuwaitis are as likely to do a jihad as Afghans. And the reason why is because Kuwaitis have Pizza Hut and McDonald's and air conditioning and oil revenue. So I think there's something to be said for the material conditions of the average citizen of a country having to do with their level of radicalization and willingness to kill their neighbors and die themselves. However, I do subscribe to the Sam Harris belief that Jainism is a religion, right? And it's like so nonviolent that devout Jains will put cheesecloths over their water so they don't drink living beings like microbacteria or whatever that are inside their water. So the more extreme of a Jain you become, the more pacifistic you get. Whereas with other religions, the more extreme you get, the more violent you get because there's violent content.
Very Sam Harris argument. I think
I
I've heard
know, it's a
him.
classic. That's like a 2014 Sam Harris argument.
Oh man, to age myself a bit, like I remember the creationist evolutionary debates back in the day. Like
Yeah,
that
you're an
guy
OG.
got a
You're
deep.
before the
Yeah,
anti-social justice warrior wave.
it's well, it's funny. I think people should go back to those times more, just to learn a little bit about it because, like how was crazy, wacky beliefs dealt with before on the internet. And like a lot of it was dealt with like through internet Discord. And funny enough, I learned a lot about evolution during those days. Like actually, I would go as far as 90% of my knowledge of evolution was due to the creationist evolutionary debates.
Sick.
And like, yeah, and like you remember the days of the cartoon characters going through creationist videos and explaining why everything they're saying is stupid. And
well, QC John wants us to go back and watch the 2019 to 2022 debates. So maybe we'll have to get some oil together. So we'll go back and we'll watch like the mid 2010 atheist debates.
No, I think that'd be good because it's a part like this is my conservative brain coming through is like it's important to learn from the past. And like again, like those creationists were saying some pretty wacky stuff, but like they were strangely enough they were a lot more sophisticated than MAGA is now.
Bro, yeah, the conservatives of 10 years ago were more sophisticated. But I do want to say we are hitting about 10 minutes, and I do see a new caller. What else do you want to share with me and or the chat before we wrap?
I would say like go back to some of those older debates, like maybe even look up some old atheism is unstoppable videos. That's how far back I go. And
that's
it's
a name from
important
the
to see
past.
how. Yeah, it's important to like learn from that. Like, well, and also the amazing atheist, who's like it's interesting to see how he developed, and Sargon of Akkad is also another interesting development. Like, just all the like, just kids these days, they don't know these names.
True.
Like,
all right, well,
I go all the way back to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm just like I go all the way back to Venom Fang X. Like that. That's how far back I go back on YouTube. Like that's how long I've been on this app.
True OG. Well, it was good catching up, buddy. I'm gonna boot you for smuggest around, and I'm sure we'll be doing these community nights more often.
Sounds awesome. Take care, buddy.
Appreciate you. Smuggest around. You're on the line. What's up?
Oh, hello. I was just asking if my audio quality is good.
Yeah, good. Definitely good enough for a call-in.
Alrighty. Yeah. So just kind of like, there's this large recap over everything that's been going on, and that's a lot of this behavior overall is concerning in a pattern. Not all of it is really sort of the big issue in the first place. And it's just this repeated just chain, because you've got like with Foodshops, she's admitted to having this pedophilic obsessive compulsive disorder. And so she's talking with unverified people who may or may not be a minor, but age playing. And that is a risk to pedophilic obsessive compulsive disorder. She's consuming lolicon. She says initially that it is in therapeutic, safe, controlled environments. And then that is also not the case. So, there is a good chance, I want to believe that she is not an active pedophile or anything, and that, she can absolutely get help with these problems, but that's going to come with a need of acknowledgement and a change in these behaviors, which can very much escalate. And then with Destiny, that is also kind of the issue with his treatment towards women. A lot of women have gotten hurt by his actions, and not necessarily any of it is illegal, but this just continues to happen.
I think that's my not to have like an agree wank fest or whatever, but I think that's part of my problem that like if Foodshops wants to call in and talk or whatever, I suppose I'm more tolerant of that now. But I'm never not going to be repulsed by them, and that will be the focus of the topic because I
Mhm.
think it's weird that we are so accepting of this as just like, oh yeah, this person jerks off to kids, and it's like, no, nobody has beef with that. Everybody wants to associate. Everybody wants to hang out. And in my opinion, it is only because Steven has normalized her, and that's my beef.
Yeah, and again, like it's the totality of everything, like there is a case one we could make of lolicon might not be a problem. That is definitely like you can make a very good case that no, it still is. But with somebody struggling with POCD, who's kind of got these sort of like obsessive thoughts about it, it does become a case.
Yeah, so talking about the totality of circumstances, we got a Spurg in chat saying no proof, no proof, no proof. Well, maybe they're right that we don't have proof. We don't have proof. We have evidence. So what I would say
Yeah.
is that Steven's series of misbehaviors I think are pretty well documented. I don't think I have to relitigate them. Foodshop series of misbehaviors are pretty well litigated. The only problem, in my opinion, is that I don't think any large creators these concepts are so repulsive, they're not going to cover it. And then the commentary community is also not what it used to be. There used to be like Turkey Tom and Nicholas Diorio and Augie RFC, and they not only would they do commentary where they're reacting to something, but they would also take the time to research and put together like hit pieces that documented somebody's the totality of their bad behavior. And the truth is, I think they've just drifted away from Twitch and YouTube politics. Number one, because a substantial amount of them used to be
Understandable.
Destiny fans, and number two, they think it's gross and autistic.
Yeah. And so yeah, you've definitely kind of got that um just that mess. And sorry, I'm just amped up. It's been a day.
Sure.
Um like I think there is a case where, I do not want food shops to have kind of done anything wrong. These are concerning trends, with the whole ICO stuff. It could be that they are correct and that ICO was an adult male kind of doing this, and food shops just got, fooled twice. They could have actually been a minor, and food shops could have, like just been fooled. There is still the running issue of it's like you need to be double checking this stuff if you're even going to be kind of LARPing online with erotic role playing in the first place.
I'll
And
take it a
then
step further. I know that a substantial amount of my audience is more progressive or more liberal, and so they have like a laissez-faire attitude when it comes to sexual fantasies, where they basically say like, as long as it remains fantasy, that's okay. I'm just going to tell you, I'm
Yeah.
a little bit more conservative in the fact that I don't think you should be jerking off to kids, right? And if you think that it's okay, like it's neutral or good to be jerking off to kids, we're probably not going to be friends. And that's where like even me trying to be fair to food shops earlier tonight felt a little bit icky to me because I'm like, we shouldn't be talking this amicably because you jerk off to kids and I don't want to be your friend. And I want you to know that I don't want to be your friend.
Yeah, and yeah, there's definitely like you can coexist in the space of, kind of I find it gross, or I'm more laissez-faire about these weirder subjects. But food shops, it's getting you in trouble. That's kind of the be all end all of it. You're finding yourself in these compromising situations with supposedly a mental illness that you grapple with.
Well, and truth be told, I think a lot of people have just accepted the fact that that was a lie to cover up the scenario in the first place. So Foodshops, just for those of you who don't know, she came on the scene a few years ago. She was maybe getting 10 or 20 viewers, but Queeman A-logged her. Then as a result, she kind of bumped up to like 30 to 50. Then she disappeared because she got dogpiled off of admitting that she was like an out-and-out lolicon who consumed what she viewed as artistically drawn CSAM unrepentantly, and she got dogpiled off the internet. But then she came back a year later, and then because she was one of the few creators, I was willing to say, hey, Steven fucked up and he did bad shit, but I'm hoping that he learned his lesson, so I'm going to try to be his friend, and hopefully he stops being an asshole. And that was probably poorly calculated on my end, even if it was well intentioned. Foodshops did something different. She went on the offensive against Steven's enemies, and as a result, she became like the proxy anti-snarker warrior, which is why she's in the streaming position that she is now.
And so, like, ultimately, my real ask, and the only way I can see, some of these kind of ways of moving forward is, people address stuff publicly. Destiny, he's fighting and he's probably going to win his court case with Pixie. But I do think that at the end of the day, he should probably turn on his camera and say some level of, what I did was wrong, XYZ for some reason, and it is gross to kind of justify this behavior and equivocate it to, like the professor high school or college freshman role play. It's like that's different than somebody not knowing whether they're role playing with a minor or not, with role play of younger than
That
what
is a
they thought.
sincere frustration of mine. I don't know if Alishness is still in chat and still wants to talk or whatever, but a sincere frustration of mine is I admitted that when I was in college, so I'm done with the military. I think I'm 22 years of age. I get a 19-year-old girlfriend. She dresses up as a schoolgirl. I dress up in a business suit with glasses, and we bang. Okay, that is being compared to Foodshops sexting somebody who was under the age of 18 and role playing them being even younger. And when I asked them tonight, like, what was the age of the role play? I'm not trying to, like, I don't want to know that for my own sexual gratification. I want her to say it so people can realize how repulsive she is and how much she's hiding behind euphemism and jokes in order for people not to realize how repulsive it is. And I feel like I'm taking crazy pills sometimes because a substantial amount of people ignore just how vile what she's doing is.
Oh yeah, I just think even kind of all sides on it are to an extent gaslighting you.
It truly does feel that way. I feel like, and no offense to the audience, okay? I feel like Twitch and YouTube politics is just filled with a substantial amount of antisocial people. And so as a result, they just don't have very rich in-person sex lives. I'm sure some of them get laid all the time. I'm just saying that there probably are some people who don't have rich sex lives. And so as a result, they might have gotten into more like internet-based kink shit. And so they don't want to judge other people for having freaky kinks. And I understand that impulse, but we should probably have a line somewhere. And I think that line should be kids.
Especially like, there are also just definitely these, Discord just has a lot of issues with potentially predatory behaviors. There are plenty of groups that one might even find themselves into where they don't even like necessarily recognize, there's a problem. It's just kind of like a thing, not even necessarily like the normalization of, um, you know, kind of like talking and DMing minors explicitly, but just sort of like allowing the environment to happen, where it just sort of like happens in the background, and it's like, whoa, I need a little bit more of a community scrubbing. There is a channel that I've enjoyed for a long time, Harmful Opinions, and a lot of his content is just kind of going over, these spaces where it's all like, hey, I'm asking you guys to be a bit more serious with kind of taking your age verification and making sure that this is a safe place for children. If you're going to have them in the server uh, at all, then you should not have like an NSFW chat, even if they're you know supposedly like kind of blocked off from it.
Yeah.
And Doobie might be kind of jumping a bit at that, but there is definitely some level of you need consciousness, and people kind of just need to be aware that it happens, because it can even just sort of like invisibly you find yourself in that sort of gross community, even if you're not uh participating or even approving of it.
Yeah. No, we have. I'm not trying to malign my own community with the pile people, but we had quite a substantial amount of memes about people wanting to be in a giant naked sex pile. And if I found out that my 13-year-old son or 15-year-old son or even 16 or 17-year-old son, I'd probably be yelling at him to get the fuck out of that group. It's only reliant on the fact that we're all adults and we're all joking. And truth be told, there's been a schism in the community, not only because of my sexual prudishness, but because of this drama. But I would say that we are hitting a little bit more than 10 minutes. So I do kind of, and we're also getting close to midnight. So I think that's probably about my bedtime. But what else do you want to tell the community? What other thoughts do you have before we wrap up this little segment?
That was kind of it. I said my piece, so
All right, cool beans. Well,
I'll,
smuggest around. Nice talking to you. I hope you have a beautiful night.
alrighty, you too.
All right, bye now. Now, I do see Doobie, Jeb Cush, and Rifleman in there. I don't see Alishness, but realistically, we're about to hit midnight anyways. So I was probably going to wrap it here unless there was something specific. So let me just actually pull everybody in real quick and just see if there's anything specific. All right, guys, I pulled all three of you in to see if there was anything specific that you guys wanted to address before I wrap up the show.
Oh, I'm good. I'm just being a waiting room.
Okay. And then Rifleman or Doobie, y'all got anything before I wrap?
I just want to be clear. We actually don't have NSFW channels on the server because, well, not just because they're minors. I think NSFW channels on Discord are gross in general. I think if you're sharing porn on
True.
Discord, you need to like rethink your life. But yeah, so we don't have that. But also, Connor, would you? I'm just curious. Would you be willing to talk to JStalk about the talking to Destiny thing? So I think
yes,
I typically
okay.
agree with you about like if you not only talk to the person, you kind of seem like a bitch, but given the context of everything, I've heard his explanation. It does seem totally fair. So I'm
No,
just wondering
okay.
if you'd
I
be-
don't. Okay, the reason why I think I was venting a little bit when I was talking shit about JStalk in whatever video I was talking shit about him, but basically there was an opportunity where this entire thing came out, the drama came out, and they covered it, and I don't have a problem with them covering it. I don't have a problem with them saying there isn't enough evidence for Connor to be making the assertions they're making or whatever the fuck, but Steven was like, he was steamed and ready to fight anybody. And the couple of weeks after it, it seemed like there was a good opportunity for JStalk to either fight Dan or fight Destiny with all of their bad behavior. And JStalk just didn't do it. And that pissed me off because it's like, you spent 2 years talking shit about this guy. I understand that Sherry could potentially get hurt because they're going to be, basically using the conversation as a leverage to digitally harass Sherry. But just the mere fact that you're talking shit about this guy already puts Sherry in danger. So just come out here and throw fucking elbows. So yeah, I don't have like some strong principled opposition to talking to JStalk. I just want him to stop being a pussy.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
So I have a question, and this is something that's been weighing on me a little bit, but before you released the Brit and Devil information and all that stuff, did you seek counsel with anybody? Like, did you go to somebody and ask them, "Hey, what should I do? Like, is this the right thing to do?"
Yes and no. I think so. So hold on. I got the original Devil allegations by talking to Devil in November. I got the in May. On Friday night, I found out that Steven was still talking to Britt, which I thought was retarded enough, from Britt on Saturday. On Saturday night, throwing everything at fucking Steven, I don't really regret. Basically, what I said was, hey, you stupid fuck. You're a sexually reckless, degenerate, dumb fuck who hurts himself and hurts everyone around you. Fuck you. And I stand by that 100%. On Sunday, I think is when, because the drama was blowing up or whatever, I think Queeman gave me the Brit email. And I think I think I told everybody that I was going to go forward with it on Wednesday or Thursday. Plenty of people said like, hey, it's not enough. You're inviting blowback on the community, this, that, the other. But I felt like if I didn't put the Brit email out there, I felt like I was complicit in Steven's bad behavior. So whatever counsel I sought, I ignored.
So you didn't like talk to like a lawyer or
No, fuck
like
a
I
lawyer.
don't know.
No. So here's the thing. With a lawyer, I already know we have really robust freedom of speech laws inside the United States. And if you reasonably believe something to be true, that is a defense against like slander and libel and shit. And I reasonably believe this to be true.
I'm not accusing you of slander. Not at all. I'm just saying like me well actually I've never been in this sort of situation, but I feel like the wiser course of action would have been to seek cancel from somebody, like somebody outside of this space, because this space is pretty fucking degenerate.
Yeah,
like
but you know what? You know what everybody outside the space said? Gross.
I bet they did.
That's dude, literally everyone I told, I was like, hey, I was friends with this guy for a while, and we were, I kind of felt like I was, trying to push him on a good path or whatever, but then I found out that he was doing this gross shit and it's super fucked up, and I feel like I got to do something about it. And if I told somebody who wasn't in Twitch and YouTube politics about it, they didn't have a preference over whether or not I talked about it publicly or privately. They literally just said, gross. That was it. That was their feedback.
Like, so me, if I had that information, so my mother, she's a teacher.
Yeah.
And like she's still wickedly sharp, but like and so she's a teacher, so she's a mandatory reporter. So if she hears like there's something going on with a child, she has to report it.
Yeah.
I would have asked her, hey, if you have this information, actually, I'll have to present her with this, but like,
well, I already know as a law enforcement officer that if I found out that two adults, even if it was alleged, right? Even if it was alleged that they were masturbating to the idea of molesting their children, I'm writing a report on that. That's like not even a question. If like, let's say that Devil had come into the police department and he said, my wife is sexually communicating with a man. She sent him pictures of our children and they sexually fantasized about molesting our kids. I am 100% generating a report number, taking a sworn written statement, and passing that up to a detective. That's not even a question in my mind.
Well, then I feel like you should make that argument publicly more about mandatory reporters of how they would have to handle this situation. So you can explain your position better, because you're like, so like you're a real adult, I'm a real adult, all that stuff, and like offense intended to the majority of this degenerate space is like, in the real world you have to deal with real consequences, and you have to live with the choices you make, and you have to stand by them or admit that you're wrong if you get proven to be wrong, and then atone for that. And
yeah,
I mean, I haven't seen the evidence that they didn't do this, but all I've seen of the evidence that they did do this is like emails, and I don't know if that's enough for a
I
police
think
report. And
Sometimes that's
personally,
all you
do you?
have, man. Sometimes all you
Yeah.
have is sworn written statements, and then you pull on the thread. So, for instance, like let's say that Devil had come in and he had said the exact same thing that he said to me, but he didn't just say, "Oh, she sent pictures of them in bathing suits. She sent them pictures of like actual sex acts with children." Well, what would actually happen at that point is I would not only would I get the sworn written statement, turn that over to a detective, but a detective would absolutely write a warrant or a subpoena for the electronic communications records. The only reason why I think that this is not happening in this scenario is because the alleged photographs that were sent were not sexually explicit in nature. It's picture of kids in bathing suits, so it's not porn of kids.
Yeah, I think the way this is being like taken by people like North is if that was the claim, right, that she was sharing actual like sex acts, like videos or pictures of sex acts with their children, North would say, "Oh, well, we haven't seen those videos or pictures, so we don't know if it happened. So you can't do anything about it."
Right.
I think
and dude,
that's
and that's
fucking
kind of why I was
ridiculous.
getting pissed in that conversation is like, I'm not a cop anymore. I don't have warrant authority. I don't have subpoena authority. I don't have the backing of a court, you know? So I'm just a dude at this point.
Yeah.
So
Jay
I got to
Stock is
turn it over to
joining in,
cops.
by the way.
So I saw a little bit of Wick talking with what's his name, that other
Hit me with this,
conservative
but
guy.
then I do want to drag J Stock in because he's been waiting for a minute. But hit me with what you got before I drag him in.
Okay, so Wick released a video like a month ago where they were going over all the information. And he didn't say you were evil. He said what you were doing was immoral. And I don't know, I think you two might benefit talking about that.
I
even
might
at the
be
risk
I
of-
might be so pissy. Like so for instance, like I still wouldn't mind going on like a Wick show or panel for like a debate or something. But I think that if Wick and I have a one-on-one similar to the way that North and I had a one-on-one conversation tonight, I might get so pissy that it's just gonna ruin the relationship. So like I'm not in a rush to get back with Wick just because I think if we had that conversation and he was like, "You're a bad person," I would basically tell him the fucking terms of service shit. I don't know.
No, I don't.
And
I don't
Wick,
think
Wick
he
I
would.
think is a much worse person than North. I think North is just young and stupid, but Wick is, I think, like,
And by the
intentionally
way, I
dishonest,
think Wick,
disgusting piece
or
of shit.
excuse me, I think North is going to, whether or not he admits it or not, he's just gonna learn his lesson in the next couple of years. If he is truly temperamentally conservative and he becomes the token Republican of DGG, and then he hangs out with them for a few years, he's going to realize that there's a bunch of gross, disgusting, fucking unrepentant perverts in there. And then he's going to realize that they don't align on some politics. And eventually, if he has a spine, then they're going to get into some irreconcilable fight.
Oh yeah, if I were to talk to North, I would tell him there is no point of being the token conservative of DGG because they'll hate you for just being a conservative. And I mean, I've seen that too. Like I've been online and I say I'm a conservative and I'm against Trump, and then a bunch of liberals come out and go like, "Fuck you! You let this happen."
Being a heel, Doobie and I think both can attest to this. Being a heel can be a decent position for other people's entertainment. So like I don't begrudge North being a heel in liberal spaces. I've arguably done that for the past 5 years. But I am going to bring in J Stock so I can call him a pussy to his face.
Okay.
J Stock. J Stock.
Hello. What's up? How's it going?
What's up? I don't know. Just
How's it
hanging
going?
out. Hanging out with Foodshops. Apparently Foodshops and I are best buds now.
Yeah, I saw that. You kind of got what you deserve for that one. You had a good rule on that one. The rule
What,
against
don't
me
talk
is
to
not as
pedophiles?
good. Yeah, just in terms of how gross they were like the whole time. It's like you kind
Ugh.
of got. That's what happens when you break that rule. You know.
Ugh. Yeah.
That's rough.
We made content though. Made content.
I kind of like it's.
It's almost content.
Well, the weird thing about like talking to Foodshops or Alish or any of these people is like they kind of can't engage like normal people. And I don't know, like I think you need a moderator basically to have a conversation with them that will keep them grounded in reality.
I'm hoping though that like anybody will see anyone who's sane will see that Foodshops trying to compare her sexual communications with a minor involving sexual role play where the minor is even younger than they actually are versus two adults, one of them being dressed in a suit and one of them being dressed in, high socks and a skirt. If they don't see like a moral difference in that, I think they're fucking unsalvageable.
Yeah, that is just them though. But sure. I agree.
Cool beans.
Yeah,
well, what you got? I was thinking about wrapping up in the next couple of minutes, but Doobie said you should talk to
It depends on if you wanted to argue the Destiny thing. You said I have to talk to Destiny to talk to you, and I was like,
well should I kick the other people real quick?
If you want to argue that, if you want to talk about something else, I'd do probably something else.
Well, I think I already folded on the argument. My argument is that
it's kind of like
my argument is that I think that you've spent a substantial amount of time talking shit about Destiny for the past 2 years, talking shit about Dan Saltman, talking shit about the Orbit, et cetera, et cetera. So if these people say, hey, J-Stock, come on and fucking fight us, then you should just go on there and fucking fight them. Fuck them.
Yeah, I am trying to. So do you want to hear my counter argument?
Yes.
It's going to just sound like cope. You could just say it's cope. But honestly, if I found a moderator I thought would litigate it fairly, I would probably have no problem. I had no problem, like multiple times I've entered spaces where I knew Destiny could come on if you want to talk about politics, right? I don't really want to argue his allegations because he just lies. Like anytime he's in drama, he just lies. And I've noticed that the way he does this is he builds up a villain and then he tears the villain down. And his whole cult gets on board with the lies and they just keep spreading them. And I don't want to give him that engagement at all. That's my personal belief.
I have a question. So I have heard
just real quick, who am I talking to?
It's Rifleman. He's a community member. And Rifleman, I guess I'll respond before I let you go. I understand it.
I'm not saying anything. I actually just wanted to know, like, who.
Yeah. I'll articulate this frustration, and then I'll let Rifleman go. My frustration is that if I'm happy and proud that Josiah and Pisco have found their niches and they're doing well with the content creation and all that kind of stuff. However, it feels like this past week, in my opinion, what Steven really deserved because he was out on a limb was somebody saying, fuck you. You're wrong. This is dog shit argumentation. This would not survive 30 seconds on a Twitch and YouTube panel. Fuck you. But because the only people that will still interact with him are orbiters, and he's pissed off everyone else from interacting with him, no one would say, fuck you. And so that's where it's like, I understand Pisco wants to guard his mental health and also the content that he wants to create. I totally understand. You want to guard the people that are close to you, and you don't necessarily want to invite more people to try to dox you.
I literally just do it purely from I've given up on that because they're obviously going to go after these people. I'm not protecting anybody. I don't want to give him, like, it's honestly
okay. Well, then I like Pisco more, so I'll say that Pisco is being brave and principled, and you're being a fucking pussy. How about that?
Okay.
So my question is I've heard talks about this group chat where people are organizing and collaborating against Destiny, and I have seen Lonerbox, Huts, Wick, and of course Dan and Destiny saying that these group chats are real and full of crazy stuff. Like, what's up with that? Are they all lying or they're telling the truth? Like, what's going on with that?
Sure. Do you want to know? So I would need probably a more specific allegation. Like, obviously the Snark Left Discord's real. You can join that yourself. The thing they got the leaks from, the logs from, that's real. You can join that yourself.
What I'll say, actually, if I could respond to this,
so are the Snarkers collaborating
can I also
together?
say they've lied or misrepresented things quite a bit, and I fully support them releasing the entire set of logs.
That
But
okay,
there
hold
you
on,
go.
Rifleman. Before you respond, that is one of the things that actually pissed me off. I probably should have pressed Foodshops on that. They like, I don't give a shit if Foodshops wanted to say Connor's been talking shit about me for the past 2 or 3 years, calling me a pedophile, and told Destiny, I have no idea why you're platforming this person. I think it's counterproductive and stupid as fuck. That is true. That is just fundamentally true. But she took it a step further and she said, "Oh, Destiny said that there's spam messages of Connor, bitching him out for raiding Foodshops. That never happened." And so, what frustrates me about this like post-truth warfare that's happening between the DGG, the snarkers, and the anti-snarkers, it's like you can't even tell what's fucking true anymore because the snarkers are sometimes very, very, very abrasive and rude. I think that's the nicest way to put it. And then the DGGers have openly said, no, we'll just say whatever the fuck we need to say in order to win the war. And it's like reality doesn't fucking matter anymore.
Well,
Yeah,
Hux
like,
and
I think,
Loner Box are not DDGers, and they have
Wait,
the
who did you say
grip that
first?
Said Hutch.
Loner
Hutch is a
Box.
pussy.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you remember
Hux-
Loner Box's coverage, at least as far as I know, what Loner Box said is he got submitted the logs for the entirety of the Snark Discord. He can't be fucked in order to review all of it, but there was like I think he was referring to Wix docs, but there was like doxing information in there.
Well, I don't think Lonerbox even made that claim. I don't think.
But
I
maybe
don't
I'm
remember
combining
Lonerbox making
claims
that
then.
claim when he first reviewed
Yes,
it.
he did. We already
maybe it
did
was
this a
Hutch.
million
Is
times.
the-
Don't be obfuscated. He already did
Sorry,
that.
sorry,
Stop
sorry.
it.
No,
is
We
Rick
don't need
made
to
that claim
rehash
later.
this whole drama cycle all over from the very fucking beginning. What even is this? All right,
Okay.
Connor, you want to go to bed? Like, you already called this guy a
Oh
fucking
God,
pussy
Valor,
little
why are you
bitch.
always like? Why are you
Okay.
always trying to referee
All
what
right.
Connor's doing? Like,
Speaking of pussy
fucking
little
caring.
bitches, Connor,
Yeah, stop
I'm
being
only
fucking caring.
here
He's a grown ass
for
man.
two
He can go to bed when
reasons.
he wants to.
Two
What the fuck's wrong
reasons,
with you?
Connor. Two reasons.
Just let Jason
One,
respond to what
I'm
you
here
say.
to call out Doobie for being a pussy little bitch
Let's
who will
go.
not
More content.
DM Lonerbox.
Jesus.
When he said he would
I had
DM
multiple
Lonerbox
combos with
and
Lonerbox. What are you
schedule a
talking
debate
about?
with him, he still won't do it because he's too much of a pussy little bitch, just like Gisticle
Oh
here,
my
who
God.
was too pussy of a bitch to go challenge the people who he says are lying about whatever the fuck is on
I've
that
had
Discord.
multiple
So
combos
instead
and
of
debates with Lonerbox
rehashing
over the
all
years. What
that,
the
Wait,
fuck are you
let's
talking
shut
about?
I've
down
actually
the little
argued
shit
multiple
show that
times
we've
about
had
this.
all
Is there
night.
somebody
And let's
who's
talk
making
about
claims about this Discord who wants
let's
to
talk
argue?
about our coggers.
Valor is
Is-
And not
is
the little
like
snark
is an
ass
embarrassed
bitch.
Is-
Destiny.
If there's
one
like-
at a time.
If there's a
It's always
single
the fucking time.
non-doxer who wants to argue,
Sorry, J Stock, for muting you, but I just went like one at a time. So one at a time.
oh,
Is the snarker community engaging in a harassment doxing campaign against Destiny and people who associate with them?
so Destiny wasn't even in the top 3 people talked about in that Discord. As the source for that is Dan Saltman. Like in
And
terms
that's
of the
what address
creators
that
that
is
got
now.
watched in that Discord, he wasn't in the top 3.
Is that a yes or a no?
So I'm just saying, if you think that's what they're doing, a harassment campaign, a doxing campaign. No, on a doxing campaign, I think there were 2 instances. I want to say 2 instances of PII being posted in the server. You could
So
argue
you
3,
think-
but the
you
PII
think
specifically
you-
wasn't in the server for one of them. But
So Wick is
they are,
lying?
just to be clear, they're not full doxing or anything. One of them was a screenshot of somebody accidentally leaking their email that contained a name. That was deleted, I believe, within seconds. Another one was basically somebody posted a tweet that had some dox info in it that is from like something totally unrelated to anybody in the sphere. And that tweet was deleted by the person, and then the bot artifact was there that still had the information in it. So the bot, if you have like FX tweet or something, the bot will go and repost the link with like a better, like rich template. That template from the bot was still there.
So you're saying
there wasn't like
you're
anybody
saying-
collecting information or like some building up docs on people, nothing like that.
So when Wick said he was one of the people who was doxxed by your group, you're saying he's lying?
I think, because I think Wick has talked about it, I think I can just clarify that with Wick, it's the bot artifact, the tweet is there. There's a picture that I think is him and a name.
Well, you can talk to him about it. Like he's willing to have bad empanada.
Can I just tell you? Can I just tell you what it was? Because I stumbled upon this myself on Twitter, and I immediately told Wick about it. And this was not part of the Stark Left thing or anything like this. I was just on Twitter, and some dude was like tagging him with it. And I was like, "Hey Wick, just FYI, this fucking crazy person tagging with this shit. You should report this. I'm gonna report it too. Let me know if you want me to like help you try to take this down. I don't know how, but I'll try to help you take it down. Try to help you get this guy banned from servers. I think it was the guy that actually went on Wick's platform. And
Doobie,
like,
which docs was that? Which
please,
docs was
Valor,
that?
shut
There
the
were
fuck
two,
up.
remember? There were
Please,
two
Valor.
doxes.
Valor,
Which
there's
one
the
was it,
PV
Ducky?
one. There's a PV one, which is like the one that
It's not
everybody
the
knows
Isn't
about.
it funny
And
how
then,
there's two different
please,
doxes on that
Valor,
server that
hey,
you gotta
please
separate?
shut up.
Valor,
the PV
Valor,
one was on
I
that
fucking
server.
I love
The-
you.
the PV
You're
one was on
you're my
that server,
most
you're just
loyal
lying.
soldier. But can we just
That's
do it
right.
one
And
at a
you've got
time?
nobody pushing back on these two fucking
I'm
snark generals.
answering the question
You
bullshitting
are
our whole
no.
fucking
I
audience with
want
their
you to.
bullshit.
I
You're
want
a
you
40-year-old
to
virgin if
push
you call
back
them
on
Star
them. I just
Generals.
want you to do it when they're done talking, so we can hear what's being said.
I will give
Hey,
Doobie enough
Connor, oh
time
god.
to get his bullshit out, but I will not let him
Hey,
fucking
thank you, babe.
sit here
Thank you.
and
Thank you,
filibuster
Daddy.
the
Shut the fuck
whole
up.
fucking sorry
Sure.
Okay,
So
story.
so
thank you.
Doobie,
Thank you.
please
Make
keep
a
it
salient
under.
point, Frog.
Connor, have I shown you
Please
the
keep
answer
it
to
under
myself and
2
Wick?
minutes, Doobie, and then
Sure.
let Valor respond.
I believe I've sent you those DMs, Connor, where I found this on Twitter, immediately messaged Wick. I was like, "Hey, Wick, here's this thing that I just saw. I'm gonna try to help you get it taken down, yada yada." So that I believe was posted on the server by Rita. And Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't see it. Like I think I was in the server at the time, but I was not looking
Rita
at it.
deleted
It's
it
not like
pretty quickly, I think, and then
Oh,
it's
so
just
Rita
the
actually see. I didn't even know that.
reposted link.
Okay.
Well, it's the repost. So the bot reposts all Twitter links. I'm sure everybody knows this bot, right? Because it's like
Yeah.
better, way better for
The FX
Twitter
Twitter
links.
thing, yeah.
Yeah. So that was nobody noticed it. Nobody like noticed it. It was like somebody thought it was like a goofy picture of Wick.
If
and
nobody
maybe
noticed
like,
it, how are we
texted it.
even fucking talking about it right now?
Because Dan
Because
and Destiny
Wick
noticed
said
it like
that
a
it
year
happened.
later, or like 8 months later or some shit.
So
And they brought
And
it
then
up.
people
I
went through
gotta-
and tried to find it.
I got another question. So if you two are for releasing the entirety of the group chat, then like why not like go on some sort of debate panel with Dan, Wick, whoever, like relevant people, and like go over it and say, hey, we're releasing it, and there's no
Why we
there's
need
none
them
of
to
us
release
doc-
it, right?
Yeah, they need to
Why
release
we
it.
need
Because
Why
they
can't you
have
release
Why
it?
can't you
Why can't
release
they
your
just-
own Discord logs?
You can join the
I don't-
server right now.
I don't.
A
own the
server that's
I
already
don't
been
own the server.
stripped? Like, what are you talking about? Stop
Okay, then
bullshitting the
if it's
fucking
been
audience.
stripped, then you should be encouraging them to release it. Release everything.
I encourage
can't
the
you?
Discord owners of that Snark Discord to fucking release every log that wasn't deleted and be fucking public about it and stop bitching and stop acting like you are the right team and you are going to be. I need
If you think
Destiny's
Destiny's
team to
right, don't you,
release all
Valor?
of their logs so that we can.
Yeah, don't you
bullshit.
think
This
Destiny's
guy
right?
is
Discord owner,
genuinely
you
not
know how
helpful
it
in
works.
any way, right?
You
He's
can
just
get
drunk.
these logs. Go fucking release it.
Yeah, he's
We're all
drunk and
sick of this
upset that we're
fucking
being
shit.
they're
We are
making
so
us
sick of this
slurring.
song and fucking
This-
dance. Give us an original fucking argument for your bullshit.
There is
Please.
no argument. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not arguing anything.
I mean,
I'm just telling you what fucking happened.
I mean, like, I'm not hearing a good reason why you guys can't just release it and say,
I don't
hey,
own the
look,
server.
you're
I
lying.
don't think JSEC owns the server. So if the server owner wants to do that, go for it. I don't give a fuck. But I'm saying that Destiny and Dan have these logs. Encourage them to release it. I want it all released. There's no confusion.
Well, I mean, I would love it. I would love it to be released because I would like to figure out who's
Yeah, me
lying,
too.
who's not. But wait, do you two not
Wait,
have direct
Rifleman,
contact with
Rifleman.
the
I
Discord?
have good news. I have good news. Destiny's case is going to get dismissed any day now, right? And then when it gets dismissed
see.
any day now, he's going to release the manifesto, and it's going to prove that every single one of his critics is a vile, evil, snarking piece of shit, and he hasn't done anything wrong.
I think Destiny
just to be clear,
overestimates I think Destiny overestimates the power of his manifestos.
Rifleman, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Wait. I got to clear up a couple things real quick first. So broadly, no pattern of doxing whatsoever. There were like one-offs that were deleted within seconds. Basically, that is like the only thing that's happened there. And they're like totally incomplete. And basically somebody making a bad decision and then going, oh shit, I didn't realize what this was, deleting it. That is like what's happened in that server.
What about when
okay?
you guys were trying to find that mod of whatever that fucking loser's guy fucking name is? Like, what was that about? You guys were hunting down that mod because he might have been that
guys.
Yeah,
chick's
so
fucking
Tectone,
Discord
known
guy. What was,
known
is that not
rapist
part of the
Tectone.
pattern of doxing people?
Known rapist
You're not
Tectone.
counting
No,
that as
it
part of the
is.
pattern?
So
So-
no, because that person wasn't going to be doxxed, and they didn't do anything at all anyway.
So
That's
I
just
think
like
you
YouTubers,
meant-
like
they didn't do
YouTubers
anything?
who were
They
thinking
didn't
they
hunt
could
this
maybe
guy down?
help
They
this
didn't
woman
put
who's
his
getting
name into a
harassed,
dox
and then they
tool?
didn't do anything.
They didn't put his
No,
name
wait.
into a dox tool?
No, they didn't.
They linked the dox
That's not
tool,
even
though,
alleged,
right?
idiot.
They
So
linked the
Drink,
dox
take another
tool?
shot. That's not even alleged by anybody.
Are you
Do
sure?
you
Carlo, you don't know
all-
what you're talking about.
Yes.
Do you all have a direct connection with the owner of the Discord?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Well,
could ask
who is
him.
it?
I could
think
ask him
it's
to release
Kathy,
stuff.
maybe? Yeah,
Go
Kathy,
ask
we'll
him.
do
Hold
it.
on, hold on,
Go
guys,
for it.
guys.
Yeah,
Can I,
ask him.
as the
Wait,
most
I don't know if he's
neutral
got
and
all the
fair
deleted
people,
messages.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I don't even- I don't
I
know
wanted
that.
to clear up the thing about the Tectone mod or whatever. So the differentiation, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I remember this drama, was that PII wasn't like published or whatever. They were looking for the PII to potentially report the person for violating a harassment
even-
order.
And I would
I don't even
assert
think they were
that
looking for the
that
guy's
is
name.
a
I think they were
part
looking to
of
see if
a
there's a connection on
pattern of
usernames.
doxing behavior. You have to do step A plus step B to get to step C, the dox. You're just saying that they just did step A. They didn't really do step B, and they didn't fucking do anything anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Wait, what is
That's
step A?
ridiculous.
Well,
It's
hold
part
on,
of
hold
the
on. To
pattern
be
of
clear,
behavior.
hold on.
It's part
I
of the
do want to make
pattern
that
of
point. I do want to make that point because I think that's an important point. What ended up happening during this drama cycle, and I think Queeman actually pointed this out despite participating in it the way that he did, was that you can still argue about whether or not searching for people's PII in order to impose real world consequences on them is good or bad, independent of whether or not it's definitionally doxing. And so the snarker, the accusation was that the quote unquote snarkers are hiding behind the definition rather than dealing with the moral criticism.
Yeah, I think that if you have if you're morally condemning people, we're really just trying to figure out if an anonymous Twitter account is linked to some other like a YouTuber who's a rapist.
Okay, stop. I've heard this a million times. We don't need the Batman. We don't need the Superman, Batman. These people are good people. Stop.
One at a time.
I'm going to say it again.
One at a
Say
time.
one at a time. It's
Yeah,
the
so
same
Connor,
drunk
I'd like to
belligerent
argument.
B,
Connor, I know that Valor wants to run.
fantastic moron.
Valor wants to run. Valor
interrupting
wants to
every
run
time.
fucking defense for a rapist.
Oh
I got that.
man,
but I'd like to
everyone's
finish what I
getting
was saying.
crazy.
Okay, doobies
I don't
one
know,
at a
Valor,
time,
why do you
and
feel
I'm
the
going
need to run defense for
unmute.
Tectone?
Hold on, I'm gonna unmute Fell, but I'm gonna make it clear. Debunk Doobie after he's done talking. All right.
Okay. So again, my understanding of what they're doing is like two YouTubers who saw an account harassing a rape victim. They thought that this account might be tied to the rapist, the guy who raped this woman, and either himself or a mod of his. So they wanted to find out if there's like a link between the accounts. That's it, right? My understanding is that they didn't post anything that they found. No
Is
names
that
were
it?
posted.
Hang on. That's
no
the end of the
address,
argument.
no
just to be
doxing,
clear, I
no
actually have
doxing
more
happened at
here.
all.
Sorry, I need.
Doobie, let me know when you're finished.
No, you're not. You're not muted. Oh,
Yeah, let me. Doobie, are you finished?
So further context, I think Jason was going to say is that she also has a restraining order against this dude. So if you were contacting her, like harassing her on Twitter through an alt account, that would be illegal. That would be something that I think would be totally reasonable for them to report to her, so that she can get him punished for it.
All right. There you go. Now, Valorfax, now that he's done talking, now yell at him.
Thank you. Okay, so that ridiculous point is so stupid, and it's not part of the salience that Connor was talking about. The point is that there's a pattern of behavior on that Discord where people are going out of their way, putting PII into a docs tool, getting PII information, and doing shit with it. You can justify and moral frog your way through that as much as you want, but the fact of the matter remains, you have behavior, and there's a pattern of it in the Discord, and you have two
arguing that there's a
leaked
pattern, but you aren't
doxes on
arguing
that
any of the
Discord,
instances are
and you have admitted motivation for people in that Discord to want to hunt people's information down because they think that other people are doing things bad, illegal, morally evil. Therefore, they're allowed to go and do this thing. So anyway, the fact of the matter remains, you have people on that Discord happily ready to dox other people for their own justifications. It's insanity.
All right, I'm gonna unmute Jay Stock now because it sounded like he wanted to respond to you.
Oh, yeah, this guy's just a ranting moron. So he hasn't proven any instance. He's saying there's a pattern. He hasn't proven any single instance is doxing, but he's saying there's a pattern of doxing.
To Steelman though, hold on. To Steelman though, what I would say is there's two touch points that I've heard Dan and Destiny articulate repeatedly over and over and over again.
There's also not even a pattern of posting information.
Hold on, I want to finish. Wick.
Go ahead.
And this Tectone suspected mod. That's what they're using to establish the pattern. What is your response?
Okay. Where is any of the Tectone mods PII posted? It's not alleged. Yeah, that's not alleged.
What was it?
So
Them
I don't know
talking
what
about
we're doing
obtaining the PII in the server, but they didn't.
It was
post
them
it in the
talking
server?
about possibly looking to connect, not even PII, to connect like usernames. Maybe you want to argue that username, that a tool that could look up other PII, that looks up other usernames, just wanting the usernames, asking somebody who might have the tool, or I think they talked about how they could ask somebody who might have access to the tool for like a username lookup, that was like into, I guess, getting down the road towards doxing when there's a totally legitimate purpose, for one thing, and two, they didn't do it, and three, it wouldn't be involving any of the guys' PII to begin with.
I just want to point out you can't stand on number two if you're going to have the other 2 points. Either these people are heroes of the cause and they are looking at PII to find bad, evil rapists, or they are not. You can't say they didn't even do anything. And also, they're also protecting people. Which one is it? Are they protecting people or are they not?
They're lazy.
Doobie says that they are. Doobie's really sure that that's what they're doing.
Could protect people. They were discussing how they could protect people, how they could help this person. And then they went, fuck it.
I promise you, if I ever talk to Destiny and Dan, what is unlikely, or if they're watching this, I say, please release the full chats because, like, the truth would be really awesome to know. But it sounds like your friend, or I don't know, this person you know, who has control over the chat, he could exonerate you two by releasing the chat and going over it and explaining how it's not what Destiny and Dan are saying. Like, that seems like the best way to exonerate.
That already happened.
It
they
did?
totally failed to establish any argument in that conversation with regards to the Docs Tool 1, Docs Tool 2. Okay? That whole thing.
Weren't you saying the chats were not released? You're saying that you guys were just saying that the owner of the chat is not releasing the chat, and you two do not have control
for
over
that.
the chat.
The whole chat is out. The whole chat is out for that exchange.
Yeah, he's talking
Stop
about that.
being, stop it. You're you know exactly what he's saying.
Please, Valor.
He's talking about the
please.
logs
Valor,
for the Discord.
I understand. Valor, please. So Rifman, to be clear, so he's saying the logs surrounding that incident have already been released. They've already been gone over. What we're saying is that the owner has all the other logs that Destiny and Dan claim to have. We don't know if he has them actually because they were deleted. I don't know if he saved them in archive.
Hold on.
However, wait 1 second, please. Wait, just let me finish. What I'm saying that yeah, he should release it, but also Destiny and Dan should release it if it's as bad as I say, because then it will exonerate all the doxing that they've been doing for fucking years. Actually, they were doxing before any of these allegations. Actually, so
oh my god, I'm gonna fall asleep. Can we move on with this?
Multiple doxing campaigns before that server even existed.
You two just told me you could not release the chats, and that it was in the control of this other individual.
Can I
feel like
and now you're saying that it's already released. Like, why can't you go over it with like Dan or something?
By Destiny and Dan, it's been gone over. They proved nothing. They got categorically blown out in that conversation.
Yeah, Ref, and what we're saying is they've released portions like surrounding that specific exchange. They've not released the entire thing. They claim to have like months of logs that they've not released.
Why are we spinning in circles?
Now the whole thing is not released? You just said the whole thing was released. Now you're saying
oh my god, Ref, why are you doing this?
Released?
Listen to what I'm saying. Maybe Connor, maybe you can translate, right? So what we're saying is the logs surrounding these specific instances, or the one with the Tectone thing. The logs around that have been released. All the months of logs they claim they have that show all kinds of other crazy shit that has not been released. That's what we're saying.
Yes.
We're not
So
we're not being
that is,
inconsistent at all.
and I'm going to
So,
restate it that way.
but
Hopefully, the bad faith between the two parties can be reconciled. Steve, and correct me if I'm wrong, Snarkers. Steven and Dan released what they wanted to release. And so that evidence is available for review and dispute.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I keep
So if there was
getting
something
told
worse,
different
they should
things.
have released
Like,
it.
first, so like what's been consistent is Dan and Destiny have not released the full log. That's consistent. But what is not consistent is like I'm heard the full logs can't be released by the Snarkers. Now I'm hearing that the full logs have been released. Now I'm hearing again that only some of the logs have been released. So like, what is it?
Well,
now?
Rifleman,
never
I'll
said
try to
Correct.
I'll
We're
try
not
to
gonna
break this down.
spend it-
I'll try
let's
to break
not
this
spin
down.
on
I'll try to
this.
break this down. I'll
Don't
try to break
spin
this
on
down.
it.
Please, I'll try to break this down. The logs in reference to the Tectone PII have been released by Destiny and Dan. The entirety of the server logs from the past, wherever like Lonerbox got the archive of the server, have not been released. So Destiny and Dan have that, and they can release that when they want to.
Yes. Can I make a single point, please?
Lonerbox has the logs as well, so he can release it too,
Connor?
I guess.
Sure. Should I DM him?
Begging Lonerbox for the like
Connor.
80th time in the past like 3 months to release the logs
I mean,
now.
if I ever
Lonerbox.
talk to
Please,
Lonerbox,
Lonerbox.
Yes,
I'll
I
release it.
felt I want to hear
Connor,
you. I do want to
If
hear
you
you.
want, you can mind map this, okay? You can put one little dude represents the anti-snarkers. They've got logs. Then you've got another dude that represents the snarkers. They've got logs. Okay?
Yeah.
They are just saying that the anti-snarkers have access to all the logs and they should release the logs, even though the snarkers have also access to those logs and should produce those logs if they want to exonerate or
Okay, but
condemn
can I go back
the
to a
other
position?
party.
Hold on.
Can I go back to
Can
a
I just-
position
can I
I
just-
had before Destiny and my falling out? It's like Destiny is a fucking asshole, and he's a piece of shit, and
Amen.
he's done terrible things to me and other people. But we shouldn't spend the rest of our lives obsessed with whether or not he's a fucking piece of shit. So this like what we're doing right now is we're litigating
Amen.
the digital war between people who hate Steven and people who either kind of like Steven or at least they hate the people who hate Steven. And I didn't you guys know there's like a fucking genocide in Gaza right now? Like, didn't there's other there's other
Isn't
shit
there
going
something
on
fucking better we could
besides
spend
the
our
fucking
Saturday night talking about? Holy shit,
Well,
guys!
no. See,
Get a fucking
no. I
life.
don't want to demean the Twitch and YouTube political space and shit talking
I'll
people
demean
you
these two
hate
guys.
within the Twitch and YouTube political space because I think it's a gas. I think it's fun. But I think somewhere along the line we lost the fun and it's not fun anymore.
Okay, Connor, can I respond
That's
to that?
because of the PII. That's the fucking
Could that be-
problem. There's
could
a
that be because
server
of
full
Destiny
people.
violating
Sure,
sexual
but
consent?
Destiny is also
Because of
participating in
PII
that.
People.
I would throw that out
Connor.
there as my guess. I would just say
Yes.
that's my guess. That's a good
I
one.
think Duty
Connor,
said
can
my
I-
name
can I
a couple of
respond?
times.
Yeah, so I mostly agree with you, right? I think the issue is that Destiny has crossed red lines for lots of people, right? One, recording people without the consent, and then sharing those videos without consent, sharing the videos that he got with consent without consent to tons of people, to someone we thought was like an 18-year-old sex worker. So that's one, right? But two, he has been on a doxing spree for fucking like over a year now. If you criticize this dude in the way that you would normally criticize Hassan, and nobody will give a fuck if he did 3 or 4 streams on Hassan about Hassan's bad, and he's a piece of shit, he's a communist, yada yada, nobody would be bitching about this, right? It'd be totally fine. And Hassan is also within the space. But because it's Destiny, there's like a huge problem. No, God, we can't. Why are we talking about this? Yada yada yada.
Connor, I'd like to respond to
Hopefully,
this.
like Valor does this too, by the way. So I think Connor, the issue is the doxing spree, the consistent doxing spree that he's still on. By the way, he encouraged people to dox Westside Tyler like 2 weeks ago. Like he's been doing this for years now. So until he stops behaving this way, behaving like a fucking crazy person, and going on harassment campaigns, people are going to talk about it. Like we would talk about it if it were anybody else.
Well, that's what I was going to say, but I feel like there's this emotional component to the background of like the snarking campaign that there is going to be some other kind of outcome besides shit talking Destiny on the internet. And I just don't think there's going to be, unless Steven is stupid enough to cross a line substantially that he's criminally incarcerated. But if he doesn't cross that line, all you can do is really decide whether or not it's worth it for you to talk shit about Steven and whether or not you're okay getting doxxed. That's it. Those are like the totality of the calculation is, do
Connor,
I want to spend my
agree.
time talking shit about Steven, and
Connor-
am I okay getting doxxed?
Connor, I agree. But that doesn't change any of the other calculus, right? So like he's somebody in the space we all known for years. I've known this guy for almost a decade.
I know.
I think actually a decade now. And he's on a fucking doxing spree. In addition to all the crazy shit he does to get attention in the media, saying crazy shit, all the lies he's spreading about various candidates or whatever, calling fucking punching down at the
Holy
smallest
shit, make a
Please
point,
stop
make a
talking.
point,
Shut
dude,
up,
make a
shut up,
point.
shut up,
He's
shut up,
making
shut
a point that I
Shut up.
want to make, Fel. I don't think
Punching
you're being
down-
fair there.
punching down at smaller streamers like Pisco, like you, like Josiah, people who are getting on their feet, trying to make their way and build their audience on the platform. He's trying to push them down with his larger platform. That's what he's doing. He's trying to make sure that he stays the biggest game in town.
Okay, and Fel, sorry if I'm fucking sweeping for Doobie right now, but this is literally
I
what I
got
said.
I just have a big point that I want to make, and then you can have the last word on it.
Please go ahead.
Okay. The smoking child used to be COG. We used to be the ones who were off to the side, smoking our fucking bowl, making fun of these weird fucking loser weirdos and their weird drama. We were not part of that drama. We have been dragged into the mud, and now we're part of this.
You love the guys who jerk off the kids, man. What are
And
you doing?
it's so insane that we have to get if the onus is on Destiny to be like the sacrificial lamb that makes us finally
onus is on
able
Destiny
to
to stop
condemn
jerking off the
all
kids.
of you snarking bitches, then fine. All of you snarkers and everybody who doxes and everybody who participates in it should be condemned, and we should get back on the side, smoking our fucking bowl and not giving a shit about the weird fucks who want to dox each other and ruin each other's lives over the dumbest fucking internet loser shit.
But
That's
Fel,
what I'm saying.
But hold on. This is different. I need to speak for myself.
We're talking about.
I need to speak for
Unfortunately,
myself.
this is
I need to
politics
speak for
now.
myself. I need to speak for myself. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So, Grassroots agrees with this, but I'm gonna tell you why I'm in a different headspace right now. Okay. The reason why I'm in a different headspace is I was told to basically, like, I said what I said during the drama, and I was told by the community, like, hey, leave it alone, walk away. You know, basically, like, you can't win. There's no sense in even trying. He's just going to dogpile the shit out of you. Just take the fucking dogpile for the next 2 weeks, and we'll get back to business. And largely, we did try to get back to business over the past couple of weeks or months. But what's ended up happening is, as a result of trying to get back to business, the war is one-sided. Steven can do whatever he wants to do, whenever he wants to do it. He can talk shit about fucking anybody and sick their audience on him. And I'll tell you, him like posting a picture of my fucking kid and implying that it was somehow sexual, fuck him for that. Him saying email and call my boss, fuck him for that. Him, as a matter of fact, those two by themselves are bad enough that I should have freaked out probably a month ago.
All these people.
But here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. My beef right now is him going after Pisco and Josiah, and in particular calling Pisco an anti-Semite, knowing that if Pisco responds, he gets a content cycle. So boom, he gets to make money. And then if Pisco doesn't respond, he gets to malign him with an invective that is so extreme and so fucking stupid that none of his fucking orbiters will call him out on it. So in my opinion...
Can I ask you an honest question about that?
Yes, and I'll try to wrap it here. But in my opinion, I'm tired of the elbows only going one way and nobody saying, hey, Destiny, you're being a fucking F-slur. Fuck you, you fucking pussy fuck. All right. Anyway, sorry, you respond.
My honest question is, do you think you would honestly feel the same way right now what you just said a year ago or 6 months ago? You know, like
maybe not, but I probably would have been blinded by my friendship.
Be wading into the fight. Why do we have to be in the fight?
Because 6 months ago, a year ago, I probably would have been blinded by my friendship for Steven, so I would have seen him behaving poorly towards Pisco, and I would have been like, you know, Pisco says crazy shit sometimes, fuck him, lol.
You don't think
That's it.
Pisco
That would have
can
been my
fucking
fucking
defend
response, but I'm
himself?
sick of
Like, he
him.
defended himself from those just fine. He doesn't need. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to be in there defending these veterans from another veteran fighting about a dumb fucking thing. We need to be in our own fucking like side, like basically fortressing up right now and focusing on COG and what you want to focus on in the community and not having a big fight. If we have to sit here and do it with the generals of the snark fucking team in our own fucking like Discord sitting here giving us advice about it, what the fuck? Why are we in this?
We haven't been taking advice from J-Stock or Doobie. If
I
anything,
appreciate the
you in
accusation,
Rifleman,
but you guys
hold
can't
on.
make
I need
a
to point this
solid
out.
argument
No,
without any of
I
that
need
dumb
to point
shit.
this
Like,
out.
grow up.
I need to point this out. This is where I truly need the COG to give their fucking balls a tug. I have been muting everyone so they could hear each other, but like Doobie and J-Stock and Rifleman are muted right now. And basically what's been happening for the past hour is Doobie and J-Stock didn't come on and say, Hassan Piker is the best streamer on the planet. I can't wait for Israel to be destroyed. Okay, hold on, dude. All right, let me finish this idea. Doobie and J-Stock have not been on here spreading their fucking anti-Destiny, anti-Israel bullshit for the past fucking hour unchallenged. You and Rifleman have been in here literally challenging them. So what's the problem with this? Because this is what Twitch and YouTube politics used to be. People who didn't like each other challenging each other in a Discord call. I'm going to unmute everybody. 1 second.
And I'm okay with challenging them.
All right, everybody's
more.
unmuted.
Yeah, the challenge is fine, Connor. The point that I was making, and I made this point already before, is that we're fighting this in our fucking halls. The fight was brought to our doorstep. It's inside our gates, and we're sitting here fighting it. Instead of out in a fucking battlefield or on a panel show or in a fucking normal place where we could have this fucking fight for real, we're sitting here taking shit in our own community. Half of our community is left, and it's not because of pedophilia, dude. They left because they do not want to be associated with these two fucks in this call right now.
Okay, can I respond, please? So one, I think just like be real. Like, really, it's just myself and Officer Nasty in chat. Mira is there sometimes. If you guys can't handle Officer Nasty and I talking shit about Israel and me donating to Shit Talk Connor because I think it's a fucking gross neocon. I still love you, by the way. If you can't handle that, then you're a bunch of weak bitches. You don't deserve to have the grill. Okay, I deserve the grill.
Thank you for your
grill
opinion
yourselves,
about our
actually.
community,
And so
Doobie.
if you're that fucking weak that you can't handle some pushback from two people, you're a fucking bitch. Like, I'm sorry.
Great.
Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Way to miss the entire
please,
fucking point of what I've said.
please stop. And the reality is that yes, people have left, but it hasn't grown because you've been acting like this. Because you've locked down, because you want to go on a fortress arc, but you don't have the community to support the fucking fortress. You're fortress arced up, and you have no fucking food coming in. Okay, you're keeping it all out. So this is detrimental to the community, actually. So
I disagree. We opened it up for this little shit show right here for you. We made some good money.
I'm telling you, I've seen this happen 1,000 times. It's very detrimental to the community, and I get it. You don't like. You don't
no,
like people
he just
talking about
argued that
Destiny.
opening it up to snarkers made Connor money. You just defeated yourself.
Right, we're making bank, buddy. It's a fucking. So we're gonna do a
You
weekly.
just defeated your whole point. You're complaining
No,
about this right now.
Hold up. This is actually something that I cannot wrap my head around the exact calculation because I truly think that it's unknowable. Okay. So we had a small intimate community of like 50 to 150 people 6 months ago. And the truth is people were very, very, very generous. And I'm still very thankful to them for that. But then because they've been turned off by the Destiny drama, the snarkers, et cetera, Fell is saying that it's not related to don't jack off to kids, but it is related to having snarkers present. It's like, so what's the solution here? Like the snarkers are banned from the Discord, but they're allowed in the chat.
Yeah.
like what's the
Yeah,
prescription?
that's easy. Yes, that's an easy one to
Or we
start
create
with.
like a new Discord and it's closed Discord and it's only fucking coggers. Like what's the
No, you
solution?
can go to
Connor,
politics
I
Discord
think
if
they
you want
want
to
you to be
hang
their
out
pet
with
streamer
weird
for like a
fucking
group of like
freaks like
30 to 40
Doobie. We don't
guys.
need to have.
Like, let
We don't
shit
need to
talking with
host
you. That's what it
anything
is.
about Snark.
Hold on. I literally want to hear Valor and Doobie's opinions separately. So Valor first, repeat that, and then I want to hear Doobie's opinion.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go through any extra effort to host Doobie or JStock or anybody the fuck else who are these weird fucking freak losers. Like, that's not our community. Like, we are entertaining this Snark shit for the sake of entertaining it because it's fucking here, it's in our fucking life. It does not mean that we want to be Snark. Like, the whole point of tonight was to like blow our fucking steam out, get this the fuck out of here, like make us feel better. If we have to do this every week for a year until we finally fucking get rid of the shit, then let's do it. Like, I don't give a shit. The whole point is that we don't want to hang out with weird, gross people like JStock who cannot control himself. Like this is what I'm saying, Connor. Like, you already said, like, Doobie is not part of COG. It's hard for me to talk because I can hear JStock still talking to me, even though I know he's muted on the stream.
Is there
And, like,
somebody said there was a way to do a server mute or something?
I'm driving.
Oh God, Connor.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I feel like I made a solid point. The point is that COG is better than Snark. We don't need to host Snark in our fucking halls. We can just kick all the Snarkers out of our Discord and they can come in and super chat and give you money and try and suck your cock and make you feel like, and you know what I mean? Like make you feel like, oh, we're just your best friend and we don't support the community and we're just fans of Connor's and we don't have any ulterior motives except we can't help but talk about all of the dumb gayest fucking internet gay shit ever. Who gives a shit about Destiny? Holy fuck, I'm so sick of Destiny and all of the fucking drama when we could talk about anything else, including 40K or anything else, Connor. I would rather do a 40K show every single day for a year than ever talk about this dumb
what is
shit
weird?
ever again.
Okay, but
But
what is weird to
we
me
can
about
do
you
a
saying
nice
that?
weekly Smart call every week, and we can host Doobie, and he can say whatever the fuck he wants every week, and he can get his little jollies off, feeling like he's whatever, doing whatever he fucking wants to control people or whatever. But we don't need to host it. We don't need to host it.
Okay, I got it. All right, then Doobie, your response, please.
Can we let JStock go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
JStock, your response.
I'm not muted. That's why I was talking over you. You want to defend people jerking off to kids? You're a fucking weirdo, okay? Never call me a freak when you defend that shit. Fucking loser. Is this guy not a Destiny fan? You telling me this guy isn't a Destiny fan? Counterpoints. He says he doesn't give a fuck about Destiny. He's not a Destiny fan at all? Tell me right now. I'm asking you counterpoints. Is this guy a Destiny fan? When he says, I don't care, is he saying, I don't care? Is he saying, stop making fun of my, stop making fun of my pro-pedophile streamer? What is he doing?
Get a life.
I haven't, like...
Oh my God. Sorry, Rifleman. We need to resolve this real quick.
I just want a direct answer to that question. Is this guy a Destiny fan or not?
I don't know. He would have to answer for himself.
He is. Hold on, Connor. He was saying in chat earlier, earlier yesterday, that, hey, we could still maintain a relationship with Destiny. We don't need to like his personal shit. We can still talk to him. Like, that is what he wants. He wants you to move back toward Destiny. He wants you to be his pet streamer, who keeps the community small, like the way that he liked it. And you never fucking grow. You never fucking make any more money. You never reach any other audiences, but you stick with Destiny. That's what he fucking wants.
I just want to be the smoking child. I just want to get back to hitting that bong.
No, you don't.
And
If
watching
this was all about Hassan, you wouldn't give a
fucking
fuck. If this was all about
clowns in the
Hassan, you would
mud.
not have this fucking energy at all. At all.
What'd you
know
say,
that.
Soda?
I know it. If
Hassan?
this were all about Hassan, you would not have this fucking energy at all. You
What
wouldn't
is
give a fuck
Hassan?
about
What
this
are we
talking about
talking
Hassan.
about?
You wouldn't care about this talking about Hassan and he's a piece of shit. And
Hassan?
shot his dog, whatever the fuck.
What are you talking
Yes,
about?
please don't
What
do that.
are you
Every time
talking
Hassan
about?
comes up on the stream, you're in chat talking shit about him.
I'm a
Anytime somebody in chat
Zionist. I
defends
hate Hassan. What are you talking
anytime
about?
somebody defends Hassan in chat,
I am a
you're there
Zionist. You think I
talking
wouldn't
shit.
give a shit about Hassan?
I understand. What I'm
Snarkers
please
seem-
wait
I'm
one
gonna
second,
mute because I
Rifleman.
have to
Wait
go to
one
my
second.
house. Okay, I'm
What
gonna
I'm telling
mute
you,
and
what
I
I'm
will
telling
listen
you
to everything
is that
you
the
say.
reality is it's not the drama that you don't like. It's that the drama's about Destiny. That's what you don't like. If this were about Hassan, you would not be bitching like this.
The Snarkers seem particularly obsessed with Destiny.
Shut the fuck up. You're such an idiot. I'm sorry. So Rifleman, like, he's been advocating for people to dox me for like a year. So yeah, I don't like that dude. So when he comes up, I'm gonna shit talk him because I think he's a piece of shit. Yes, absolutely. Yes. That makes me obsessed. Okay, whatever.
judging from what I've learned from the group chat, you guys seem particularly obsessed with Destiny.
What have you
And I've
learned from the
watched
group
you.
chat? Can you tell me what you've learned from the group chat about me?
That's just factually wrong. I could
Yeah,
probably
Rifleman,
find
can
you
you
the
tell
clip
me?
of Dan saying that Destiny's not one of the top 3 most talked about people in the Discord.
Yeah,
What a
Rifleman,
fucking
can you
cope.
tell me
You
what
guys
you've
are
learned about
such
the group
fucking
chat about
losers.
me? Rifleman, can you tell me?
Hmm?
Can you tell me
Well,
what
I
you've
haven't
learned from
learned
the group chat? Okay, nothing. The answer's nothing, right? You haven't learned
not
shit.
about you particularly.
Okay, okay, so
Well,
stop calling me
wasn't
obsessed, you stupid bit.
wasn't the #1 target? This is just a meme, by the way. But isn't like the fucking #1 shit talking target like trans vampire bat or something?
I think Transfire
I don't
Bat
know.
was
I
in the
never looked
top
this.
3.
Transfire bat.
Ethan
That's what it was.
Klein, Transfire Bat,
Okay,
and
so
Zero
hold
Yellow
on.
were the top 3.
So here's my question though, because we do have some OG coggers back in the fucking chat as well. So my thing is, Officer Nasty doesn't really donate a lot, but he's not like super rich or anything. But he's still like he's active in the chat and he shit talks, and I feel like we've hit like a banter level. Apparently he pisses off a lot of other people in chat. But I'm kind of the opinion that, oh, and by the way, I'm a middle child, so I'm always looking for solutions. So I really have
Middle
two solutions.
child.
I have 2 solutions here, in my opinion. I have the solution of ban the snarkers from the Discord, or make like a true cog Discord, and then have the snarkers in the chat, or telling all the old coggers to give their fucking balls a tug and stop being such fucking pussies. So what should I do? Because truly, I've been vacillating between telling everyone we're hanging out in an online community and there's people that you don't like, but that's been an inherent part of Twitch and YouTube politics for a very long time. So give your fucking balls a tug. Or,
Can I explain?
hey,
Can
this
be
is
solved
our
by, like,
little
a private
community.
channel
This is
where it's just
our
you
little
guys?
niche. So let's protect it from Doobie and Officer Nasty, but then chat, give your balls a tug.
Connor, can I express something to you that I think is the core of this with a lot of the old regular people?
Sure. I think
I don't
everybody
even
is
think it's really
unmuted
Destiny.
too. So I'm listening.
I don't even think it's really Destiny, right? And with Valor, I think that Israel was a big part of it, but I don't think it's really even that with him. I think what a lot of these old guys want is, and I think a lot of them are older guys. I think they found a community, people of like-minded people that can hang out and shit talk. People like them, and I think they're looking for that feeling. They want to maintain that feeling, right? But I think the reality is, given what this is actually, it's a stream that you're attempting to grow. You need to build up an audience. You cannot hold on to that vibe. Right? They have appointed themselves as like gatekeepers of the vibe, but you can only have the vibe if the community maintains like is as small as it was when they got to it. And that is not going to happen unless you just want to be poor and you want to stop streaming.
Yeah, that's a retarded take because
That
our
is the
community is
truth.
open
That is the
and
truth.
everybody's welcome
No,
to
it's
come
not
to our
open. No, it's
community.
not
And the
open,
only
Valor.
people that we
Valor,
don't let are
if
people
anybody
like
disagrees
you,
with you
you
in chat,
fucking freak.
you fucking like ban or mute them immediately. So does Grassroots. So you fucking lock down the Discord server so people can't come in organically.
It's not
like
locked down. It's open.
Yes,
Anyone can
yes, it
come.
is locked down. Yes, it is
No,
locked
it's
down. If they
not.
join the
You
server,
just
they have
have to
access to like one
apply
channel.
and you just
They have
have to
access to like
say,
one fucking
do
channel.
you agree with
Okay?
snarking or do you
Nobody
not
wants to
agree with
join a
snarking?
server
And
and
if you
immediately
agree
see
with
a dead fucking
snarking, you
channel. I'm
get
sorry. That's just
sus.
not
And
going to
if
grow
you
the
don't
community, Val.
agree,
You don't know what the
then
fuck
you
you're
don't
talking
get
about.
sus.
You're
That's just the way it
prioritizing
works.
your
You
search
don't
for this
actually know
fucking
how it works
vibe.
because you're not part of
You're
the community.
prioritizing your
That's kind
search
of the
for this
point.
vibe over Connor's stream. And I get that. You don't give a fuck about the stream. You're not making money from it. But the reality is, if you want the server to grow and to exist in the next couple of years, it has to grow. You need to open up to more communities, more people. You can't be treating new people who come in like pieces of shit and making them prove that they're not snarkers, quote unquote, or muting them immediately when they get into chat because they disagree with you. That is not going to grow the community at all. That's going to kill the community.
I'm a man of the people, so I'm literally putting it into a poll. I'm not saying I'm gonna like actually abide by the solutions of the poll. I'm just saying I want to see where the fucking chat is at.
Dude,
what?
Why does it even matter? Like, if you guys want a place where it's just you guys, just make a channel. What, like, or like ban all the people, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't talk to them on stream.
This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard. We've
Connor,
already solved this problem, Connor. Connor, we solved this problem 4 weeks
I need
ago.
an opportunity.
Like, why do we need to hear them?
Opportunity.
Like, it's insane.
It is not the most retarded thing in the world to me, because Patriarch has disappeared for the past few weeks because he didn't feel like he could be a part of the community. Grassroots is here, but he basically articulated to me that he might be drifting away. These are people that I've had for like months and months and months and months. We've been hanging out and having a good time. Christian Valeris, I don't think I'm going to be able to reconcile with. So my point is, I'm still, you know, I'm still trying to figure out, because I'm a middle child, I'm trying to figure out how to make the most amount of people happy, including myself. And it doesn't seem like I'm capable of making, I have many people that I'm trying to make happy. And depending on what I pick, I'm pissing off somebody.
Yeah, but this is a
Prioritize
matter of
yourself,
time.
man.
Wait,
Don't
Connor, this is a
prioritize any
matter
of these
of
people.
time.
Prioritize any of these
This is
people. They can
hold
betray
on.
you
I need you to
anytime.
mute these guys.
Just
Okay,
take care of
Connor.
yourself,
This
man.
is a matter of time. Okay.
Yeah.
When you talk about people like Grass and we talk about Patriarch and we talk about these core members who left, they aren't leaving because we didn't ban Doobie hard enough. They know just how hard I try to get rid of these fucks. Okay. That's not their problem. They are watching you and they are watching what you do on your stream and they are hoping to see you move forward and past the drama, and they are hoping to see you do it in a healthy way before they want to come back. That's those people. Okay. When Doobie accuses us or me of blocking community growth and they try to imply that we lock our Discord down, I'm just clarifying it's not locked down. No
Yes,
one's
it is.
banned from coming to our Discord. The only people that get restricted are weird freaks who like snark, and that's it. And that's all my only point was.
Can I
And so
ask
the
Valorfax
community
to
will
define
grow,
snark?
Connor. You just need to have
Can,
patience for yourself to move
Can
on
we get
with
a
us.
definition of snark?
can
Yeah,
I make
Connor,
a
can I ask,
point?
okay, hold on 1 second. So, because like I just
I need this guy to stop muting me. Hold on, Doobie. Shut the fuck up. Tell
Oh,
Connor
God.
to unmute me right now. Am I muted again? I better not
You're
be
not,
muted
you're
again,
not muted
Connor.
on my end.
Can I get a definition of snark from this guy? This guy keeps saying snark.
Snark is your ugly fucking face. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he doesn't know. It's meaningless.
This guy is too drunk and stupid to be here. Why is he talking right now? Why is he on the stream?
Like
Because
Connor,
he's a
Smoke another
head
joint,
mod
man.
and he's somebody
You're
who
doing
actually
great.
trusts, who cares about the community.
Connor, can I ask you, like, just think about this, like, honestly, like, away from, you know, friendships or whatever the fuck that you might have Valor or the feelings you have about them. Like, when you react to Asmongold and Nustaku or whatever, Noxtaku, whatever the fuck his name is, or Hassan, and you shit talk them, you say, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, yada, 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 yada. If some of those fans came over to the community and said, hey, Connor, you're an asshole for shit talking Asmongold, do you really think Valor would be like, oh, God, we got to stop shit talking Asmongold? No, he wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't.
I don't think
This
that's
is specifically about Destiny. Like, I think that's like it's very clear to me. It's exactly what it is with Valor with a lot of these people.
I've had this exact same phenomenon happen in my community, by the way. Bunch of
But-
people
but-
who are like,
but
"Oh,
I
I'm
am-
not
Something
saying you
happened
like
in his.
can't talk about them, but it's like just maybe the way you're doing it is a little bit. Every single one of those people is packing PUBG like full time.
All right,
Yeah,
hold
Pisco-
on.
Pisco,
So,
same thing happened in his.
but okay, but I just need to point this out to the coggers though, or whatever. Okay, so on streamed 1 day ago, Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. There's no drama there. Destiny versus Pisco, anti-Semite. Okay, that's talking shit about Destiny, but I think he fucking deserves it. Here's Destiny triple downing on defaming Pisco. Here's North the Betrayer versus Gibbs. Well, no offense, North has thrown fucking elbows at me. Why the fuck can't I throw them at him? And on top of that, I'm pretty sure I backed him up in his criticisms of Gibbs because Gibbs is a fucking piece of shit. Pisco, DSA, Civil War, and Future of the Left. That's just me and Pisco talking. We're not even talking about fucking Destiny. And so here's this thing where, like, Fel, like, I know that you're saying, and I bet the OG fucking coggers or whatever agree with you that it's like, we want to see you move on from the drama in a healthy way. But if I'm not covering Destiny, what the fuck is the problem?
No, hang on.
Besides
Well,
Officer Nasty
let's not
and
conflate
Doobie
it.
being in chat. And by the way,
Let's not conflate it.
Grassroots, you said like, oh, well, if you go down this path, it's just going to be two fucking, it's just going to be two commies in your chat or whatever. It's like, I don't even know what the fuck you mean by that. What do you mean
All
by
right.
that?
Well, let's not
Not a
conflate
communist, by
things.
the way.
Okay. Connor, first of all, and I've talked to you about this, and you know that. Covering Destiny is not the issue. You're allowed to cover Destiny. Like, what are we talking about? The issue
Yeah,
is not
I didn't think
that.
that was your
It's-
prescription. I don't think that's been your prescription.
It's a matter of time. Okay. Just like you need time to fully move on from any kind of life crisis, these guys are going to need time. Just give them time to come back to you, buddy. Like, you just keep doing
That's
your
insane
thing.
gaslighting.
Your
That's fucking
audience will
crazy.
be here for you. And
This guy's
I
total
don't, you know,
scum, man.
I don't know why
This
we need to
guy's total
sit
scum.
here.
You should get him out of here. Holy
It's
my
very
God.
disruptive. It's very disruptive to
guy
my
is
thought
total
process to hear
scum,
that.
man.
See,
Yeah, it's
but
very
but
Okay.
here's
What?
another problem.
Connor on the
I
worst
know.
day of the
Completely
past 6
obliterated.
months
That was
operates
crazy.
at 1,000 levels above you, man. Why are you even talking about some sort of crisis? Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Well, Connor went through a divorce. In case you didn't know that. Just in
Well,
case
Yeah,
you don't.
and I'm
like,
telling you,
otherwise
is
you don't
an
care
hold on,
about
this-
on the
Connor.
this is
worst day of his
actually-
We care
divorce,
about
he is
Connor.
1,000 levels above you. He is 30
Hold
IQ
on.
points above you.
This
Shut
is-
the fuck up.
There's two things. Okay, there's two things that bug me right here. Okay, so number one, I know that Doobie and J-Stock are cunts. I don't think I've ever said that they're not. You know, even if I
True.
like them to some degree or whatever. But then, and I do like the COG. I liked a substantial amount of our chatters. I think they're funny. I think they're fun. I think we've attracted disproportionately intelligent, funny, and cool people. But hold on. You distracted me with the divorce comment. So yes, the divorce is big. Like, it's a big part of my life. I was with somebody for 14 years and I was married to them for 9. And then I moved into a new relationship that was very intense. And then we broke up and all that kind of stuff. But also, like, that's not why I'm pissed in Twitch and YouTube politics. I know that might not be what you're saying, but I'm not mad
That
at
is what you're saying.
Destiny because I'm having like an emotional reaction from my personal life. I'm mad at
Oh,
Destiny
your
because
main
he's
cog
being a
is-
twat. Like,
Your
that's
main
why.
cog is
He's having a midlife crisis. That's what it is.
and what you want to be mad at, Connor. Like, then you know that they are not mad at you for being mad at Destiny. What they are mad about is like the wreck that occurred, right? Because it didn't happen in a nice, smooth way.
Sorry, I think we lost you, bud.
Yeah, we lost him. So sad.
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Thank God.
This guy didn't say he was driving, by the way, right? That wasn't what I heard.
Well,
Yeah,
see,
maybe.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be an asshole. Okay, Connor. Like, look. I think you just heard it. He's trying to mother hen you, trying to mother hen the community to keep it the way he likes it. I get the impulse. I really do. Okay, I've had that impulse with my server sometimes, my community, over the years when people come in and like, oh no, you can't say Packy anymore. Packy is one of my favorite fucking slurs. It's
True.
fucking hilarious.
Jesus.
Okay, they wanted to keep me from
Hold
saying
on.
nigga.
Totally
right?
disavow. I'm on Twitch. I'm
Whatever.
on Twitch, man. Can you chill? Can you
Okay,
chill
I'm
the fuck
sorry.
out, dude?
I'm sorry. I'm
Chill
sorry.
the
I
fuck
will
out,
I
not
don't
say.
know why
I will
you
not
came
say the
onto
full
my
word.
stream.
Look,
while on Twitch.
Okay, I will not say the words. I didn't know you were on. I thought you were a kick person. I'm sorry. I apologize. I disavow everything. Okay, whatever. Anyway, they started taking away my slurs. So saying, oh, we can't allow this kind of talk and that kind of talk. I get it. Okay, my impulse is to allow fucking everything, right? So I understand them wanting to keep the community the way that it was. The reality is, the community grows, things change, the vibe changes, new people come in, they have a different vibe. They might eventually outnumber the old community, and that actually would be a good thing for you. Okay, it can't always be 40, 50 guys who just like to talk about grilling and shit. Eventually, you're gonna have 300 people who like to talk about grilling and all kinds of other shit, and 400 people, 500 people. The vibe is gonna change, and that's okay. Like, I just think that this impulse to try to like maintain the fucking vibe of this like tiny community is just not. It's totally self-destructive because eventually people filter out. Even the old people are gonna filter out. You're not having anybody new coming in because they're all getting bullied by the older guys. That's what happens in these kind of situations. It's gonna happen. It's been happening, and it will continue to happen. So like,
Yeah.
they just got to stop being gatekeepers of the vibe. They got to let it go.
All right, I'm back. What kind of stupid point did they make while I was gone?
He said don't
like
gatekeep the
that,
vibe, just grow.
That if you're driving, it seems like you're inebriated, and it's probably dangerous.
Very clever.
Drunk
Very clever
driving-
justical. Oh my god. What a clever
driving is
way
the
to
most American thing
approach
you can
this
do.
conversation. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so Connor, my point is, okay?
Okay.
Your community loves you. The ones that love you are going to come back to you, okay? If they need time, they're going to need time. Stop placating to anybody, okay? Placate to yourself, and that's it. Let's do content that Connor wants to do. And if that's shitting on Destiny 24/7, then let's do that. But let's not do that with these two vultures sitting on our fucking shoulders. You should just kick these guys to the fucking curb just for being weird loser internet freaks that bring bad vibes and hurt your community by their own fucking words. Okay? They can sit there and tell you that it's Destiny dick sucking, but it's not that. Okay? Your community has reached out to you. They've told you how you feel, how they feel about these two guys. Like, throw them a bone. Like, show them that you are independent of everybody. Okay? Including me.
Okay,
Talk
here's
is not even here. It's literally me and chat shit talking Israel and Connor. That's what it is. That's what you're bitching
yeah.
about.
That,
Realistically,
and
be
by
a
the way,
fucking man.
I
Like,
think
I don't
not
know.
even in chat.
You can't handle me
As-
shit talking Israel and Connor in chat. Like, you're
You
just a
won't
bitch.
even
I'm sorry.
talk to
That-
Loaderbox, you little pussy bitch.
deserve.
Shut the
You don't
fuck up.
deserve. You
I
don't
said Connor
deserve
once
to
every
handle the
3
grill, okay?
months. I don't understand why I'm even involved in this.
Yeah. I don't think J-Stock has been responsible for any fucked up vibes whatsoever. If anything, I think we've been relatively antagonistic. But the
I think that you have a lot of people who
but
disagree with
antagonistic.
what he's responsible for in terms of vibes.
What I would say though is trying to make everybody happy and not making anybody happy at all. I'm gonna think on the poll. The poll literally like half. Hold on. Half of the poll says everybody give your balls a fucking tug. Half the poll says ban the snarkers from the Discord and then fucking give your balls a tug in the chat. And that's to me like where at that point, if that was to happen, okay, let's say that I ban Nasty and Doobie from the Discord and Miradol or whoever else is considered a snarker, and the Discord was like the safe space. And then the chat is where everybody can have fun and just while out, throw elbows, be crazy, and all that kind of shit. If the OG Coggers were too soft to hang out with snarkers in chat, especially if they're donating, then I think they're just fucking too soft. And then if the snarkers were too soft to get banned from a Discord when they have tens of thousands of other Discords to hang out, then I would think that the snarkers were being too soft. So that to me seems like the fucking centrist thing, but I'm also leaning towards saying everybody's fucking soft, stop being a fucking pussy.
No, I'd also advise you not to conflate this with like Patriarch and Grassroots and these other people who have specific concerns and issues that are not going to translate just to Doobie and like it being in the chat. Like, you know what I mean? Like Patriarch may need more convincing in time than merely seeing, oh, Doobie is just only in chat. Like he's going to want to see that you are not just a snarker, Connor, and that is his like kind
does
of
snarker
like
mean?
assessment,
See,
you know?
hold
Again,
on.
let's
So
not
this
waste
is
time
like
with the dumb
this is no, hold on.
definition.
This is what's crazy.
Okay?
This is what's crazy to me. Okay, so Patriarch says, "Okay, see you never." Wild shit. So,
dude, what the fuck?
You
Yeah, but
you
that's the
can't
guy
be
he's
in a
catering to, by
fucking
the way.
chat with somebody you don't like. That see, Patriarch. That's what's wild to me. You can't be in a chat with somebody you don't like. That's crazy to me. So that makes me sad, but you know it is what it is. All right.
And we gotta let people
They
go
want a
who
fucking
want to leave.
hug box
Okay?
for like
Can I just-
grillers, quote unquote. That's what it is. And they
I
don't want you to
I
criticize
just looked at
people they
your
like.
chat for 2 seconds, Connor. This
What?
grassroots hegemon guy says, "I hope J-Stock gets sand in his socks every day for the rest of his life." And I just want to know what I did to earn that. I think that's pretty fucked up. I
Yeah.
don't know what I did to earn that.
Can you
me
give
too.
your
Yeah,
balls a
too.
I've never
tug,
even
dude?
talked to this
Holy
guy before.
shit, grow the fuck
I've never
up.
even talked to
Oh
this guy
my
before.
god.
What the fuck?
Connor.
Yeah.
Middletown to Middletown. I gotta tell you this. You're not gonna please everybody. I learned that the hard way. And also, you trying to save Destiny. I've done that with people in my life, and that failed horrifically, like in some like really horrific ways. So you can't just save people. But these two, they sound like they're trying to make it seem like your channel won't grow without them, and that seems really.
But that's not what
skeevy
they're
and
saying
gross.
either. Do you understand how bad this sucks? Because literally, I do not think you guys are hearing each other. Okay, so hold on. Let me try to steel man everybody real quick. What? Let me try. Give me a second. Fellrunner is saying, there were OG people. We had an awesome community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Doobie and the Snarkers or whatever, they fuck up the vibes. But there are people who are going to love you no matter what. So as a result, just you do you make your own fucking choices and people are going to decide where they land, which is fine. That's a totally fine assessment. What Doobie is saying though, is that I'm caring too much about half a dozen to a dozen chatters who I have gotten to know quite well over the past year. I think that's part of the reason why I'm so personal about it. But by allowing them to take the vibes in the community hostage, what I'm actually doing is I'm denying future growth because I'm trying to placate to their desires rather than telling them to fuck themselves. And the truth is, I don't know the fucking truth. I truly do not know the truth of it. So part of the reason why yesterday, Thursday, and Friday or whatever, I was kind of like, fuck it, I'm going to do whatever I want to do pretty much no matter what, is because of the pressure of these two positions. Is because it's like, in order to grow, you need to tell all your old internet friends to fucking eat a dick. Or in order to maintain what you have that you like, you need to fucking, you need to ban these two fucking people because they're basically, is it Jonah and the Whale? There's like one person who pissed off God and the fucking storm was going to destroy the ship. Does anybody remember that biblical
I'm a
story?
Zionist. Why are you asking me about Christian?
All right. Well. Anyways, whatever. Doobie and Officer Nasty are allegedly they're my sinful people on my boat that I must throw overseas so God stops wrecking my ship. But truth be told, I think we just lean into the storm and just fucking plow on. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly,
the way that you put it in
before,
mine,
Connor, I
it
think
doesn't
you
matter
should.
if you do too. Okay, your coggers are going to be here for you. Okay, so
Well, the
you
real
do weather
ones.
the storm,
The real
and do it
ones.
how you need to. Yeah, but let's not make the dichotomy of the real or not. The real ones will come and they will grill with us. That's the real coggers, right? So if people are too upset about who's in chat to come and grill with us, I wouldn't consider them a real griller, right?
But Valor, that's you,
very simple.
Valor, that's you though. You went on a fucking banning spree. You freaked the fuck out of Officer and I, trying to get us to
I
do
had very
bans.
specific reasons
that
for
was you.
banning a lot of you
Valor,
guys,
that
and
was
most of it
you.
has to do with the fact that you guys have a snark
Valor, that
Discord
was
that
you.
doxes people,
That's a
and you
lie,
guys are a
Valor.
danger to the communities that you are
That's a
present
lie.
in.
That's not true.
Your
Valor, that's a
obsessive,
lie. We just went over this, Valor. We have
your
no evidence of this. It's a fucking lie.
obsessive, snarking
Valor,
attitude
you're
is what
obsessed with
landed
me,
you
Valor.
in the
Valor,
ban fucking tube,
Valor, you
and
spent
I
like
will
fucking
boot you every.
2 weeks,
You
3
having
weeks,
a fucking
thousands of messages
pretending to
spamming
be
me
a
with
Nazi
ChatGPT
is enough for me
arguments.
to ban you.
Like,
Just the fact that
Valor,
you
you're
pretend
obsessed
to be
with
a
me, Valor. And I
Nazi
know that you're
is
obsessed
enough.
with me, not because of Destiny. It's
I'll
because
ban you for
I hate
saying
Israel.
"mein Gott," you fucking weird
Because I
freak.
hate Israel. You think I'm an anti-Semite. You're Jewish or whatever
I don't
the
know if
fuck.
you're making a
I
salient
think that's
point. It
business.
sounds like you're just
I know you're not
repeating a
because you're
lot
not
of
listening. You're
weird
emotional.
accusations that
What I'm
don't mean
telling
anything.
you, Valor, what I'm telling you is that if you're massively downplaying how much of a bitch you've been. Okay, you're the chief one, the primary one who's banning everybody in chat.
Chief bitch.
Saying, oh God, you're the chief bitch. Saying, oh God,
Chief
you guys are
bitch.
snarkers. Oh God, why are you talking about drama?
A lot
Yada
of
yada. Like
snarkers.
Connor, it got to the point where Connor had to threaten to remove your fucking admin perms because you just couldn't restrain yourself.
Because I stopped
Don't
you from
pretend.
donating to him. That's
But
all he
don't
gave a
pre-
shit
so
about.
don't pretend.
He
Okay,
couldn't figure it
no,
out.
I don't
He
think that's
couldn't
true.
unban you himself. That's it.
Hold on, I don't think that's true. Connor, is it true that the only thing you cared about was that I couldn't donate to you anymore? Is that really it?
No,
I don't think that's true. I think Connor's principles, unlike you, Valor, by the way. I think his principles. I think that you were being a bitch, and he told you, "Hey, stop being a bitch," and you just would not
But,
stop being a bitch. 'Cause you're
Doobie,
an
I don't
overly
understand what you're
emotional,
saying with Connor's
neurotic
cock in your
bitch,
mouth.
Valor.
Can
That's
you
what
take
you were.
Connor's cock out of your mouth and repeat it yourself?
Hold up. This is another thing that bugs the shit out of me. Okay, so Doobie and I have had an antagonistic relationship for 6 years, but it's been a relatively like friendly, fraternal Twitch and YouTube political panel debate scene antagonistic relationship. So weirdly enough, while I think that Doobie advocates for policies that piss me off on purpose, like, shifting the Overton window extreme left and America reducing its impact on the world stage. And I think he does that partially to piss me off, partially because he legitimately believes it. I've known Doobie maybe longer than everyone else in Twitch and YouTube politics. Literally, this is the lore here. And this is part of the reason why, like, when they're like, oh, ban Doobie or else I'm out of the community. It's like, I'm pretty sure Caleb Kane, Faraday Speaks, got me to debate Mike from PA in the summer of 2019 about, like, defund the police and BLM. Then Dylan Burns invited me to his show. I said no. He invited me again. I said okay. I got introduced to Prime, and then I met Doobie. So I think I've known Doobie since like January or February of 2020. And so that's when you guys show up and you're like, oh, he's like a Machiavellian manipulative piece of shit. It's like, yeah, maybe. Like, I've heard him doing fucking silly Discord fucking bullshit. But like, I've known this motherfucker for 6 years. So it's kind of crazy to just be like, no, you have to throw him into the fucking ocean in order to earn our approval.
Can I offer you an analogy, Connor?
Sure.
Or maybe not an analogy, but can I just ask you a question? Have you ever in your life heard of a scenario where a staple of a community is revealed to have been a predator for many years and no one knew anything about it? Like, is there a
Sorry,
Gus Fring
I have some
fucking
jokes there, but sorry,
scenario here?
continue.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, just because we know people and we like them and we know them for years
Is that not
does not
literally
mean
Destiny?
that we know
that is Destiny.
people and what they are like. And of course, you could apply this to anybody.
Yeah, that's my
Right?
experience.
So
with
why
Destiny,
does
actually,
Doobie
like, for
need
real.
to get any special favor when you
So we
have
should just get rid of
people
you, Valor, because you might be a pedophile.
literally
You might be
reporting
fucking kid right now,
him
Valor.
for
You might be a
harassing
pedophile.
them? The reason Doobie is banned from our server is because I've had multiple people accuse him of harassment
Who?
to me.
Hold on.
So
Name them and show me
he's
the
going to
fucking
be
evidence.
banned from our
Name
server.
them and show me the fucking evidence right now.
If I can, if you
You
let
won't.
me, I will
Name
ban
them
him
and
from
show
the
the evidence.
server
You won't
based
do it
on
'cause
what
you're
I've already
lying.
told you, Connor.
Because you're lying and they're
That's
lying.
my
That's what
point.
it is.
Like, I get that you're friends with Doobie and he's chill
Connor,
to
if
you,
he's gonna say this, I
but
want
just
him to
because
name the
people
people
are
and show the
cool in a
evidence.
community doesn't mean they are innocent of things, especially if they're trying to hide it.
Yeah, Connor, I want him to name the people and show the evidence. That's what I want.
Well,
if you're gonna say that,
I mean, like, I know
make
the
shit up, Valor.
But you
fucking.
gotta get over fucking internet jail, Doobie. It's not the court of
Hey,
law.
Valor,
Grow the
you
fuck
just
up.
hey Valor, if you want to say shit like that, show the fucking evidence. Who have I been harassing? Show me.
I don't need to tell you anything. This is
Okay,
the
then
internet. Grow
Valor,
up,
I got
bro.
evidence of like 70 people that you were fucking a child on a video in front of the fucking courthouse in North Carolina.
Okay.
Video, I saw it. They
Thank
all
you.
saw it. We have evidence
So
this
you are
happened.
saying you
I'm just
retain
gonna spread that
CSAN then,
everywhere, right,
Doobie?
Valor?
You sound
I'm gonna put it
very
on Twitter.
credible
This
right
is like
now.
a
I'm gonna
blanket
boost the
blanket
tweet
admission.
so
You
hundreds of
retain
thousands of
CSAN
people
then?
see it, Valor.
Fucked up, man.
Like, you know how
Alright.
stupid that fucking is? Like, if you're gonna say this, just show us. Show everybody. Expose me as a harasser. Go for it.
Okay. What I would say is, what am I gonna do? So tomorrow, this was fun. It's 1:15 a.m. What I'm gonna do tomorrow is I'm gonna clean up my house. I'm gonna move this camera 6 inches down, and then I'm gonna start my new schedule where we cover some React Andy drama shit for 2 hours, and then the second half of the day is going to be doing basically I'll still be live, but I'll be breaking down news stories and trying to replicate Josiah's model so I can post recorded content that hopefully gets some views. That way I can grow the politics side. What I would say is that this schism in the community, people have said that like some of these complaints pre-existed the Destiny drama, but truth be told, the way that I noticed it was the Destiny drama, and then we had this schism in the community between the snarkers and the anti-snarkers. I truly thought
Valor got
the
neurotic and thought that I
vibes.
was flooding the community with snarkers. That's what it is. So after the Destiny drama happened, he thought, "Oh, Doobie's flooding the chat with snarkers and yada yada."
Yeah, and there's three.
You're
To
right.
be
Nobody
clear,
complained about Doobie ever
I gotta give
before the
you
fucking Meg. You're right.
advice as somebody
Nobody
who's
was
been in this
ever
position
bitching about
before I go.
Doobie last fucking year. Right. 100%.
To be
Because
clear,
the truth is, you're pissed
this
off
is
about me hating Israel and talking shit. That's what it is.
this
Don't-
is
you're just
three people who have caused this schism in the community allegedly. Doobie, Officer Nasty, Miradol. So
And Miradol's rarely here, by the way.
I know she is barely there, but somebody pointed out it's like she's a snarker. She hates Destiny. Blah blah
Like
blah.
the reality is, you don't like me because I shit talk Israel and I pay to shit talk Connor. That's what it is. Like, I'm sorry. That's
I
the
already said
reality.
what the problem with you is.
No,
Like,
you're
you
lying.
can act
Though.
like I
You're
won't
lying.
talk about Israel
You're
with you all
lying.
day, but I
You're
talk
lying.
with
Okay,
Israel
but
about Israel for
Valor, you're
hours
lying.
with you.
Valor, you're lying.
That's not a lie. You can see the
Okay, then
Discord logs. How
show us the
often?
fucking
Ask
evidence.
chat.
Show us the evidence,
How
Valor.
long will I sit here
Expose
and
me as
talk
a
to
harasser,
Doobie about Israel?
Valor.
How
Expose
long?
me as a harasser.
Hours. The
Valor,
issue
expose me as
is
a
that
harasser,
you are
please.
part of a harassment
Show me
community,
some
and
fucking
I don't
evidence.
want it
Show me
part
some
of my
evidence
community.
whatsoever.
I don't want officer in my community
If
based
that
on
were
his
true, you just have evidence
harassment
of
on
this, right?
Twitter. I don't want Miradol because
You're
she
doing the thing that
accuses
Destiny.
people
Actually,
of
Connor, he's doing
crazy
exactly
shit
what
just
Destiny
because
did.
she's a
It's
fucking
just
snark
Look at what
weirdo.
exactly
true.
the
I
same
don't
thing.
want snarkers in our community
There's no fucking
who
way that
think
Connor's
it's
not
okay to
muted again, is there?
harass other
No, you're not
people. Harassment is a problem
Okay,
that I will not
Connor, he's doing
allow
exactly
to
what Destiny did.
fester in our community. But
Connor,
thank
he's
you
doing
for your
please.
input
Okay,
and your
beautiful.
opinion about what my opinion is.
Wonderful. Connor, he's doing exactly what
Well,
Destiny did.
these
Right? He's
two
please
are responding
I
to your
understand, but
criticism.
I'm loyal to a fault. So I'm loyal to Doobie because I've known him
get
for
it.
6 fucking years, and I'm loyal to fucking Valorfax
I
because he's been fucking.
I get that, but Connor,
Ah.
like
I'm
what
not
Destiny,
gonna.
who you're also loyal to, right? If he's gonna make allegations about
Thanks
things
for the
that I'm
vote of
doing,
confidence, Connor.
please,
Thank you.
if he's gonna make allegations about things that I've been doing, he should show the fucking evidence. Like, obviously.
I know, but I know you and Jay
I've
Stalker
noticed-
cunts. So it's like he's like saying you're
Okay,
cunts, and I'm just like, yeah,
Connor,
kind of.
Connor, you know that he's a dishonest cunt who's lied about me before. I'm sure he's lying again. So just show the fucking evidence.
Yeah.
What do I lie about,
Expose
Doobie?
me. Or
Okay.
actually,
I want to
any
read
evidence
super chats.
Hold on, Connor. One second. I want to.
Hold on. Connor.
Sounds
I
like
need to
Connor
talk
wants
to you,
to end, guys.
borderline
Maybe let
101
Connor
for like
have
2
the
seconds. So I
last
can give you
word,
actual advice
okay?
for this. You gotta let me give you actual advice for this.
Sure.
As somebody who's had to deal with this whole problem. Okay. You're gonna have what you should do is you should split 50-50 between what gets you views now and what you want to do. Because if you at all take your community's input, I understand you want to, don't. So many of these people actually are so emotionally dysregulated, so incapable of understanding themselves that they don't even know why they're mad at you, okay? They have no fucking idea. I'm telling you this as somebody who had to witness it and experience it. They don't know why they're mad at you. So if you take their advice on how to fix something, think of it as like your girlfriend's mad at you and she's telling you she's mad at you for something that doesn't make sense. That's what's happened to you right now, okay? All these people are losing their minds. So you do 50% between what gets you money and what gets you views, and then 50% of what you want to do. And that is the only thing you follow. Those are your two North Stars.
By appealing
I'm telling you, if you do anything else, if you take these people's advice and it fucks you, you will be bitter about it. You will be angry about it. So just do those two things, or change the ratio as appropriate. But don't listen to the
I'd
chatters.
say you
because
already
they have
are
no
bitter
fucking
and
idea
angry
what they
about
want.
it, Connor.
They have
Right?
no
Wasn't
fucking
that the
idea.
point of this whole week? You were kind of bitter and angry about not capitalizing on all this drama at the
Well, hold
behest
on.
of your
Let's
community.
clarify that as well. Okay. The reason why I'm bitter is it's not because it would have been good to capitalize on the drama. It probably would have been toxic and shitty for the fucking community, okay? It probably would have been toxic and shitty for me. What pisses me off specifically is that Christian Valeris has been, I think he's been with me since day one. He watched basically when we transitioned to full time, he watched me like every single day and hung out and all that kind of shit. And when he had a ton of money, he oiled. When he didn't have money, he didn't oil, but he was always there. And so I think I said probably 3 or 6 months in, I was like, if I lose Christian Valeris, then I've lost my fucking way, right? But then I had this Destiny drama. He didn't like the way that I covered it. But then specifically as an olive branch to Christian Valeris and a Patriarch and to other people in the community, I did not. I could have covered Dan covering the drama. I could have covered Mooten covering the drama. Could have covered Wick covering the drama. I could have covered Hutch covering the drama. And you know what? Every single time that I would have covered those things, I guarantee you it would have been between like 100 and 300 people, and there probably would have been super chats fucking flowing. I gave that up because number one, I knew that it wouldn't be good for me. But number two, because I didn't want to hurt the people who would not enjoy that content. And so to lose Christian Valeris, despite that olive branch, and this past week on Twitter, to have him characterize it as I was just drama farming so I could grow my audience off of the Destiny split, that truly broke my fucking brain. Because in my opinion, I did the opposite, and I did the opposite for him. So to have him characterize it that way truly fucked with me.
I think that's totally understandable. I think that what I would advise is that not all the coggers feel the same way Christian does, and that the people like Christian who are reacting the way they are overreacting, and they need to calm down. And
Well,
they
yeah,
need
I'm going to
to
go with
see
J-Stock's
you
advice that I'm just going to treat him like a
moving
woman who's
forward.
overreacting.
Well, you don't have to give them any quarter or any special treatment. My point is
I'll
that
buy him some Taco Bell and some fucking tampons.
coggers will
Don't say the ideas for
gravitate
me. I'm
back
like
to
your Andrew
you
Tate in this situation. You don't
as
tell the
they
women
need
about it,
to.
okay?
Like, I'm actually in agreement with J-Stock on this. Like, you should do what you want to do, and you should do what's making you money. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing that there should not feel like your coggers are sitting here judging you because you want to talk about Destiny. That's not what their fucking drama shit is. And they will get over the wreckage, you know what I mean, of what happened. I think they're more upset about Hiroshima than they are about like the fallout, right? They'll get over it. That's my
Okay.
point.
All right.
So
Well,
do what's
I
gonna
am
make you feel
going
good.
to. I weirdly enough, I did have a good time.
Can I make an offer?
I did. What's that?
I just want to make a quick offer. So
Sure.
if Valor is willing to show the evidence that I've been harassing people, I think he said like 6 people or some shit. He's willing to post it to show the evidence, expose me as a harasser. I will give you $2,000.
What? Oh my God! Why would I ever betray the trust of people who have
Let's see.
confided in me
Yeah, go
privately?
ahead.
All right. I'm
You're a
leaving.
disgusting
Bye.
person.
Love you.
Real quick.
Holy shit. All right. Oh my God. My fucking brain is soup. It was fun though. I actually did have a good time. I'm completely fine with you attacking disagreements with Destiny. Okay. I appreciate that. I don't know. I don't know if the I'm going to sleep on that Discord thing because there should be a fun space for the cog that does not feel that does feel like home, digital home. But I also Patriarch, I don't know if you're still there or not. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to make you happy, buddy. So, you know, if you're saying I truly cannot be in a chat with Doobie where he's donating and shit talking Israel or Jews or something, I sorry, buddy. Sorry. I hope you'll forgive me one day. But anyways, let me count the donations and read everybody's donations and all that bullshit. So, Audacity with the 10. Felony DUI is a gatekeeper, but I get it. Whoa. Whitcord got raided for like a month after the initial drama, and it was like a PTA to filter those clowns out, but we got over it. Interesting. I didn't know you were a Wicker, Audacity. Hedonic Samuel with a 2. The Jew Stalker is persona non grata. Got it. Knife Mall with a 2 says, Fell is the hero we deserve and the hero we need. Interesting. Unork with a 2 says, do what Fell wants for 1 month and see what happens. Okay. Anonymous for 5 says, Doobie thinks Fell is the only person that doesn't want him here. Laughy face, laughy face, laughy face. Fashion 40 says, this was before the Destiny drama. Yeah, but that's like, people say that, but I truly do not remember it. I think I might have like social amnesia. Patriarch with the renewed membership for 12 months says, Doobie has been manipulating you for the last 20 minutes, you fucking imbecile. Well, thank you for the 12-month membership renewal. Even if this is the end of our friendship, I appreciate you being here for 12 months. Nameless Henchman for 5 says, one thing I know is that the Snarker Bucks spend just like the real thing everywhere else but Israel. Okay. Anonymous Chatter puts penguin grape. Oh, I almost finished that. That's kind of a brutal super chat, Anonymous. Holy shit. Knife Mall for 20 says, Jew Stalker is not built to be taken down by anyone. Chuck that rotund penguin and the frog he rode in on. God, you guys are brutal. Fashion 40 for the 5 says, Connor, it's a shame that you've allowed J-Stock to talk down on your head, mod. Fell Runner's a big boy. He can handle himself. Airborne Kite for the 5 says, wild how Doobie's helpful advice always centers on Connor's current anxieties. When someone is trying to manipulate you, stop listening to them. Okay, well, literally, it's like, it's tell you guys to stop being fucking pussies about Doobie being around, who I've known for fucking 6 years. Or I truly think the centrist position is just banning the snarkers from the Discord, but then letting them in the chat. I truly think that should, while it won't, you know, a good compromise is a solution that doesn't make anybody happy, right? So if you can be in the COG Discord, hanging out with your fucking fellow OG COG heads and not a snarker in sight, and you still can't have a fucking good time, that's your problem, not my problem. And then if you're hanging out in the YouTube chat and by the way, don't they literally have that? Don't they have a stream chat? I could have sworn to God I've seen stream chat in Discords where people hang out and it's like they're watching the stream together. So you could, if you wanted to donate, you could jump over to the YouTube stream and then do a super chat. But if you wanted to watch the stream and not hang out with the snarkers, you could just do that. Number one, by just blocking them on fucking YouTube chat. But number two, by hanging out in the stream chat. So we could make a stream chat in the Discord. And after that, I think you need to give your balls a tug or ovaries, whatever you got. Jen Winkler for 10 says, J-Stock's entire career is built on Destiny. Fucking clown. Well, you guys are very mean. Fashion 40 for 20 says, Doobie, you don't deserve the grill. You can't comprehend it, and the community was thriving before you came. God, you guys are so mean. Tag Out for 5 says, if PII isn't a doxin, why the fuck do people not use their real names? Also, Fellrunner is a king. Well, thank you for the donation, Tag Up. I appreciate you. Audacity with the fat $100. Thank you, King. Thank you for the oil. It is much appreciated. Yo, Connor, here's $100 to stay up past bedtime. Fell set for you. Uncdacity says you can stay up late and play with your little space figures if you want. Well, thank you, Uncdacity. I appreciate you. Fashion 40 with the 5. Let's go, Fell. Appreciate you. Fell Runner with the 10-month renewal. Doobie with the 10 says, Destiny agrees. She started being weird about her kids, by the way. He said it's one of the reasons he temporarily stopped talking to her until he started again. Yep. Doobie for 10 says, you didn't get this clip you posted, but after the email, Britt actually asks if it makes her a pedo, and Mr. Girl says that she is, and then rants about how disgusting she is. Laugh my ass off. No, I remember that. Marshall says, rage out on them, Connor. It'll be worth it. Well, thank you for the donation. I'm sorry if I didn't spurg sufficiently for your entertainment. Audacity says Connor got the erudite plug, twitching like a fiend. Oh, my bad. My bad. I was just fucking shaking my leg for shits and giggles. Shout out to Witch Blaster. Okay, well, thank you for the donation, Audacity, and also shout out to Witch Blaster. Fellrunner for the 5 says, Doobie said in my interview that he supports pedophile therapy and recovery. Perhaps he should be more open-minded about food shops. Okay. Horse God for 5 says, this is content. Yeah, this is pod racing, absolutely. Fellrunner for the 5 says, out-donate the frog, defeat him with our support. Interesting. Well, QC John for the 20 says, doing my part for your Saturday night, boss, grill shallah. Thank you, King. Appreciate you. You're kind of the one who inspired this, Well QC John. So if this is a fucking nightmare, everybody blame Well QC John for it. Hedonic Samuel with the 10 says, can't participate tonight, but good to see everyone 07. Thank you, Hedonic Samuel. I appreciate you, King. Fell with the 2, please set a goal and to debate food shops so this is worth it. Well, we did talk to her anyways. I still think she's repulsive for jerking off 2 kids, but whatever. At least we said it to each other's face. Unork for 5 says, Connor and food shops are going to be super loyal allies in 20 months. They just don't know yet. I would rather drink Drano. Marshallist for 2 says, the CIA back Pol Pot in Cambodia. Is that even true? Fashion 40 for 5, Newsom and Kamala. True, I guess. Sauce of Awesome gifted 10, and then Fellrunner donated 1667 with a link to that video that we watched earlier. Yeah, let me come back to the chat real quick, just make sure everybody's doing good, and then we're probably going to go to bed. Bizarre Power says, doesn't Pisco ban them in his Discord but allow them in his chat? Probably, but Pisco lets some real crazy shit go down in his chat. I'm not kidding. Like, Pisco, in my opinion, and this is probably my fault, there will be some schizophrenics who truly say some of the most vile shit, and I will ban them or suspend them or whatever. And then, what was the other thing? Pisco truly lets some sociopaths out in his chat. I don't give a shit. You moderate your community how you want to moderate it, but I remember back in the day, there was some spicy people in Pisco's chat. Beef Supreme says, bro, some of us coggers are already doing that. What, you're hanging out in a stream chat? In a Discord? I physically drive to Weld's house and watch him every day. True. Ovaries, a tug sounds painful. True. J-Stock deserves meaner. Sorry, Knife Mall. Ovary tugging sounds painful, says Souvenir Psyop. Great minds think alike, apparently. Severin says, are you opposed to legalizing assisted suicide for the terminally ill patients? No. I fucking love assisted suicide, especially for my enemies. So, Albert says, as a lawyer, it feels really illogical the way that you treated Destiny, but willing to be pals with Doobie and J-Stock. Why? Are they jerking off to kids? BS Phantom says, J-Stock specifically said before he can't reveal the meaning of his name because it'll dox him. It doesn't mean just talking. Okay, then maybe his name is Justin. I don't know. I don't give a shit. All right, it's past my bad time, says Knife Mall. I'm hopeful. Good night, all. Good night, King. Uncdacity is fun. It is. Grassroots says something to WoQC John, not me. She's not worth it anymore. Thanks, Weld. It's okay. All y'all can yell at me in DMs if you need to. Okay. I missed a Con-Nom Food Shops combo. Yeah, literally rewind it. There's actually probably about 30 minutes in there where I fight Food Shops for about 10 minutes. Then I let Doobie in so he can defend his own honor. Then, who is it? Owlishness wanted in order to fight. Confirmation says, Jesus fucking Christ, move on, little bro. Bro, we just had a beautiful night. And on top of that, here's the other thing, you fucking pussy-ass fucking DGGers or whatever. If Destiny's allowed to talk shit and fucking call Pisco an anti-Semite, I absolutely can talk mad shit about fucking Destiny. Fuck that. This dude's running around talking about Texas girls who drown, jerking off, using fucking VPNs even though they're 12. He's fucking, saying Corey Comparatori deserved to get shot. He's saying all this crazy shit over the past couple of years, and you guys fucking come and pussy ache whenever somebody fucking comes and talks shit about him. I'm absolutely going to be talking shit about Steven. Fuck that. Bartokonomus says, I'm having problems with snarkers too. Do you have any tips to help in identifying them? No. So delineating snarking from criticism, I think it would just be like, I think it would be similar to the definition of A-logging, where it's like an obsessive hatred with a creator to the point that a substantial amount of their time and energy is spent hating on one specific target in an unhinged and unhealthy way. That's what I would say, what would delineate snarking from like criticism, you know? Emmanuel Rondon says, why don't you consider Doobie a cogger? Because he truly does not want the moderates. He doesn't want the moderate left and the moderate right to stabilize the country. He wants the leftists to gain additional political power so they can yank on the Overton window in order to stabilize American cultural commentary and economics. So he fucks with me by saying that he supports Hassan Piker and Hassan Piker's speech. I do think that Doobie knows the difference between shooting a civilian in the fucking face and drone striking someone and causing collateral damage. I think he just wants to yank it. He just wants to yank the Overton window left. So I don't think he wants the moderate coalition to stabilize the country. Tagop says, can't wait to see how you react to Avi and Loner trying to convince Pisco about Hassan anti-Semitism. How hard is it to say that racism towards Semitic people as a definition? Oh, yeah, it's 100%. Very easy. Grassroots says, I think that's 100% fair play for sure. I don't know what that's in reference to. I would be curious. Snarking is A-logging with the intent being life ruination. Yeah, that's an okay thing. Then I think snarking is being overused in this context, but I do think that snarking is being overused currently in the meta. So, you know, whatever. But thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate it. I think our high point was like 130, 140. And weirdly enough, I don't think tonight was that dramatic, you know? We had Sauce of Awesome start the oil with like 10 gifted. We had a bunch of 10s, a bunch of 20s. Audacity came in with a 100. You know, y'all, thank you. Thank you so much. I know this job is like weird, and I'm anxious about the future of my content creation and the future of the community because I feel like we attracted so many cool people and then we lost a half dozen of them. But it is what it is. It is what it is, man. I gotta do my thing. Gotta do my thing. All right. Anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. I'm going to bed. not that dramatic. I'm scarred for life. I didn't even scream a single terms of service slur tonight. I didn't scream a single terms. I didn't say the F slur. I barely said the R slur. I don't think I didn't, yeah. Well, I didn't say Steven's going to be my primary content. I just said that I was going to talk shit about him when he's doing fucking crazy shit. Steven will never be my end all be all fucking content. That was never the plan. I never want to cover a single creator. Okay? That's boring to me. So, Severin says, I'm very disappointed, Connor, unironically. Well, DM me, man. Be specific in your fucking disappointment. I'm getting hit from all angles. I'm so fucking be specific. Oh, you're disappointed that I didn't say sufficient slurs. Okay. All right.